Hello, everyone. Welcome to ResolveCon 2025. I know. Come on, keep it down. Oh, man. All right. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Oh, man, it's great to be here where I usually am today. Guys, I am so excited that you're here. Welcome to the FISNIF ResolveCon. This is so exciting. We have so many great presenters here. We've just gathered some of my favorite, most wise and amazing Resolve teachers just to make your life better when it comes to working with Resolve. And so I'm so excited about that. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to thank our sponsors because they're the people that make this possible. Of course, Blackmagic Design, DV Resolve, Motion VFX, Whip Templates, and Pixel Tools. Thank you guys so much for all your support. Thank you for being amazing and letting us put on this awesome event because we couldn't do it without you. All right. Tyler, thank you, man. That's so cool. That's wonderful. Guys, I want to tell you, I want you to make sure that you know that if you're into courses, if you're looking to learn some Resolve, especially learning some Fusion, we have a 25% off sale happening all the way through ResolveCon. Here, all you have to do is go to groundcontrol.film, use coupon code RC25GC, and yeah, it's 25% off our courses at Ground Control. Isn't that cool? So if you're looking to learn some Fusion after this little presentation, maybe just check it out. Okay. Now, here's the other thing. It's very, very important. All right. Giveaways. We're going to be doing some giveaways. We have a ton of amazing stuff to give away. We have color surface, we have camera, we have all kinds of hardware and software and plugins and amazing things from our sponsors. And you have a chance to win. All you have to do is make sure that you're registered. If you've RSVP'd for this event, then you're already registered. All right. If you're in doubt, you can go register again. You're not going to get duplicate emails or anything like that. We got systems, man. We can make that. We can figure that out. All right. But so if you're in doubt, make sure to go and register because then you will be entered to win giveaways after every single presentation here in the next 2 days. Pretty dang exciting. Okay. Now, speaking of the presentations, let's go through a run through of our schedule, shall we? Wow, I did not size this well, and I cannot read that. I forgot about that. But here's what we're going to do. I had this full screen yesterday, and can somebody come full screen this for me so I can actually read it? Just full screen just full screen the video part. There, yes. Thank you. Anyways, so we're going to start out with little me. We're going to talk about Fusion, even if you're scared of Fusion. If you've been scared of the Fusion page, this is the perfect thing for you. Then we're going to get into top color page tips for editors with Darren Mostyn. Very exciting. And then Team 2 Films is going to be showing us some awesome YouTube content workflows. They are amazing at workflow. Every time I watch a Team 2 Films video, I learn so much. It's crazy. Frenchie Color, pro colorist, coming in and talking about her must-have color grading looks that bring her clients back. You don't want to miss that. And then we have Jayson Yadlovski, the audio master, talking about Fairlight audio mixing for beginners. So if you're wanting to make your audio a little better, that's the place to be. That's the place to be. So, guys, I am so thankful that you're here. One thing also that I want to mention is this event for free on YouTube is 2 days long. It's today and tomorrow. We're going to have a bunch of presentations each day, a bunch of giveaways. But the reality is that's only half of ResolveCon. The other half of ResolveCon happens. Okay, everybody good? All right. For some reason, my mic is being weird today, but it's okay. If you didn't hear, right now, this free thing, this 2 days of free ResolveCon is only half of ResolveCon. We also have a VIP section. All right. So if you get your VIP ticket, that unlocks 2 additional days of ResolveCon. All right. It's literally twice as much content, and it's a little bit more in depth, a little bit more advanced, and a little bit more interactive. And so you definitely don't want to miss it. You won't be able to get the replays of that anywhere else unless you have a VIP ticket. And you can only get a VIP ticket until they're gone. We only have a few left. So make sure to go and do that. All right? Okay, is there anything else I need to talk about? We feeling good? I feel like we're feeling good. I think we're good. So it's my pleasure to be the person who is introducing all of the presenters today. And when we planned this out, I didn't think about how awkward it would be to introduce myself. So without further ado, would you give it up for Casey Faris? I'm going to go run over. Okay. Hello there. Fancy seeing you here. It's such a stupid way to do it. Hey, everybody. We are going to talk about Fusion here, but this is what I want you to do. I want you to take all of your thoughts about Fusion, about how Fusion is so intimidating, so scary, so overwhelming, and you're like, dude, anytime I see Fusion, I'm going to just go ahead and just skip over that page. I want you to take all of that and suspend it for just a minute. All right. Because if you're like me, when you open up Fusion, you look at the interface and you go, gosh, like when I first started using Fusion, when they first put Fusion into Resolve, I opened it up and I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It seems a little rough to learn. So what we're going to do today is I'm going to take you from somebody who is scared of Fusion, a little bit intimidated, a little bit overwhelmed, and I'm going to take you to being confident in Fusion in just like half an hour or so. Isn't that cool? Do you believe me? I believe me. Let's go over here, shall we? Yeah, let's head on over. Well, hey, we're not even going to start inside of Fusion. You know what? I'm going to turn off this light because it's making a big old shadow. There we go. We're not even going to start with Fusion. We're going to start with a dang pizza party. This is going to be so much fun that we have a pizza party. Isn't that exciting? So this is a pizza. Now, when you make a pizza, you're going to follow some kind of recipe, right? Like there's a certain amount of steps that you would go through to create a pizza like this. So if we're going to have a finished result like this, what we're going to have to do is figure out those steps. And what's cool is that this is kind of how we build things in Fusion. Really, we're just building a recipe for whatever graphics or visual effects or fancy things in Resolve that we want to make. So normally you would have like a list of ingredients and kind of a list of steps and everything. But instead, with Fusion, we have these things called nodes. All right. So what the heck is a node? Well, a node is this little rectangle, and it's on the Fusion interface, but I made a physical one. Isn't this cool? We 3D printed this. I think that's pretty dang neat. This really just represents doing one thing, one step. So all we have to do to actually make what we want to make is link together these steps. So let's kind of rewind here. Let's go back. Let's go back to the start, shall we? We're going to start with some crust. We're going to use this node called get crust. Now, this may look like a tortilla to the untrained eye. It's not. It's not. Gosh, I can't believe you'd make that. Okay, it's not a tortilla. This is a uncooked pizza crust. All right. Now, this uncooked pizza crust, all we've done is one step here. We've got the crust. We get it. We've taken this from the bag. I mean, it didn't come in a bag. We made it. We've taken this from the freezer where we had it prepared, and we put it down here. Okay. That's step one. Now, let's say we were going to make the most simple pizza ever in the history of mankind? Well, what would we do? We would take this, I mean, I guess we would just cook this crust. So maybe we could take this crust and then I'll use a little arrow here. We'll just put this into the oven. All right. And what does that make? I just realized, what the heck? I just realized that I don't have my cooked version of this. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Pretend this is all cooked. Okay. There we go. Cooked. I tried so hard to be prepared. So there's our cooked pizza, or our cooked crust. All right. So this is like a pita or something. So this is a very, very simple recipe. We start with step one, get a crust, and then we travel along this yellow line and we go to the oven. Simple so far, right? Now, what if we wanted to mix things up a little bit? Let's rewind to our raw crust. We got some crust. What's the first ingredient to a pizza? What should we put on the crust first? Some sauce. Okay. So let's see. Well, we're going to get the crust. We're eventually going to put it in the oven, so we have that. Let's just gather all of our pieces here. Let's get some sauce. So here's a node that says get sauce. So we have 3 steps here. We get the crust, we get the sauce, and we get the oven. Okay. Okay. So let's link these up. I don't know. Let's just do something like this. We get the crust, we get the sauce, we put it in the oven. All right. Let's see what happens here. We have, okay. Yeah, we have some cooked crust and cooked sauce. Okay, so that's not quite right. That's not quite right. Something's wrong here. Okay, let's back up again. Let's back up. So we get our crust, we get our sauce. What do we actually want to do here? We got to think of this in steps. The thing is that when you're lining things out with nodes, you might think of it a certain way. You might go, okay, yeah, I get the crust and I get the sauce and put them together and put them in the oven, right? But the thing is, we didn't tell it to do that. All we did was think that and kind of put part of the nodes down. So, okay. Well, actually what we want to do is we want to put the sauce on top of this, don't we? So let's use a node. Maybe there's a node that, okay, here's a node. Here's a node called put on top. So we're going to put stuff on top of this crust. We get a crust and we put something on top of it. Whatever we're going to put on top of it, we're going to put into this green arrow just like this. What are we going to put? Oh, we're going to put the sauce on top. Okay, we're going to put the sauce on top of it. There we go. And we put it in the oven. And there we go. Very good. Very nice. That's not quite what we want either. Again, we didn't really specify. What we need to do is we need to open up that sauce. So how do we do that? Well, actually, I have a node here called can opener. So let's take the sauce and let's put it through a can opener. Let's do this. Let's use a can opener on that sauce. Here, let's back up. We have our crust, we have our sauce, and we have our can opener. Okay, so we get the sauce. We're just going to read this from now on. We get the sauce. We use the can opener on it. Okay, we use the can opener. And before somebody in chat's like, but you didn't tell it to go all the way around the edge and open the entire thing. Just go with it, man. Just go with it. Gosh, why are you even here if you're trolling? All right, so now we have some sauce. Okay, I'm going to try so hard not to make a huge mess. My kids and people that know me in real life know how much I hate messes. So you're all welcome for my personal sacrifice here. So we're going to, let's put this on a plate, I'd say. Let's put this on a plate. Okay, we're going to take this sauce and we're going to put this on. That's not going to work either, is it? We want to spread out the sauce. So let's move this down a little bit, make a little bit of room. And let's maybe just start this like right over here. It'll be easier later. Foreshadowing. Okay, we got this can opener. We got the sauce. Let's spread it out. So here we're using a spread out node. So what this does is it takes things and it kind of spreads it out. That sounds perfect. Okay, so we're going to take this sauce and we're going to run this. We're going to do the can opener first, and then we're going to spread it out. Okay, I'm going to spread it out just like this. Okay, so we get the sauce, we get the can opener, we opened it, and then we spread it out. Okay, so we'll spread it out a little bit. Okay. All right. Hey, I think that almost looks like a pizza. Isn't that great? After only 16 minutes on stream, we've started to create part of a pizza. Amazing. All right, so now we have the building blocks for our pizza. Now, I'm going to grab this oven because I don't want that. I don't want that. I know what happens if I put that in the oven. That's not what I want. What I actually want is a delicious and tasty cheese pizza. That's what I really want. So we've already learned a little bit about how to do that. The first thing we should do is get some cheese. We should get some cheese. Here we go, block of cheese. Now, I know this looks a lot like butter. And this time it actually isn't. I'm not just memeing. It's really cheese, but I didn't think about how much it would look like butter on stream. It's cheese. Okay. It's mozzarella. No, it's not. That's a lie. It looks like mozzarella. No, it doesn't. Anyway, it's cheese. So here we are. We get some cheese, and let's put that on top too. Yeah, we know how to do this. So I ain't gonna get messed up this time. Not in my actual house. No thanks. We get some cheese. We put on top. All right. We put it in the oven. No, 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 no. Oh, come on. I failed to specify again. So here we are. Yeah, I mean, that's okay. Pretend I hooked this up to the oven. Okay, the illusion is not broken. It's fine. It's put in the oven. Okay, let's not do that. Let's take this back a notch. What should we do to the cheese? Okay, so here we changed it with this can opener. So let's actually take this. I have a cheese grater node. Oh, that's going to be perfect. Okay, put this cheese into the cheese grater. And all I have to do is wipe this off. Oh, my whole nightmare. So terrible. Okay. All right. Remember when I was 37 years old and I wiped cheese on the internet? And that was my job. You guys hear Dan laughing across the street. All right. Yeah, he's ATS. Yeah. All right. We got a cheese. We got a cheese grater. Yeah. Now you're going to see that this isn't cheese and that I haven't been lying to you at all during any part of this. So now we grate this on. Okay. This is going to be great. ASMR stream, everybody. You want to hear that? Yeah, that's a good time. Yeah, you like that. All right. Creeping a bit. All right, so we're getting the cheese on our pizza. We're getting it everywhere, and I am fine. I'm totally fine. Dude, this butter grates just like cheese. It's amazing. All right, there's our cheese. It's great. In before somebody's like, oh, you should have used a spread it out node. Well, freaking calm down. Okay. There we go. There's our cheese for our pizza. Let's put it in the oven. Bam. Look at that. We did it. Guys, this is the recipe for cheese. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Make sure to like and... No, okay. I'll teach you more stuff. Okay, so this cheese pizza, we have a little recipe here for it. What if we got picky kids in the house? Not that that's ever happened to me. What if we got picky kids in the house and they're like, you know what? I actually just want cheese on half of it. I want to eat just bread and sauce on the other side. There are kids that do that. Doesn't make any sense to me either. Okay, so let's rewind. Let's take this out the oven. All right. Now we're gonna try and put this cheese just on half of the pizza. How do we do that? Well, we do have this node laying around called half. Okay. And how this works is we can take a blue arrow. All right. This connects to things with a blue arrow. I'll show you why in a minute. This connects with a blue arrow, and anything that I connect it to, it's only going to do half of that. All right. It's basically like, please put out half effort. Please slack off. All right. So let's test this out and see how we can do this. Let's back up a little bit. Let's back up. Okay, we have our sauce. We have our crust. I know what things are. We have our sauce. We have our cheese. If I do half of the cheese, then we grate that, but it still go over the whole pizza. It still basically makes something like this. Okay. What if we only grate half of the cheese? Well, we already kind of did that, actually. It didn't really make a difference. What if we put it here and we only put it on half of the pizza? So, because think about it, what this is doing is this is telling all the other, any node that you connect it to only do its job on half of whatever it's doing. So you could get half the crust. You could do that, I guess. All right. But let's do, get the crust, get the sauce, can't open it, spread out, put it on top, get the cheese grater it, put it on top, but only on half. Let's see how this works. Bloop. All right. Oh, look at that glory. That's what I'm talking about. We got ourselves a half cheese pizza. Look at this for aesthetics. We'll just set this right here. So we have half of the cheese on the pizza because we told this cheese to only go on half the pizza right here. Okay. So give me one in chat if this is making sense so far. That's what I want to know. Because this is really everything that we've done making pizza. This is, I wouldn't say as complicated as Fusion gets, but it's like 80 or 90% of what you do in Fusion. All right. And all we've done is have a pizza party. Okay. Because I want to show you something really cool about this. Let's look at our nice, let's just keep this pizza. I like this pizza. Okay. I like this one. What we're doing here is we're lining out this recipe step by step with nodes, and we're connecting them to each other in a certain order. The nodes that we connect to which other nodes, that really matters. If I were to get sauce and then get cheese, things would be really weird, right? We already went down that rabbit hole. If I were to take one of these can openers out, this can opener out, that wouldn't work either. I could do this, and that'd be kind of fun. We could roll our sauce around on the pizza. I don't know about that. But it matters which nodes we connect each other to. And the thing is, even though this looks a little bit complicated, we kind of built this step by step, and we're just thinking about it, right? And that's what I really want to get you to do, is start to think about, okay, if I connect this node to this node, what happens? And you can start as simple as get a crust and put it in the oven, all right? Now, here's what's really, really cool about this. I've only shown you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 nodes. And they're not even named the exact same things as the nodes are in Fusion, but you have learned how to use almost every node in Fusion just now. You're like, that's preposterous. There's no possible way. I don't know why you talk in that voice, but you do. Let me show you. If we were to start to categorize these nodes, what we have are just a few different kinds. So we started with our ingredients. So we have, that's not a can, oh no, that's crazy. All right. We start with the sauce and the cheese and the crust. So those are like our raw ingredients. We're not doing, we don't need to prepare them or anything. They're kind of just like our starting point, right? And so this is a raw ingredient right here. I'm just gonna color this in bright yellow. Okay. This is what we would call our ingredient, which in Fusion is like an image. Now, when I say image, I mean anything that's visual. It can be an actual image like a PNG or a JPEG, or it can be a movie clip, something like that. It could be animation, a piece of media, generally. Because those are kind of the raw starting points. You know, if you're going to open up a shot and put an explosion in it, you would need the shot and the explosion, most likely. So we have get crust, get sauce, get cheese. Cool. Okay, so that's one kind of node. Do we have anything else that's like that? Nope, I don't think so. Next, we have these nodes here that change the raw ingredients here. So we get the sauce, and then we change the sauce with the can opener, right? We have that open can, and then we change it by spreading it out. We're not making a new thing. We're just changing the thing that exists. Same thing with a cheese grater. We can't put a cheese grater on a pizza or something like that. Doesn't work. We have to put cheese through it, right? So these nodes, these are what we call effect nodes. And prepping for this, I was going to say we're going to call them effect nodes because they affect things, but it's actually a different spelling and it's kind of awkward. But you can still remember it that way. Get can opener, spread it out. This affects things. This affects things. This cheese grater. All right. What else? What else does that? Well, actually, the oven does. Because we take the pizza and we put it through the oven and it changes what the pizza is like. So, okay, an oven is kind of like an effect too. Next time you use the microwave, you can tell your significant other, I'm using the microwave effect. And they'll be like, what? I'm like, yeah, I watched Casey Faris. And they're like, you need to stop. You need to stop that. Okay, so we have two different kinds of nodes so far. We have the raw ingredients, the images, right? And then we have the things that change those raw ingredients, the effects. Okay. Let's explore these put on top nodes. These are interesting. These aren't really like any of the other nodes. For one reason, they have two arrows going into them. Why would they have that? Well, if this one job of this node is to put something over something else, well, you need that something, and then you need the something else, right? Well, I guess it'd be that way, the way I said it. The something is going to be the yellow arrow. That's going to be the, well, actually, the something on the bottom is going to be the yellow arrow. The something on the top is going to be the green arrow. So it takes two arrows, and it puts one thing on top of another. Do any of these other things do that? I don't think so. So these are kind of a unique node. These are what we call a merge node, because it merges something with something else. All right. What it does is it takes an image. It takes an image or a changed image, right? This would be an image. This would be a raw ingredient. And this would be a raw ingredient that went through a couple things, went through some hard times in life, and then it was put on top of this other one. So that's what these do. They put ingredients on top of each other. So that's three different kinds of nodes. Okay. Then we have our fourth kind of node, which I bet you can't guess which one. This one, this half. This is a special node that all it does is it tells other nodes what to do. It says, okay, you get the cheese. How about you get half the cheese? All right, you get the cheese grater. How about you only grate half that cheese? How about you only put half the cheese on top? How about you only cook half of the pizza? How about you only open half the can, which would be pretty useless? This, what we call infusion, is a mask. This is a mask because it covers up kind of part of what the node is doing, right? So this would be a mask right here that selects this part and puts cheese on it. Okay, so now we have four different kinds of nodes. We have the ingredients. Okay, these would be called images. The effects, which are called effects. The put on top nodes, which are merges. And then the mask. And what's magical about this, there are over 370 nodes in Fusion. All right. And if you hear that and you're like, dude, ain't nobody got time for that. I'm not learning that. No, thanks. I'm going to stick to other software. Man, there's only 4 different kinds of nodes. Okay. What was that? You want me to show you in Fusion? Okay. Let's do it. Shabam. Now I'm over here in the normal view. Okay. Let's talk about this here. Now, I have some work files. Actually, if you want to download them, you can follow along, but you can download them later. No big deal. There should be links to that in the chat or down somewhere. And wait. What's happening here? There we go. And we have a few different images that we're giving you, and these are different pieces of the pizza. Okay, so all I did was I made a new Resolve project, and yeah, just drag these over into the media pool. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you with the Fusion thing. But then I'm going to right click here in the media pool in the edit page and go down and say new Fusion composition, just like this. And I'll say create, and then double click on this Fusion composition like this. All right. So now there might still be a little bit of like, I don't know what's going on, but at least you're like, okay, I kind of understand sort of what we're trying to do with nodes. So let me give you just a little bit of interface here. So down here are the nodes. This is where we're going to be working with. This is just like our workspace over here. Okay. And up here are the viewers. This is where you can view what's going on. And up here, this is the media pool. This works just like the edit page where we have all of our media. And then right here, we have our toolbar. We'll get to that in just a second. To start out with, we're going to take this crust. We're going to drag this down like this. We can name this. Let's hit F2 and name this. We'll call this get_crust. And I'm going to say _mi. So we remember this is actually called a media in node. When you take a media from the media pool and you drag it in, what that does is it loads it into the Fusion page. All right. So this is basically like a get crust node, pretty much the same thing. All right. So we get crust, and then let's take the output of this and let's connect this with the yellow arrow, boop, over to media out. Now, what the heck is media out? Media out is what you connect everything to that you want to see. All right. So if you're going to make a Fusion composition here in the media pool, you can drag this down to a timeline, and whatever you connect to that media out is going to be what shows in the timeline. Right? If it isn't connected to the media out, you're not going to see it. Okay. All right. So now we have our crust. So far, so good. Let's take some sauce and put it over. Again, I'm just going to grab this sauce and drag it in. Rename this get sauce. Sauce. Mi. And now we're going to be in our same problem where we have our sauce and our crust, but they're not together. Now, I did you a little bit of a favor, and I got the sauce out of the can and I spread it out for you. All right, so we don't have to do as much work, but we still need to put this sauce on top of this. How do we do that? Well, over here we used a put on top node, which we have a node like this in Fusion called merge. That lives right here on this toolbar. This toolbar is interesting because we're used to, like on the edit page, where you click one of these tools and it kind of changes how your cursor works. In the Fusion page, what it does is it actually is just a shortcut to grab a node and drag it down. It's almost like stuff is on the shelf and you drag it off the shelf into your work area, okay? Which is kind of like cooking, actually. Anyways, so let's take a merge, and then we're going to hook up this merge like this. So to get rid of this line, all I have to do is click on it once, and then I'm going to plug the output into that yellow input. And look, there's the yellow and the green. See what we did there? Take the output of this and put this into the media out. Okay. This little gray square, this is the output. We'll plug this into the green input. There we go. We got sauced bread, baby. We got sauced bread. All right. Now we're kind of in that same predicament where I don't just want bread and sauce because I'm not some freak like some people we know. Let's take some cheese, and I'm going to rename this get cheese _mi. There we go. And let's do this a little bit faster this time. Let's take a merge node, and I'm just going to drag this and drop it on this line when it turns yellow and blue. There we go. I'll take the output of this and plug this into the green. Yes, cheese on the pizza. Cheese on the pizza, baby. Let's do this. Now, we have a cheese pizza. That's great. What if we wanted to go even crazier? What if we wanted to add some pepperoni? We didn't even do this in real life, but hey, we could do it digitally. No problem. Okay, get pep. That's what I'm talking about. Take this, and this time we're going to do this a little even faster than we did. One thing is, when I started with Fusion, one of the main things, one of the reasons that I didn't really want to use Fusion is because it took so long to put something over something else. I was used to working with layers, where you'd have like a stack of layers here, and it was like, all right, to add a new layer, you just drag it on top. All right. And I was like, dude, really? Every single time I need to add something on top of something else, I need to undo this, grab a merge, grab this, and then connect this and connect this. That's like 5 steps to do something so simple, so simple. If you're hearing me on that, one on chat, okay? One in chat if that's you. Here's what you can do though. All you have to do is drag this down, and then you take the output of this, and you just put this on the little output square right here, and then boom. It makes that merge, connects it to the foreground, and it's pretty fast. When you get used to it, it's just like boom, boom, no problem. So now we have a pepperoni pizza. But something is wrong. I don't know if I like the cheese placement. Cheese placement. So I think what we want to do is, let's make this cheese a little bit smaller. I'm actually going to take this cheese and I'm going to drag it up here into this viewer. That's how you can view things in different viewers. You can actually view any node in either viewer, just like this. What I like to do is take this media out and always put this on the right viewer, because it's kind of like the edit page, where when you have 2 viewers, this is your timeline viewer and this is your source. Kind of the same idea, but we have pieces and then the final, right? Okay, so this cheese, I feel like it's too big for the crust. Like it's kind of like hanging over a little bit. So what can we do? Well, we could size it. We could change the size of it. So let's use a node. That's this node right here called a transform. A transform moves, scales, and rotates things. Okay, let's take this and drag that down in between this. We're putting this after the cheese because we want to affect the cheese. So we're going to put the cheese through this effect, right? So let's take this transform. I'm going to make sure that I view the transform here so we see what's going on. I'm going to take the size, and I'll push the size down. Oh, look at sizing it. I could even rotate it. You can do all kinds of cheesy things with this. Okay. Now we have the cheese placement optimized. We have optimized cheese placement. Okay. Great. This is wonderful. So now we have this pizza that, if we were to put this in the oven, might look something like this. Nice cooked pizza, right? And we just made that in Fusion. Isn't that cool? Okay, I want to show you a couple more little things. What's amazing about Fusion is that any of these nodes, at any point, you can add other nodes, you can change things, you can mess around, you can do all kinds of crazy stuff with this. And it's always laid out here where you can see all of the little pieces. You can see the entire ingredient list, the entire instructions all at once. You don't have to go through and like twirl down layers or do anything like that. There aren't things that are comped inside of other comps and everything. It's just all laid out. That's the part I really like. And so what's great is I can pick any part of this, like the sauce, and I can change the sauce. Let's do something crazy. Let's grab a color corrector node, this one right here. Take this right here, like this, color corrector. And what we're going to do is we're going to change the hue of this color corrector. So let's move this around. We'll change the hue. And I'm going to make this purple. Yeah. Kind of this old purple. Now we have this purple purple sauce. Let's get crazy with the cheese too. Take this cheese. We're going to do kind of the same thing. Just drag in a color corrector. Let's change that hue. Let's make green cheese. Ew. Maybe take the saturation down. Maybe take the gamma down. We'll have nice green cheese. Doesn't that look good? Doesn't it look so good? When I was in school, we had a day that was like for nonviolence or whatever. For whatever reason, they called this program Purple Hands. All right. I don't know if you guys had that or if that was just like where I went to school or if that was a nationwide thing or something. But it was Purple Hands. Hands are not for hurting, right? I don't know why. But they had this day to celebrate it, and it was Purple Food Day. And No kids ate it. No kids ate it. We had purple hamburgers and hot dogs and purple pizza, and it was awful. It was so bad. The kids were hungry all day. So, yeah. So anyway, we don't really want to do this, but now this is kind of a Nickelodeon pizza. And what's crazy is you can do all different kinds of things to this pizza. You could put some color curves on it maybe, and we'll kind of cook this pizza a little bit. You can do all kinds of crazy stuff. But you have this freedom to do this inside of Fusion, and it's pretty darn cool. Okay, one last thing that I want to do here is I want to show you masking, okay? Because in our example over here, we had a half cheese. We had some half cheese, okay? How do we do that? Well, we find our cheese, and remember this merge node, what this does, its job is to put the, okay, I gotta get rid of the colors. That's gross. The merge's job is to put that cheese over everything else. If I turn off this merge, this is one thing you can do, is you can turn off a node to see exactly what it's doing. So this node is putting cheese on top of the sauce. So let's only do that on half of the pizza. Let's take a mask from this section right here, and we'll just pick the one we want. How about this rectangle mask like this? Take this rectangle and I'm going to select it. And that's going to give me a little overlay. I don't know if you can see on the recording, but there's a little overlay here. And I'm just going to select half the pizza. Kind of just put this on half of the screen. Now we can take this and we can apply it to anything that we want to only do half of. So let's take this and plug it into the blue. And now we have half cheese on our pizza. Isn't that cool? So cool. So cool. We can just put half sauce on there. We could even connect this to multiple things. Half the sauce, half the cheese, half the pepperoni when we actually look at the pepperoni. And we can actually connect a node to multiple things. So you can reuse the same mask on multiple nodes. It's freaking crazy. It's so good. Okay. One last thing I want to say. This is the thing I was thinking of, what else would really, really help. The biggest thing I would say is that when we're learning about these nodes and you go, okay, I have images and I have merges and I have effects. What I see a lot is somebody's like, okay, I get my cheese. And let's say I want to blur it for whatever reason. Okay, I want to kind of melt the cheese. Let's say I want to blur this cheese. And so they go, okay, I'm going to put a blur on this cheese. Because you're used to saying that, right? Like if you're in the edit page and you had this cheese, right? You would go over to your effects and you would say, I'm going to drop a blur on top of this cheese and it's going to make it blurry. In Fusion, I would recommend not saying stuff like that. I would say that I'm going to run the cheese through a blur. Because here's what happens when you think about putting an effect on something. It makes you think that you want to use a merge, because a merge puts something on something else. So you take this merge, you're like, all right, I get my cheese and I'm going to put my blur on it. So here's a blur. I'm going to put the blur on the cheese. Let's look at this. And I put up my blur size and nothing happens. Oh, I can't remember when to use a merge and when to not. I feel like it's random. I don't know why they've done this. Here's the thing. The only time you use a merge is when you have an image and you're putting it over another image. All right. So that's what's happening here. We have an image over another image, right? And it's being changed. But if I don't have an effect, if I don't have this going through an effect, or if I don't have an image going through my effect, it doesn't do anything. An effect always needs an image. Let me show you this real practically, and then we'll get to Q&A. If I were to have my pizza here, and let's just make it this way. If I were to have my pizza, and I said, okay, now I want to run it through the oven. If I want to say, okay, I want to put an oven effect on this. So I think, okay, put on top. Great, here's put on top. And there we go. And here's my oven. What am I actually doing here? I'm putting an oven on top of my pizza, which is not what I want at all. We're not going to have a cooked pizza. In fact, I don't know. Here it is. Yeah, we're going to have a mess instead of a cooked pizza. So that's why we always run an image through an effect. We don't put an effect on top of an image. We only use merges where we are putting an image over one another. But that's the thing. These basics, I promise you, just taking these basics, this is going to take you to somebody who is confident in Fusion, because now you can open it up and at least you can make a pizza. And really, I promise you, every single composition is some combination of images, effects, merges, and masks. And that, I think, is a lot less scary. What you guys think? This is good, right? What'd you think of that? I feel like it's good. Do you like the little wrap-up thing, the little end? That was a good line to end on. Hey, thanks, Catherine. I appreciate that. Thanks, Frenchie. We're going to do Q&A here in a minute. I'm stalling. But no one will know. 10 cool points for not putting on pineapple. I thought about making that joke, but I just didn't. Yeah.
Listen, pineapple's fine.
I can't hear you. Is it on mute?
Nope.
It's muted, yo.
It's not muted. It's not muted.
Can you guys hear him?
The microphone is on and we are getting...
You can hear Dan. Oh, well, I'm an idiot. Never mind. Go back. You're fine.
Goodness.
I didn't set my speaker right because I have
Hey, everyone.
Hi.
For the record, pineapple on pizza is fine.
I agree.
You can do that or not. The choice is yours, and either way is fine. Do you like
totally
it?
Agree.
That's the correct answer. Anyways, we do have a couple of questions here from chat. First one is actually from Team 2 Films.
Oh, I love
asking,
them.
Does Casey prefer thin crust or deep dish?
Ooh, I think I like deep dish, actually. Thin crust is, I don't know, you gotta have the bread. I actually like stuffed crust pizza. It's like somehow more bread. That's what I want.
Matt Lee asks, can the same thing be done with a multi-merge instead of multiple merge nodes? Can we see that in action?
Absolutely. Yeah, let me show you. Yeah, we'll need to go back to my thing here. Oh boy, could somebody close my door? It's like really getting to me. Sorry. Okay. So yes, there is something called a multi-merge, and this is a heated debate. I don't know if it's a heated debate. I might be the only one who cares. It's very possible. Okay, but a multi-merge, the idea is here, so normally when you have a merge node, you only have a background and a foreground, okay? But a multi-merge, you have a background and you can have as many foregrounds as you want. All right. So if I were to make this pizza, I could do, let's just look at this. I could have this multi-merge here, and I could put the sauce on, and then I could put the cheese on, and then I could put the pepperonis on, right? And I'd have a pizza. And now you might be saying, oh, well, dang, that's way easier. Why the heck do we making all these? Why the heck do we making all of these merges? Here's why. Without looking at this, let's just look at this here. There we go. Which node is in the foreground? Which node's on top of which one? How can you tell? You can tell if you select the multi-merge and you go here and you look at the layers, right? But here's what's interesting. If I take these layers and I move them around, okay? Now we have these out of sync, but it looks the same here. This seems really confusing. And if I'm doing 90% of my work in nodes, trying to figure out, the exact like recipe, and I can kind of go down all of the different steps and follow it, read it like that, then what this does is it makes a hiccup there of like, okay, well, which one's in the foreground? I don't know. And so I tend not to use these because you can't tell what's going on just by looking at the nodes, which is like 50% of the benefit of using nodes. So yes, you can do it with the multi-merge, but I would recommend that you just use the merges because it's not that hard to switch to use the merges. And if you're going to do something like switch the order, look at this. I can hold shift, drag this, down like that. And now it goes this one, this one, this one, this one. And I can tell because it goes from left to right, right? This is 1, 2, 3, 4. And then when I look here, it's crust, sauce, pepperoni, cheese. We don't even see the pepperoni because it's behind the cheese. Take this and put this back. There we go. Oops. There we go. Right? So anyway, that's my short answer on that.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Guys, give it up for Casey. That was amazing. Thank you so much.
Hey, you're welcome.
Awesome. Well, we're going to let you go, and we're going to get into our giveaway winners, you guys. We are giving away a single presentation today during ResolveCon. So make sure you are registered for that. There are links in the description for that. You cannot win anything unless you are registered. So make sure you do that. Again, link is in the description to do that. Also, 2 extra days of ResolveCon happening, not live, but in a private stream with exclusive education opportunities for you guys. Make sure you get the VIP ticket. Links in the description. We got a few slots left. You don't want to miss this incredible opportunity to hang out with the presenters, ask questions directly, get some really cool experiences with some of our wonderful educators this weekend. And if you're looking for more, please visit groundcontrol.film to get 25% off of all of our courses. You guys use coupon code RC25GC at checkout, and any of our courses for this weekend only will be 25% off. It's a smoking deal. You're not going to want to miss it. So we're going to take a quick break before we get into our next presentation from the wonderful Darren Mostyn. He's going to be talking about just the best color page tips for editors. You're not going to want to miss it. We're going to take a quick break. You guys go get a snack, go use the bathroom, and make sure you get your VIP tickets. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you back here shortly. Bye-bye. Oh, yeah, we got to give away stuff. Oh, dang, shoot, almost let him go for that. Hey, congratulations to David. You've won a editor collection from Whip Templates. Congratulations to Ralph. You've won $100 in Motion VFX in-store credit. And Jimmy Nolan won a copy of Resolve Studio. Congratulations, you guys. We'll be back here in a little bit. Stay tuned. Bye.
Do you want to save time while editing? Whip Templates helps you do just that. The Editor Collection is a pack of 20 time-saving utility tools letting you zoom, animate, highlight, mark, and so much more. The best part, all of this is drag and drop and animates without keyframes thanks to the powerful Anim engine. Want some text? Great! Check out the Editor Titles Pack, which contains 270 highly customizable titles covering many styles. Want to call attention to someone? That's easy with an edit page tracker. How about a countdown for an event or a sponsored segment? Editor Titles has a fully custom timer framework giving you advanced animations and timer controls. And all of the titles are customizable with the Anim engine, so you never need to worry about keyframes. With hundreds of video editors saving hours with my tools, you don't want to miss the 15% off during ResolveCon. To learn more about these packs, check out my website, whiptemplates.com, and enjoy the rest of ResolveCon.
There we go. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I probably muted it because of my mind. You know how it is. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to ResolveCon, the 5th year running. I want to also thank our sponsors again because they are amazing. Blackmagic Design, DV Resolve, Motion VFX, Whip Templates, and Pixel Tools. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for being amazing. And also, if you don't know, we're going to do a massive sale at Ground Control. All you have to do is go to groundcontrol.film, use the code RC25GC to get 25% off all of our Resolve and Fusion courses. Very exciting. Guys, we are going to get into the next presentation here, and we're going to bring on Darren Mostyn, who is an amazing colorist, handsome guy, great friend, and just overall what I would call just a party monster. So, I don't know why. Hey, Darren, how's it going, man?
Why have I got that reputation?
Well, I've got that rep. Well, I don't know, because I just spent the last week partying with you. That's
Oh, yeah, I guess
that's what happened.
That was me
well,
tame.
Darren, I have loved your videos for a really long time, man. And I think so many people have gotten so many great color grading insights from you. And guys, Darren is a very pro colorist, works on top-notch stuff. And it is an honor to have him here teaching the basics, teaching if you're an editor and you haven't ever touched color page, this is going to be such a great introduction. And I'm so excited to see it, man. Darren, take it away.
Excited. Yeah, we're getting back to basics. This is back to my roots. Thanks for having me again, Casey. I think this is the 5th one I've done, 4th or 5th, but always a pleasure to be invited. So for those of you who don't know me, my name's Darren Mostyn. As Casey mentioned, I am a professional colorist. I've been working in the broadcast industry for a very scary 30 years. I worked out, so I'm 17 years as a colorist. 15 of those have been on DaVinci Resolve. I didn't start on DaVinci Resolve, but I kind of had a transition period. I was an editor before that. So at the minute, I run a post facility in Brighton in the UK, and we do, or I do, it's a small shop, but I do color grading for major broadcasters, so BBC, ITV, all the big UK broadcasters, and Amazon and Netflix. So that journey's been quite a journey. But prior to that, I was an editor. So I was a broadcast editor. I was doing documentary work, and I was doing a lot of sport highlights, so very fast turnaround highlight packages. And we started to have to get into color grading. So the technology was, we're going back a little while now, if you think 30 years ago, but the technology was getting good enough that we could start adding some contrast and some saturation. So I feel qualified for my presentation. I can't remember what it's actually called. What is my presentation called? The color page for editors, top color page tips for editors. Thank you for the little cue. Right. So I do feel qualified to do that because I know what it felt like to go from, being very comfortable in an edit suite into DaVinci Resolve. So really this is aimed at, you've been in DaVinci Resolve, you know your way around the editing side, and you're starting to go into the color page. You're opening it up, you can get the colors working, you can do stuff, you kind of playing around with nodes, but you don't really know why, or you're not getting the results that you want. So I'm going to teach you in this 45 minutes how to get good technique, good solid basics, and be able to do some kind of good grading. Now, obviously in 45 minutes, I'm not going to make you into an advanced colorist, but these are really important tips that will give you confidence in the color page. All right. So that's who this is aimed at. You're an editor. You want to just improve yourself. You want to be comfortable in the color page. So what I'm going to do is share my screen. If I can work out how to do that. I'm going to go to Resolve. And I'm going to share that. Okay, great. So hopefully you can see that. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to start off with a slide before we go into this is only one slide, you'll be pleased to know. But top color page tips for editors. So what I'm going to cover here is the best tools for editors. So I think the best tools to just go in and get going with confidence, how to read the scopes and why you need them. Okay, it's all very well being able to read them, but you need to know why they're there and how they're helping you. We're going to do some basic color management. I'm not going in deep in this. We are not going into in-depth color management by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm going to show you how to do color management without being scared of it. I'm going to balance a scene easily and quickly. We're going to balance 3 or 4 shots up. This is the hardest part of color grading. Okay, this is the bit anyone can grade a single shot and make it look fantastic, but being able to grade several shots together when they've got mismatches, I'm going to show you some great tips on how to do that with confidence and just really quick and easy techniques. And I'm going to look at some common problems and how to fix them. So we're talking about things like exposure problems, white balance, crushed blacks, things like that. So we're going to look at those problems and how the best tool to fix it. Sometimes it's about not knowing which tool to actually grab. Then we're going to apply some looks. So we're actually going to do a little bit of look development in here as well, keeping it simple. So those of you who have not even been in the color page before, this will work for you as well. And then I'm going to look at some common mistakes when starting color grading. So obviously I've been teaching Resolve for a long time now as well. Let me come out of that. And I know the common things that get asked all the time and the common mistakes that I see, and I'm going to highlight those in here and hopefully help you become a much more confident, better colorist. So really it's about the role of color for editors. For me, is really about, it's not about becoming an advanced colorist, and it's not about spending hours in the color. What you actually want is to make your edit look better with a little bit of color enhancement. That could even be something like you've got an edit and the edit seems to jump, but you as an editor are confident it's a good edit. It's a good place to have the edit, but it might be jumping because the clip is much more contrasty than the clip before it. So a little bit of color grading can just help smooth that transition. This might be the first time you're going to show the edit to the client, and you want to even that out as much as possible. So this session is going to be aimed exactly at you. Also fixing problems, so fixing white balance, being able to just check skin is the correct tone. These are tips that I'm going to give you in here. And a little bit of look, so enhancing the mood. An editor might, before you just show it to the client for the first time, you might just want to make it, if it's a commercial, you might want to make it poppy and a bit more saturated. And I'm going to show you a few of those techniques. And then we'll do a little bit of Q&A. All right, I'm keeping an eye on my notes so I don't miss anything. But I think what we should do is get straight into the color page. So here we are. Let's do a little tour first. The first thing I want to show you really is, just if you haven't even opened the color page, is just how easy it does actually talk to the edit page. I just need to move that little thing out of the way. So I'm going to go to the edit page. Here is some edits. So I've got this shot in Brighton. This is done on a DJI Osmo. I've got lots of various bits of footage. Okay, here is another shot. Then we've got this scene. We're going to actually balance this scene up. So you see we've got shot 1, shot 2, shot 3. They're completely different color balances in here. We're going to fix that in this session. And so my point being, here is our edit structure. Now, if we go to the color page and click here, you'll see that the clips are shown in the same order. All right, so there's those 4 clips that we just looked at. There's the Brighton shot and there's the taxi. All right, now, if I take this shot here and just do a grade, so I'm just doing something randomly here. Let's just warm it up and put a little bit of contrast in it, for example. Now I'm just going to show you how easy it is to interact between the two. Oh, here's my timeline, by the way. So this blue line is the edit. So we can see the duration. With the thumbnails here, you don't actually see the duration of the shot. You just see each clip is represented by 1 square. So this is a scene. This needs grading. Okay, each clip is represented here. Back to the edit page. If I take this shot here and just swap it around, or I might edit it, I might make it shorter or longer, or whatever. When you go back to the color page, the grade is still attached to the shot. Okay, so you can dip in and out of the edit and the color page as many times as you like, but the grade will always stay with that clip. So that's the first thing to note, how they interact with each other. The other thing you'll notice in the edit page is in the effects, under open effects, you've actually got a whole list of effects that are in the color page as well. So just before we look at the advanced, more advanced tools, you've got things like Gaussian blur, you've got light, you've got film grain, all that sort of stuff. You can actually do it in the edit page, but I want to give you the confidence to open the color page and have a go. So in the color page, here is all those edits that we were just talking about. Sorry, all those effects that we were talking about. So there's that Gaussian blur I was just looking at. But what you don't have in the color page is these basic tools. All right. And these are the main tools that you need to get your color grade going. We've obviously got a viewer here, so we've got this nice large viewer. Yours might be a little bit smaller. You can change these around, but that is our main viewer. I'm obviously using a calibrated external monitor, but you don't need to. If you can be grading on a laptop, you might be grading on an iMac or whatever you're grading on. If you can get this calibrated, all the better. And if you can be in some kind of light controlled room is even better still, but this is going to show me what is happening to the grade. So whatever I do here is represented on my output monitor and the render. All right, so down here, these are the main tools you want to be working with. Let me just change shot here. So primary color wheels, this is our first tool that we're going to look at. So we've got lift, gamma, and gain. So lift is our shadows. So if I adjust the color wheel here, this is changing the color primarily in the shadows, but be aware it does leak over into the highlights as well. But this is where I can do detailed shadow area. And down here, I can adjust the brightness. I've put this sort of big mouse thing on. I hope that's coming across. Gamma is our midtones. Okay, so I'm just in the midtones here and the color of the midtones. And again, color of the highlights and where the highlights are. We'll look at the scopes shortly. That's the primers. You've also got in here, let me just reset that. You've also got in here saturation tools. All right, so we can just adjust saturation. You just literally grab this and move it. If you've got a panel, you can do it on there as well. We've got things like temperature, so we can adjust the color temperature. These are good basic tools to get you started with making your edit look that little bit finer. Contrast tools, and the pivot works with that as well. And when I do the balance, I'm going to go into these in a bit more detail, but I'm just showing you they're there. The next important element in this row, I'm not going to go through all these because we'll be here for weeks, but if I click on the HDR tool here, all right, this tool is confusingly named high dynamic range. It doesn't mean you have to be in HDR to use the tools. It's a different tool set doing a very similar thing to what those primary wheels were. And you'll see me throughout this presentation flicking between this one and this one. All right. HDR, so ignore this dark shadow light. These go up to specular highlights. Ignore these. Okay, this is advanced territory. What you want to be looking at is this global section here. And the global wheel here is similar to the offset wheel here. The offset wheel is doing our overall image. It's not shadow or highlight, it's the overall image. All right. Same in the HDR. This global wheel here has an exposure control. Now, the reason I'm pointing this out is because the tools in the HDR tool are often more accurate than the tools in the primary tool. And you'll see that when I start doing some grading. You've also got a global saturation here. All right. The global saturation here is much nicer than the global saturation in the primary tool. You've also got temperature. It's much more accurate. This temperature control here is much more accurate. And we're going to look at that in the presentation. All right, so that's those. What we've else got is the curves here. So we've got some curves. We can do that sort of thing. We can lift up our shadows. So this is shadows. I can lift up the shadows here. This is the highlights. So some people like to work in curves instead of these wheels as well. That's perfectly acceptable. So the next scary bit is obviously the good old nodes. So this is where people start closing down the color page and going back into the edit to do their work. This is really simple, okay? You've got a green dot here. This is representing the source footage, the ungraded footage. And you've got another green dot here. This is my output display, all right? In my case, this is set to Rexon 09. We're gonna look at that in a moment. The first node here, just think of it as an idea for something to do, all right? So I'm gonna do 3 nodes here and show you how a good simple node tree should look. The first node here we're gonna do is exposure. Okay, so in here, I can now use my global exposure here to lift this up. Don't worry about the scopes just yet. And I go to my primary wheels and I can adjust exposure here. All right, that's 2 ways of lifting up the overall image. We're also on the first node. I'm just going to rename it. I'm going to put in here and balance. We also would be balancing this. So to balance, we're talking about adjusting the colors. All right, so this shot looks a little bit cool. I think I'm just going to warm it up a little bit, just using a little bit of gain. Something like that. Now, this needs a bit of contrast, but I'm not going to do everything on one node, and this is how the nodes work. I'm going to now add another one. So I'm going to, I won't do it with shortcuts just yet. I'm going to right click in here. I'm going to add a node. I'm going to add a serial node. So it's another serial node. We're not doing any parallels or anything today. The reason I'm doing this is think of these like layers. So there's my base layer. We've got our exposure right. We've got our balance looking good. It's not actually looking that good. Let me just correct that. That's going to drive me mad. Hang on. There, that's better. And what I want to do in this node now is a bit of contrast. So it's another layer, if you like, but I think of it more as a full stop. So think of it as I've done my first bit. I'm now stopping to think of what I want to do next. So I'm going to add another node. And the reason I do that is so that I can compare what this next change looks like. So I'm going to add some contrast in here, or contrast. And I'm just going to increase the contrast here. Okay. The pivot works with the contrast as well. I'm going to show you other ways of doing contrast as well, if there's people putting things in the chat. But what I can do now is enable and disable this node. If you press the number 2, you can actually enable and disable that. I can do that on the keyboard with Command and D. I'm a Mac guy, so I don't know what that is on a PC, but Command and D. And I'm looking at the exposure and balance. And when I add contrast, is it improving the shot? If it isn't, don't move on any further. Get that contrast looking right until you move forward. So I'm happy that looks better. It's a full stop moment. I'm thinking about what to do next. So I'm going to add another serial. I'm going to do that using Option S. Option S, that was. So this one is going to be saturation. Okay, saturation. Where do we get saturation from? There's many different places to do saturation. The basic one here is in the primaries. This is not the prettiest of saturations. Okay, it's the one that everyone goes for, but it's not the nicest one. If I reset that, look how quickly that's become very saturated. Going to get rid of that. Let's go to HDR tool, and I'm going to add saturation from here instead. And it's much more pleasing saturation from there. There's many other ways of doing it, but we're sticking to these. So that should answer as to what the nodes, why we use nodes. You don't need 25 nodes to be a good colorist. Okay, I can color grade with 3 nodes. Okay, I could get my shots looking 99% there with 3 nodes. I know you've seen me on YouTube with 25, but that's for when you become a colorist. Okay, the scopes is the last thing we need to look at. All right, the scopes are basically going to be your best friend. All right, so I'm going to open these up now. I need to know if you can see these when I open them up. How am I going to know that? Someone put that in the chat. Or Sam, can you email me if you can actually see that? Can't see it. Okay, I didn't think so. It's an overlay. All right, that's a shame. I'm going to have to flick in and out. All right, can you see? You should be able to see it now. Okay, that's a bit of a pain. Just bear with me a sec. All right, so I'm going to have to open them one at a time in here. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I've got no other way of doing it. All right, that's fine. So at the minute, we've got this thing called waveform. And what the waveform is doing is analyzing our image from left to right across here. And so this line here, for example, is about, what, 10% in. So 10% in, and there it is. That's that drain pipe, okay? There's the taxi, and it's measuring light. So it's measuring brightness. So we've got 0 is black, and 1023 is our white levels. So we've got a good spread here. This is Rec 709 shot. Anyway, it's looking really good. Next one, parade. The parade is exactly the same as the waveform, but it shows our individual. You're showing the app, not your screen. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Hang on.
Hey, Darren, Casey here.
Yeah, hi. Yeah.
So, hey, what we need you to do is turn off your screen capture and then turn it back on. Go ahead and do that.
I haven't got screen capture on, have I?
Stop sharing the screen.
Yeah, stop sharing the screen and then you should be able to start it again and share the whole screen.
Okay. Oh, sorry about that. So have you not seen anything all that time?
I haven't seen it. It's just
Share entire screen.
yeah, that should work.
So have you not seen anything so far?
No, we've seen everything. Just not the little right click menus and things like that. So it should be fine. Try and right click on something.
Can you see that?
Yep. Better.
Okay. Now, can you see, just while I've got you, can you see the scopes now?
Well,
There's 2.
Yes.
Great. Okay, that's going to help me. So do I need to go back in time?
No, I think it's fine. Just keep going.
Okay.
Carry
All
on.
right. Apologies for that. I'm not keeping an eye on the chat. That's why. Okay, let me reset that then. Okay, so let's go back to the scopes. All right, so that's where I was up to anyway. Sorry, that's throwing me a bit. Okay, apologies everyone. I'm not looking at the chat. I'm just focusing on delivering this. Okay, so we've got our scopes here. Now, we've got several different types of scopes. I'm going to pop these out. The waveform I've just explained. I don't know that needs explaining again. But the parade is the waveform, but split into red, green, and blue channels. Okay, so we've got RGB. So it's a third of the screen instead of the whole screen. So this entire image here is squashed into a third. And this is really useful for doing our balancing. I'm going to show you that in a moment. All right, the next one, I'm just going to put this in one mode actually. Next one I want to show you is our vector scope. So this is measuring saturation and hue. The bigger the trace that we've got here, let me just check I'm in a certain mode. Yes, I am. The bigger the trace, the more saturated we are. So let me just actually, if I just desaturate this image completely, make it black and white, you'll see that we've got no trace at all because there's no color. All right, reset that and we're good to go. So these squares around the outside, red, magenta, blue, cyan, green, and yellow are our 6 vectors. And the squares here are just indicating that you're getting very saturated. We can see that quite clearly on this taxi. So I might just want to lower my saturation a little bit in here, and you can see that coming down now. The other thing to note on here is if I take my global offset here and push it towards magenta, the whole trace moves towards magenta, to green, to blue, and to red. So it's really easy to use the vector scope to actually start analyzing our image. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into a 2-up display, and I'm going to go down to here, and we're going to actually start doing some balancing now. Okay. Also, the good thing with the scopes is if you just want a confidence check, you just want to check where your image is sitting, the scopes is a great way to do it. You might be a bit tired. It's sometimes good to just check the scopes. All right, let's grade these 4 shots up. I've got camera 1, camera 2, camera 3, and this is camera 1 again. So we're going to do that node tree again. First one, balance and exposure. So how do we do? So I'm going to do this technically correct now. All right, so we're going to go into our primaries here. Okay, and what we're going to do, the first thing we're going to do is color management. We're going to do a really simple, basic color management. Why are we going to do that? In fact, let me start on this shot here. We've got this shot here. This is a shot on red. Okay, and to grade it without color management, I'd basically come down here. I'm going to have to make the trace on the scopes a little bit bigger, and I'm going to increase saturation, something like that. That looks great, actually. That could go out to broadcast. It's all completely legal. Nothing wrong with that at all. But I've gone from red color space to where I want to start, which is Rec 709, because that's my output. And I've done it using my own guesswork. All right. What I want to do is do that technically correct. So I get a better starting point than that. I want to start how the camera manufacturer intended me to have this starting point. So I'm going to click down here. And this is called color management. This is exactly why we use color management. We've got different camera types in here as well. This is going to get them all looking great. We're currently working in DaVinci YRGB, which is the default status. Okay, that means we're not color managed. If I pull down here and go to DaVinci YRGB color managed and click in here, we're now color managed. That's it. One thing to change, color processing mode. I would change this to HDR. Press save, and we're now correctly in a best starting point. This is how the red camera manufacturer wanted this image to be when it's gone from its log state into Rec 709, into the display state. Okay, so this is now technically correct, mapped down. And I can just start grading this now. So our first node is going to be exposure and balance, as always. And we can go into our offset here, and just start messing around with the image. But we've got ourselves a great starting point. Now, one thing to note on here is that this shot is actually raw. So it jumped into its correct color space because it's red raw. Okay, it's shot raw. So the metadata is in the clip. So DaVinci Resolve knows that it's red and it applies the correct maths. These shots here are Blackmagic raw. These are shot on a Blackmagic camera. I couldn't tell you which color space out of the 20 different variants that you've got with Blackmagic, but it's one of them. And so these are now automatically done. But these shots here, for example, are ARRI. And these aren't in the right color space. And that's because they were recorded not raw. They were recorded using ProRes. So we still get the wide dynamic range. We're not losing any information. We just don't have the metadata to tell Resolve what flavor it is. So all we have to do is multiple select, right-hand click on the clip, and we've now got this option called input color space. And this is ARRI log C3. And now all 4 of these clips are in the right color space. Now, if you've got, and it's a great starting point as well. Now, if you've got 700 shots in an edit, you don't want to be doing this 700 times. So you can go to your media pool, your media page, okay? And you can highlight, you can put them into clip name order, for example, all the Arri clips will be together, all the Sony clips will be together, and you can just assign away there. So let me just do one more for you. I'll take this shot here and this shot here. These are Sony, so input color space. And we're going to go down and change to Sony, and it's S-Log3. There we go. And they look great. So we're ready to start grading. These shots down here don't need input changing because by default, our project input color space is Rec 709. These shots were not recorded in a large color space. They were recorded Rec 709. The same as this one here. This is shot on my Osmo Pocket 3, not in log, just in standard Rec 709. So they're good to go straight away. All right, so that's the basics of the color management. Okay, let's balance up these shots. Now we've looked at color management. So balance and exposure. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start off with our balance and exposure. So what I'm doing is looking at the scope now and seeing what's going on. I just need to move this screen share thing. Okay, right. So I'm going to look at my offset and just check where we're sitting in the image. All right, and we're sitting pretty well actually as it is. Okay, I've got a good amount in my highlights. I've got some decent shadows. I'm going to address this using contrast. Okay, but what I want to do is actually just check our white balance is good. Now, there's a really quick trick for doing that. You can click on this little picker here and just press on something white and it will white balance it for you. That seems great and it works pretty well most of the time. The downside of it is it uses temperature here in the primary color wheels, and the temperature tool in here is not as nice as the temperature control in the HDR wheels. So I don't like the fact it uses temperature to get that result. So I'm going to undo that. Okay, and what we're going to do is balance it ourselves. Now, if I bring up my RGB parade, this is going to be a much better tool for us to balance. If you look at the tops here, we've got red, green, and our blue channel is sitting a little bit down from the red and green. So if I go to my offset and push that up a little bit more, can you see the blue channel rising here? Okay, and we've matched it, so that's great. The downside of using the offset though is it's moving our shadows as well. So we've got our, if these lines are all level, it means we've not got a particular red or blue bias, meaning it will be balanced. The shadows have now been lifted. So if you look at her apron here, it's got a bluey tinge to it, and I don't want that. So I'm going to reset that. Put it back down to there. I'm going to use gain instead. So my shadows will stay roughly where they are, and we'll lift it up. And we've now got a really nice balanced wall. Now what I'm going to do is add another node. I'm going to press Option S. This one is going to be our contrast now. Okay, so contrast, we can use the slider here. Okay, we get really easy contrast doing that. But there's much more efficient ways of doing it. I'm going to use lift and gain. So lift is bringing down my shadows. As my shadows come down, watch my highlights. They're moving at the same time as well. Okay, this is because shadows don't just focus on the shadow. They primarily dominate that area, but highlights are still affected. I'm going to get to my gain and boost that up. Now we've got a nice bit of contrast going on. All right, and the next thing I'm going to add is a bit of saturation. And we've got quite a strong bit of saturation coming out of these reds here. That's these peppers. All right, so I'm going to not let that taint how much saturation I put in. These peppers are very vibrant. But let me just show you again. I'm going to add saturation from the primary tool. You see it all goes, her face goes really saturated very quick. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to my HDR tool. And I'm going to add saturation from here. It's much nicer. You get much nicer saturation from that. And that is looking pretty good to me. If anything, I'm going to go back and just bring my exposure down a little bit. Something like that. Let's just bring up our contrast a little bit as well. A little bit more gain and then just give it a bit of punch. Right, that's great. So what I'm going to do is save this. I'm going to grab it as a still. Now, once that's here, we're going to move on to the second shot. Now this shot, let me just check my notes. I've got this right. Yeah, so this shot, I'm going to grade it just slightly different. All right, so what we're going to do, again, exposure balance is the first one. And we're going to use, this time I use the HDR exposure. So I'm trying to just show you a few different tools, a few different ways of doing it. And this one's actually sitting pretty well already, actually. So let's just balance it up. Now I'm going to balance it using a different technique. You see, again, we've got red is slightly higher than green, is slightly higher than blue. I'm going to use my vector scope and I'm going to show you a trick. So I'm going to click in here. I'm going to go back to my primary wheels because I want to use gain. And I click on here and you've got all low, mid and high. What low is doing is looking at the saturation and hue in the shadows. midtones, and we're going to use this one in the highlights here. And you just see that little dot there, okay, and it's slightly off center. So what I can do is take my gain tool. I'm going to be erratic here and just show you, but I can move it all around. I'm just going to place it right in the center of that vector scope and stick that back onto all. And we've now got a perfectly matched background. Okay, so that's really quick and easy way of balancing that. Now, one thing we need to be careful of here, it's all very well balancing the wall units in the background, but we need to be looking at a face, okay, and just checking that it's staying balanced. And you get this skin tone line on a vector scope. You can call that up in here, and you say skin tone indicator, and that pops up here. All right, so we are sitting exactly on that skin tone line. Now, you don't have to be on it, but you have to be consistently either on it, under it, or over it, but you should certainly be near it. So when you're grading the whole scene, if you're slightly above it, that's also absolutely fine. Right, let's get a bit of contrast going on in here. I'm not going to write it in each time, but let's just do it using this technique. In fact, let's do it using another technique. So we did lift and gain before. You can also do it using gain and offset. And what I'm doing is looking at my parade. I need my highlights to be sitting around about 768. If we go to our previous shot, you see they're just under that 768. And I'm going to bring my offset down. When I bring offset, my gain's going to come down again. And then I need to just push that back up again. So you're constantly pushing and pulling, but that's giving me my contrast. Now, this is the advantage of having a panel, because you can do this at exactly the same time. Let's have a quick look at those. I mean, they're looking pretty good. Maybe a bit more in the gain just to bring it up. I think this is probably maybe a specular highlight from here. So it's confusing us a little bit, but that's looking pretty good. Right, the last one. Let's have a quick look at what's going on here. So this one, what I'm going to do is a different technique. So let's again look at our exposure. This is really high on this one. So I'm going to go to my HDR tool. I'm going to pull down that exposure. So it's a little bit more down here. Again, this little tail here is coming off this, I suspect. Okay, it's off that little fridge unit there. So I'm ignoring that. I'm not taking that as my 768. I'm taking this. So I still need to come down a little bit more. Okay, and I'm going to do a balance, but I'm going to do it in a different way. What I'm going to do is go to here, and this is called split view. And in split view, you can pull, so it's just this little icon here, and you can pull down this arrow, and you can choose what you want to split the view against. And I want to choose against selected clips. And what I'm going to do now is press Command. I'm going to select the first shot that we did, and it's going to put them side by side. This allows me to match them really easily, but I'm going to show you a trick with the vector scope now. So I'm going to go to my vector scope and go back to my regular offset. And I'm going to be extreme. So I'm just going to push this right out in here. And you can see what happens is the shot goes blue, but I still see the trace of the original image that we've graded correctly. So all I've got to do now is keep moving this until they're sitting exactly on top of each other. Something like that. Okay, I'm not exactly on, but I've got them in a really good ballpark here. So what I can do now is just increase my gain a little bit. And we're pretty good. I'd say we're good for YouTube. So that is another way of doing that. And then all I've got to do now is add my contrast and my exposure to this. So these are then balanced. So let's just finish it off. Let's do it. I'm going to add another serial. Let's have a look at my contrast. I'll just do it using this for speed. Just want to thin it out a little bit. Saturation-wise, I think we're pretty good, but let's just have a look at these. Probably too much saturation in this one. I'm just going to pull it down a little bit. When you add contrast, you do actually add a bit of saturation. I don't want to do it there. I'm going to do it in the HDR tool. Global saturation there. So that is 3 different ways of balancing up those shots. Now, the 4th shot, we've already done. I've saved it as a still. All I've got to do now is either middle mouse click it or drag and drop it on here. So we've now got 1, 2, 3, 4 balance shots. Really nice, simple tricks. Let's have a look at some problems. How am I doing for time? Not too bad. Let's have a look at some problem shots. So fixing these, what is the go-to tools for fixing this? This shot here has very crushed blacks. Okay, we've got, by crushed blacks, I mean, if you look on the scope here, let's change that to a waveform. You can see down here that we've got a line. Okay, if I just exaggerate that and go down even further, our blacks are going below the 0 line, which means we're losing detail in here. I can't see what's going on in here. All right, so let's just reset that. So what I want to do, you can either use lift to bring that up, okay, or a combination of offset and lift, or you can use this shadow recovery tool here. I generally would use the lift tool on this one. The shadow one, I get more success if I use the highlight. So let's have a look at the next clip. Click on here. This is overexposed. If we look up here, there's no detail in here. This is all blown out. The highlight tool here works really well. This is my go-to tool for bringing back recovering highlights. You can see that we're right at the top here. Let's pull our highlights down. And there we go. You can see straight away. All right, now you can only go to minus 100. So you might actually want to knock that off, bring gain down a little bit first, and then pull your highlights down. And then we've got all our detail back. You can even see detail back now in the taxi. So in the window here, all this has come back. The headlights particularly. Next one, it's just simply too flat. So we're going to use contrast to bring this up. You can see that everything's sitting around the middle. I suspect normally this would be, I would be thinking this is a log clip that's not been color managed, but I know that it's not. So I'm going to use what's called linear contrast. I'm going to bring down my gain. Okay, you could use just the general contrast tool here. That would work absolutely fine. Okay, but I'm going to bring up my gain. I'm going to bring down my offset. The other technique is to use lift and gain. You don't use gamma when you're doing contrast. And that's looking pretty good. And the last one here, we've got this shot, but it's obviously needed balancing. Now, I've shown you 3 ways of balancing already, but what I want to show you is the temperature. I want to show you why I don't like this particular temperature tool. This is in the primaries. If I just warm it up to neutralize it, actually, I've got that pretty good. That's looking a lot better. I'm just looking at the whites here. If I bring up my RGB parade, we can have a look at that. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. But let's have a look at it using the HDR tool. I'm going to reset that. Go to the HDR, and it's got its own temperature, but it's much more accurate. It behaves much more how a camera does. As I bring that up, you see I have to push it much, much further to make the right amount of move as well. And it's slowly balancing up. And that looks much better. And we can then go ahead and start doing our base grade. So that's 4 very common problems and how they work. Let's take a quick look at this shot. I just want to show you one more thing. Well, I might not have time. Yeah, I'll be all right. I've got till 7, right? And then it's Q&A. So I've definitely got time. Right, so let's take this shot here. A little recap. We're going to balance it up. So as we always do, it's been color managed. It's ARRI. We know that. Right-hand click. We know that because our clients told us it's that, by the way. There's no magic way of doing that. If you don't know what color space it was in, I would start with ARRI and have a go, see what it looks like. And then try Sony maybe, see which one gives you the best starting point. If not, set it to Rec 709 and just grade it like I did with the shot before I put the color manager on. You just stretch out the contrast, add some saturation, you'll be fine. But this is ARRI. Now, I'm going to adjust my exposure. It's looking a little bit set down. So let's just bring up, I'm going to HDR tool, lift up that exposure a little bit. And we've got a slight kick in green. The green is definitely a bit more dominant in this shot. I know we've got this foliage, but let's just knock that down. I'm going to use offset. Using the ball here is exactly the same as using these numbers here, but I'm controlling them on a single channel at a time. So bring my green down, and that does look better straight away. I'm just going to increase my blue gain. I'm doing this all by analyzing the scope. So I'm just trying to line everything up. I'm stopping to think. It's a full stop moment. Let's add another serial. What I want to do now is put a bit of contrast in there. So let's just do that classic one. A little bit of lift and a little bit of gain in there. I don't need whites to be sitting right up here. Okay, they can just sit comfortably in the image. It's a case of looking at your scopes and then looking at your image and getting a happy medium between the two. All right, the scopes can't grade it for you. They can just tell you where your image is sitting. All right, what we're going to do here, that's contrast done. Okay, let's do another one. This would be saturation. Let's go to our HDR sat. Okay, now there's loads of different ways of doing saturation. We are not covering here anything like HSV. I'm trying to avoid anything with 3 letters in it. So we're not looking at CLSTs, DRTs, LABs, XYZs, ABCs, DCTLs. That's 4. You've seen all this stuff on YouTube. It's really relevant, but it's overdone if you don't know what you're doing. I think it's the kind of thing that scares people off using the color page. You haven't seen me use a single CST or gone into HSV color space. I'm sure the chat is really busy with all that stuff. Forget it while you're learning. Get your grounding right. Understand how to color grade first. Okay. These tools, all these tools I've just mentioned, weren't in there 15 years ago when I started. All we had was these primary wheels. We didn't even have the HDR wheels. You can grade. I could grade a whole feature today just using those primary tools. I wouldn't want to, but I could. Right, what I'm going to show you, I'm going to add another node. Let's just take it to the next level. So this is our fourth node, and I'm going to introduce to you power windows. So across here, we've got this thing called windows. Now, I take it for granted that I know what power windows are, but I was speaking to someone and she was asking me, like, why do you even use them though? And I thought, actually, maybe I take it a bit too obvious. So I'm going to show you exactly how we do it. Just going to bring my inlay down a little bit because I want to be able to work outside. And the power windows are basically, if I choose a shape and go extreme here, I can basically change color, exposure, all the things we've been doing, but inside a window or outside a window. So the windows are isolating what you're doing. So you've got circle one, you've got a box, and you've got this one, which is like a free tool. This one's gradient. Now what I want to do is just bring down this window shape here. Sorry, I'm going to put a window around the window. Couldn't write it. Right, there we go. And what I'm going to do is change exposure. That window is very bright. It's just taken away from our subject's face here. So I'm going to bring the exposure down like so. Now, to get rid of this outline, if I just click here, I can just press off for a minute. And the problem is you're seeing the edge of the window. Okay, you definitely don't want to do that. Let me just exaggerate it and show you. You don't want to be seeing that. Okay. Let's just reset that. Let's bring the exposure down again. So what we can do is feather that window. I'm going to put it back on so you can see what's going on. And we put a big outside and a big inside. Plenty of softness on power windows always. All right, to see that, another quick way of doing that, just add another serial and then we can see what it's done. And that looks great. So we've gone from that to that in a few very quick steps. Right, so what we're doing is put a look on this. So this is, we're coming to sort of end bit now. So I'm going to press my option. Oh, I've already got a new node here. Right, so this is going to be our look. Now, the key to putting a look on something, we're talking about like film emulation. This is where on YouTube you might see me use Dehancer. I use mononodes a lot, mononodes.com. I love these tools, but I'm going to do it with stuff that is in DaVinci Resolve to start with. So the classic one that came is the Film Look Creator. So let me show you that. If I go to the effects here, by the way, the effects library is covering up that node. If you just middle mouse click, you can actually move your nodes around. Okay, so it's here. And I'm going to go down and find the Film Look Creator. Now, I had that nicely highlighted earlier. There it is. Drag and drop it on. I'm not going to do a full session on Film Look Creator because I've got videos on it, but basically it applies a look straight away. What we want to do is take that off. Now, the key to putting a look on this is that you've balanced your shot first. You've got your shot looking really clean and balanced. That is not true once you're a more senior, advanced colorist, not senior, but more advanced colorist. Okay, often I'll put a look on and I'm balancing kind of at the same time. I'm balancing under this look. But when you're starting out, don't put the look on first. You need to get used to balancing your shots, get your shots looking clean first. Don't forget, you don't make another node until you've got the nodes looking good that you're on. If it doesn't look good, don't move forward. All right, so I'm going to go into this clean slate mode, and really quickly, I can just dial in a bit of film look here. And Rochester is the one that's kind of Kodak-y. Let's add a little bit more subtractive saturation in there. Command D, switch it on and off. There's our balanced look. There's our balanced image, sorry. And this is with the look on. So that looks great. So that's Film Look Creator. Now that's available in the free version and the studio version. I'm just going to reset that. Excuse me. Another popular way is using LUTs. Now, be careful when you're using LUTs. Know where they're coming from. People who supply LUTs that, I don't know where you've gone from, Temu probably, but just know where your LUTs have come from because they can damage your footage really quickly. Now the ones, if you go to LUTs up here, okay, so what a LUT is doing is putting a look on an image, all right? And free with DaVinci Resolve are these film looks. Now, if we go down here and take a look at the list here, we've got Rec 709 ones and we've got Fuji and Kodak. Now, if I drag and drop this on, this is going to put a Kodak filmic look on this image, okay? And it looks absolutely terrible. And the reason for that is because we're in a color managed state and we are not in the color managed state that this LUT is expecting. This LUT wants what's called Cineon Film Log Rec 709. I've done a whole video on that. It's called Why Do My Film Looks Look Bad? Something like that. It's about 4 years ago, but it explains exactly how you do that. I'm not going to do it here. But just know that the LUT you apply needs to be expecting the input that you're giving it. And in our case, this is DaVinci Wide Gamut. Okay, so because we're in color managed workflow, okay. Now, strictly, we're not actually in DaVinci Wide Gamut because I didn't go into the advanced settings, but don't worry about that for now. This is absolutely fine to get you started. So I've got loads of videos on color management for basics as well. Check those out. Does it step by step, but I'd rather show you how to do this. So we're not going to use that one. I've got some other ones in here. So I've got some. This is Cullen Kelly's, what they call Voyager. These are really great LUTs that he's got that you can buy from his website. And I've also recently got Frenchie's. So Frenchie's on After Team 2 Films today. I think Cullen's not on until tomorrow, I think. But obviously check both those out because it's more colorist goodness. And Team 2 Films after this, don't miss them either. And in fact, everyone is on ResolveCon, don't miss any of them. So Frenchie's here are, if you go into these, you have then different categories. And in each category, it gives you the different color spaces and cameras that you could be working in. So we want to select the one that's the right color space. That's why that film look one looked rubbish. So if we go into here, we're in DaVinci Wide Gamut. So let's choose those. Now what I can do, I want to see what these look like. So what I can do in here, and there's loads of these, by the way. She's got commercial looks and luxury, there's poppy looks. But if I go to my live preview and switch on the icons here, you can actually hover over it and see what that look looks like. And when you move your mouse, you actually flicking through the shot itself. So there's golden hour. That's probably not right for this shot. Faux silk. That's quite interesting. I've only got these recently, so I'm just having a little play. Platinum mist. Moon dust. All right, let's go with this moon dust one. So I can right click and say apply to the current node, or just drag and drop it on. I'm in version 19, by the way, as I said earlier, so I'm not sure what I can't upgrade to version 20 because I'm in the middle of jobs. I'm constantly in the middle of jobs. I have got version 20 on my laptop next to me, so I am on top of it. Right, so we've got the look on. That's a bit strong. So what do? There's no controls in here. I can't do anything. The secret to this is go down here and select this one here. This is the key, and it's key output gain. By reducing that, we reduce the strength of that look. And if we go down to 0, we've effectively taken it off. And you can do this with any node. So if you want to reduce contrast or anything, you can do that using key output. Really cool. So if you're doing curves, complex curves, and you want to just reduce it a bit, don't go picking at the curve, just reduce its overall output. So that looks great. I'm going to switch it on and off. And we're good. That's really good. So that's kind of the look part of it. What else did I want to cover? Common mistakes.
Hey, Darren, man, we're going to cut you off.
Okay.
Sorry. We got a lot of questions. People are really excited.
Basically, doing all your corrections on one node, big mistake. Using too many nodes, big mistake. Just keep it simple. And basically overdoing it. Everyone just whacks it up to 11. You don't need to do that. You've seen how subtle I've been. Common mistakes. There you go.
All right.
Do I stop sharing? Do I stop sharing now?
Yeah, we're good. We're gonna move on to the Q&A stuff. We got a bunch of questions.
I thought you might.
I'm gonna hit you pretty rapid fire here. Are you ready?
Okay. How do I actually see? Oh, there you go. Right, I can see your beautiful face now.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, so first question here is from Tyler Seaman. Darren, do you have any tips on basic framework of how someone should learn about ACEs if they're interested in trying an ACEs workflow?
It's exactly the same as working in DaVinci Wide Gamut. So there's no, you're just working in a different color model. So I think first of all, just get used to the fact it's not, if you could do it in CSTs, I suppose. I was trying not to mention the CST word. Just get used to the fact the tools behave slightly differently. You get a different starting point, okay? And it just behaves very slightly different, but it's absolutely no different. The tools, the techniques and everything I've just shown you apply to ACEs workflow as well. In fact, I have got a video on Resolve versus ACEs. It shows you those little subtle differences between the two. But really, these fundamentals are the real building block for being successful. Yeah, successful in the color page, I would say.
Awesome. Okay. Next question. Aspie Travel says, Darren, when is the right time to use LUTs in the color page? Follow up to that. Not everyone can go to the have the expensive Apple color calibrated monitors. Is there a PC monitor or a TV screen that's better? Can you recommend a 4K calibrated screen that doesn't have Apple prices?
Wow. Okay. Is that 3 questions or 1? So it's
Pick them and answer them in whatever order you see.
The LUT part of it. If you mean where should that be in your no tree. It depends on what the LUT's doing. If it's a so I would generally have my LUT at the end. Okay, even if it's a technical LUT, that needs to go at the end. You want your display going from, you could have an ARRI to 709 LUT, for example. That's a technical LUT, not a creative LUT. So the one I've just used from Frenchie is a creative LUT. You can have combined LUTs that do technical and creative, but you want it at the end of your pipeline. You want to be going to that 709 as late as possible in the stream, and that's what the advanced color management's doing here. In terms of choosing a monitor, I mean, I get asked this a lot. I mean, I'm not B&H. I don't have a plethora of monitors that I can test out and try. I do recommend, what I recommend is get the best one you can afford. Okay, you know, I didn't go out and buy a Flanders Scientific when I started out 17 years ago. Okay, I've built, I mean, you've all seen my studio on YouTube. I think I've not gone out with a checkbook and bought all this stuff. This is accumulated over, I've had the panel 12 years, 13 years even. So I had a not as good a monitor as this to start with, and I've just built it up over time. My client monitor is a Panasonic GZ2000. The LG ones, if you want to look at a regular kind of display, the LG C series or the G series, someone might correct me in the chat. They're very good. They're calibratable. Anything you can get calibrated is even better. Just get the best you can afford. But my main thing is if you can get an I/O box to come out of Resolve to that monitor, you're bypassing the whole operating system. And this is going to really help as well. I think they're $100, $199 for the cheap one. You don't need the Ultra Studio.
Right.
Just some kind of output to a monitor is going to really help. It's not critical, but it does help.
Great.
I hope that answers most of it.
Jason Parker asks, why do you say the saturation dial in HDR color wheels creates a, quote, more pleasing appearance than the saturation dial in the basic color wheels?
You can see how it's doing it. The saturation dial in the primaries is just adding saturation to everything. In the HDR, it's more photometrically correct. Okay, so it's a bit more subtle in how it's doing it. I have to wind it up quite a bit to get some saturation in. The one in the primary, you just touch it and you're at 11 already, which was one of my things. I'm talking about common mistakes that people make when they're starting. So you can see if you bring up a vector scope and adjust this, just get a test chart or a color chart or something, and increase saturation in one, save it, and increase the same amount of saturation on the other one, you'll see the differences. It handles things that are already saturated and not going to get oversaturated straight away.
Okay. Snowlick asks, in which case is it better to use the luminance wheel versus the regular color wheels?
The Lumix wheel. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
In which case is it better to use the luminance wheel versus the regular color wheels?
What's the Lumix wheel?
That's a great question.
Are you talking about Lumix?
No. Copy and paste it. Figured you guys would know.
Unless I'm being really dumb here, I don't know what a luminance wheel is.
That's all right. We'll move on.
Okay. If you get clarification on that, I'll happily.
Sure. Joey Morelli asked, Darren swapped 2 shots in the edit timeline earlier with a shortcut. How did he do that?
It's Shift Command and then use the left or right arrow, depending which way you want to go.
Great. Paul Querum asks, how do you determine the best place to adjust the balance? That is using gain versus gamma versus offset.
Gain versus gamma versus offset. So to do your balance, well, balance, I'm looking at all 4 of those wheels. If not the HDR wheel as well. It's got a global offset, which behaves in a slightly different way than the offset in the primary wheels as well. It's a question about how do I determine which one to use? I'm looking at my scopes for a start. So I'm looking at what needs working on. I'm trying to get it balanced, and then first thing I'm checking out is skin tone. Okay, I don't want to balance a shot for like I did in that kitchen scene and making sure if the skin tones then look green, I've not balanced it very well. So I'm looking at my vector scope, and I'm looking at my RGB parade, for example. I have other tools that I can use that help me do skin checking. I didn't go into them in this because it's a little bit more advanced, but I've got a tool that I use from Mononodes, which is called Balance. you just press it on and your face goes bright yellow if it's set correctly. It goes green if it's too green. It goes red if it's too. I've got a video on it somewhere as well. That's a really good one when you're starting out. But you need the full version Studio to run that. It's a DCTL. I was trying not to use any of these little acronyms. I don't know. It's just I guess it's experience. I try not to touch the gamma wheel as much as I can. So I'm concentrating on gain and offset really, and then my shadow work I'll do in the lift. Okay, I kind of go and curves maybe. I do my shadow work in quite a bit more detail than that, but it's a little bit more advanced than this session's kind of tailored for.
Sure. Paul Cooper asks, is there a way to know the color space of footage when you don't know what camera it came from?
Yeah, no, I did mention that. There's you can look at the file. Sometimes we'll give you the information. So if it's like C006, you know it's probably come from a Canon. So if you know file structures, that can be done. If you go on to Reddit or just Google it or ChatGPT it will give you examples of file names. So that's sometimes a little clue. The other way is, like I said, I normally, if I really don't know, I'd start with ARRI, just see what that looks like, because it's a really great color space to work in. I would then try Sony S-Log3, the big and the Canon, the big three really. If not, stick it into Rec 709 and just grade it like we always used to before we had color management. So bring up some contrast, add some saturation. You're not damaging the image. You're just not getting it to the right starting point that the camera manufacturer intended. Doesn't mean it's going to grade wrong. That's how I graded for years before we had color management.
Right.
Okay. All right. So yeah, there's no brilliant solution as to working out why. Just speak to the producer and find out.
Okay. Bald the Gaming one asks, what would be the best approach to start a career in editing? I do it as a hobby now, just putting vids on YouTube, but I want to do it as a job. Do you have any tips?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm 57 now, so I think
how much time do you got?
The job market is kind of there'll be a job going there soon. It's I mean, now it's very different. I think you've got so much more opportunity now. There's so many channels out there now, even just YouTube channels, independent little channels. When I started out doing this, there was a handful of channels to work for.
Sure.
But you could be working for as a local videographer, getting in with local businesses. It's really easy to do. Check out Instagram, look in your local area, approach them, offer to do some editing for them just to show that you can do it. And then you've got an example what you can use to show. That would be a great way to start. Offer to edit someone's YouTube channel, for example. That's another way of doing it. That'll teach you whether you can actually edit quick or not, I'll tell you. Yeah. And obviously, film school is still viable. I think there's a lot of information out there. Definitely follow Mr. Alex Tech. He's got a ton of editing tips. But in terms of getting your foot in the ladder, it's offering to help out. You've got to just get your foot in the door. Try not to work for free. I mean, just ask for some reward, even if that means you can get a bit of footage and you can use it on your reels and stuff like that. But I think that no one should give you everything for free. Get your first couple of jobs, maybe. Shadowing people is obviously a great opportunity. I can't even remember how I started getting into it. I got into it because I was very early in when nonlinear editing came around. So I was actually one of the only ones who knew how to use the kit. So I was quite a good head start, but that was 30 odd years ago, maybe more than that. So hopefully that's a bit of good advice. The same with color grading as well. Offer to color grade people's work. Short films is a brilliant way of getting in as an editor or a colorist, but always with the caveat, if they're not going to pay you, that you can use the footage or you can expose it on your own channels. Instagram, if you're starting out color grading, Instagram, I feel that every color should have an Instagram account at least. Just that's how you see my work. So my Instagram stories is me messing about and promoting things. Sure. My Instagram page is snapshots of my actual work.
Great tips, man.
Right.
Okay. Last question from Mike B Design says, I have a color monitor and run it alongside my MacBook Pro. The Asus is far more saturated. Should I rely on the Asus is right, even though the audience may watch on an Apple device?
Okay, this is tinting towards shifting colors, I think. But is your Asus calibrated? If it is, I would be trusting that. So has he specified whether it's actually, he or she, has he specified whether it's actually calibrated?
Not in the question.
if it's calibrated monitor, I would be trusting the Asus. I mean, I don't look at my Mac when I'm grading. I mean, I obviously graded on my Mac for this session, but I'm just looking at my monitor because I know the saturation on it's correct. I don't care what my Mac monitor is showing me. So in terms of the classic color shift issue, it's the biggest talked about issue on the internet. I think there's more threads on that than there are about anything else in DaVinci Resolve. Yeah. There's tons of information out there on it. There's lots of differing information. People are just saying working Rec 709A, that is a very specific thing, and I don't actually agree with that. It's about how you tag your images to make them look the same. But if your output monitor and your Mac monitor are different, I would be trusting probably the output monitor if it's an Asus. The gamma shift thing, go on the Facebook groups, have a look at threads. There's tons of stuff on it. We'd be here for another hour if I start going down that road. But it's there's a lot of misinformation out there about that.
Right. Okay. Well, I think that's everything. Thank you, Darren, so much for the wonderful.
Thanks for having me. Yeah,
Pleasure having you.
I'm going to be going home and watching the rest of them now. So,
all right.
Team 2 films.
Guys, give it up for Darren. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone.
Well done, sir. And now we're going to move on to our winners for this presentation's giveaway. You guys, again, if you haven't registered, there's a link in the description to get registered there so you can win some of this cool stuff. The Split Tone Pro DCTL pack from Pixel Tools. Congratulations to Leonard Levy. The Prime Grade DCTL tool from Pixel Tools. Hans Hadler, congratulations. The winner of the $100 Motion VFX store credit, Akant, and the Resolve Studio, Wesley Aza, congratulations. The winner of the Micro Color Panel, congratulations to John Dawson. You guys, if you have won anything during the entire day here or tomorrow, expect an email here by the end of the day, and we will make sure to get you that information, because we need a little bit of information to pass along to the sponsors who will be fulfilling these orders. So congratulations to the winners. Make sure you're registered so you can, if you didn't win anything this time, you can win something next time. Also, reminder, guys, VIP tickets. If you think what you're seeing is cool now, wait till you see the VIP content. It's incredible. You do not want to miss this opportunity to get some incredible one-on-one time with our presenters here. And and if you're looking for some, selfishly, we think is the best Resolve education here on the internet, go to groundcontrol.film, because this weekend you can get 25% off all of our courses here by using coupon code RC25GC. So we're going to be taking a quick break here. Up next, guys, Team 2 Films is going to be talking about awesome YouTube content workflow. We're going to take a quick break. While we're gone, get yourself a VIP ticket, and we'll see you here shortly.
Do you want to save time while editing? Whip Templates helps you do just that. The Editor Collection is a pack of 20 time-saving utility tools letting you zoom, animate, highlight, mark, and so much more. The best part, all of this is drag and drop and animates without keyframes thanks to the powerful Anim engine. Want some text? Great! Check out the Editor Titles Pack, which contains 270 highly customizable titles covering many styles. Want to call attention to someone? That's easy with an edit page tracker. How about a countdown for an event or a sponsored segment? Editor Titles has a fully custom timer framework giving you advanced animations and timer controls. And all of the titles are customizable with the Anim engine, so you never need to worry about keyframes. With hundreds of video editors saving hours with my tools, you don't want to miss the 15% off during ResolveCon. To learn more about these packs, check out my website, whiptemplates.com, and enjoy the rest of ResolveCon.
Hello. Welcome back. Welcome back to ResolveCon 2025. Man, wasn't that great? Please give it up for Darren, man. That was such a great presentation, and we love that. So much wisdom being dropped. I want to thank our sponsors again. We want to make sure that we keep thanking them because they're amazing. Blackmagic Design, DV Resolve, Motion VFX, Whip Templates, and Pixel Tools. You guys are amazing. Thank you for making this event possible. Couldn't do without you. Thank you. Also, reminder, if you haven't checked it out, groundcontrol.film. We have courses on DaVinci Resolve and Fusion, and we're giving away courses for 25% less over this weekend. So very excited for that. Make sure to go check that out. That ends Monday, so get in there first. All right. Also, if you haven't registered for giveaways, make sure that you do that. All you have to do is click the link in the description, and we're going to be getting some great giveaway. Wow, I can't talk. All right. We're going to be giving away some amazing things after every presentation here today and tomorrow. And all you have to do is make sure you're registered and be here to be all excited about it and get some cool stuff. All right. So exciting. So our next presenter, I respect the heck out of these guys. Let's bring them on because I want to just say hi here. Hi, Team 2 Films. How are you guys doing?
Hey, Casey.
Hi. It's good to see you guys. I got to turn on my audio. There we go. Okay. Yeah,
Can you
I'm
hear
so
us?
glad to have you guys on here.
Thank
Good
you
to
so much
see
for having us. Hey, we love the pizza.
Hey,
but
thanks.
where's our pizza?
Well, it's in the mail. Well, guys, if you don't know Team 2 Films, man, every time I see a video from you guys, I'm just like, dang, that is just an insanely good video. You guys are really giving out a lot of of value, and I'm really excited to see what you have here. And I would try not to overhype you, but I don't think I can. So
Oh.
so what's going to be talking about today?
And what did you say? We missed that last bit.
What are you guys going to be talking about today?
We're going to be talking about amazing YouTube workflows, right, Leon?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've prepared some stuff all about how you can get more efficient and effective with making your YouTube videos.
Wonderful. Well, you guys are definitely the ones to share that. So I'm really excited. I'll let you go. Thank you for being here. And yeah, we'll see you in a little while.
Casey, thank you.
Thank you. And a big thank you to Casey and to all of the team behind this that's made ResolveCon possible. Thank you so much. And it's great to have all of you here. So in this session, we're going to share workflow tips for creating awesome YouTube videos. But in reality, these principles that we're going to share, they're applicable to quite a wide range of content. And that's because no matter what you're creating, your goal is typically to create the highest possible quality content that you can, but to do so, and here's the key, efficiently and effectively.
So with that being said, Leon's going to take you through our typical YouTube workflow, which I don't think we've done anything on this before, so this is pretty cool. This presentation is split into 10 sections from production to delivery. Editing, color grading, sound mixing, everything that happens in post actually begins in production. The way you film has a direct impact on the way you edit. We're not going to spend long discussing production, but there's two really important things we consider: equipment and style.
So the first thing, equipment, a little bit of information for you. Currently, we film all our YouTube videos on a Blackmagic Pixis 6K. We shoot in 6K because we target UHD delivery. So 6K gives us the ability to zoom in post without losing resolution or detail. But an even more important facet of a camera, beyond the image that it produces, and particularly when it comes to efficient workflows, is the camera's audio capabilities. So this camera does have an XLR input that can supply phantom power. So that means that when we do videos where we use XLR microphones like this one above, we're able to record directly into camera. And that obviously removes one of the steps in post-production. When we're not recording audio directly into camera, the camera has another feature that's useful. It has a dedicated timecode input. So that means you can record timecode to the camera, not as LTC audio timecode, but as metadata that's embedded directly into the video. So The devices we use to do that, we use these devices from Tentacle. This one gets attached to the camera. This guy's actually an audio recorder as well. So when we do our lavalier-based stuff, and we use the Sennheiser MKE2 for that, we record it directly into this guy right here.
And I have to say, these are one of my favorite pieces of hardware. Leon is the equipment guy in this relationship, but I love these, not just because how easy it makes it in production, but when I'm working with footage in post, it just makes it that much easier. I love them. Can't praise them enough.
So the other big facet of production that has an impact on your post-production workflows is the style of the video that you create. So you can create scripted content and you can create unscripted content. The cool thing with scripted, we tend to do most of our scripted. One of the most time-consuming parts of making a video is all of the creative decisions that you have to make. So when you script your videos, you get to make all of those creative decisions with a pen and paper or in a Word document, rather than them having take up time from the production or the post-production process.
But we also know that the unscripted stuff is great as well. It's often the off-the-cuff comments that can make some of the best videos. But there's still things you can do to be organized if you're working unscripted. For example, you'll likely have an outline of topics you want to discuss. Even if it's just in your head, maybe you have written it down. Either way, stopping and starting the camera in between those topics, it will make your footage easier to navigate in post.
So enough about equipment. We're going to get the screen share going, and we're going to jump into Resolve, and we're going to demonstrate some elements of our workflow. For this, we're using a project that we've previously released about speed ramping, so you might recognize some of the media. So let's start by making a project, and I'm going to call it Speed Ramps. Now, when we work on a larger project, we typically organize our media into folders based on the day of production, and then within that, subfolders that represent each card or reel that you take off of the camera. But the reality is with a YouTube video, usually filmed in one day, and your entire media might have just come off the camera on one single memory card. So that level of organization would create unnecessary friction on a short project like this. So my media is very simply organized. But just one quick tip for you. When you bring it into Resolve, if you drop it directly into the media pool, Resolve will empty out the contents of those folders into a single bin like this. So let me undo that. And instead of dragging it into the main part of the media pool, if you drop it into the directory tree on the left, what it does is it replicates the folder structure that you've already set up in Finder or Explorer. It replicates that as bins within Resolve. In this project, the audio was recorded separately. If I give you a little bit of playback, hopefully you can all hear this. Oh, this is going to sound really quiet, but that's the scratch microphone on the camera, which is halfway across the room. This is the audio that's come off of the Tentacle, and you'll hear that, hopefully. Can we hear that?
We can't.
Well, I thought I practiced this. Okay. Let's just use our imagination.
We can believe you by the difference with the audio waveform there. So maybe we can fix it next time.
So that sounds much better. I really thought I'd sorted that. Right. So that audio sounds much better. Trust me on that. To synchronize the two, it's really simple. We can just select all of the clips in the bin, go to Audio Sync, Auto Sync Audio. And this dialog here, at the moment, it's set to timecode. Now, that is the option that we want. Just to explore very briefly some of the other options here. Waveform will listen to the scratch audio that's on the camera and then compare that with your other audio, and it will try to synchronize it that way. But new for version 20, this might seem like a simple feature, but in and out points didn't exist in this menu previously. So if you don't have sound on the camera, and all you have to go by is the visual, well, you can set an in point where the slate comes together on the camera, and you can set an in point where the slate comes together in the audio, and that will actually marry up the two as well. So it's great to see that. So we'll do it by timecode. And because I can't play the audio, let me just go to the inspector, and you'll see here that now that channel says blue. That's a piece of metadata that it's taken from the audio recorded on the Tentacle track E. So the two are married. So now we're going to talk about editing dialogue. Dialogue drives most factual content, and these YouTube videos that we're creating, they're factual content. That's why dialogue is generally the first thing that we put into the timeline, because dialogue drives all of the timings in the video. This recording of Natalie, it's not a clean recording. It's got all of her mistakes and all of the retakes that she performed in there. So our first job is to neaten up that recording, get rid of all the junk from it so that we've just got a clean read through of the script. Something that we're going to do just before we start doing this, I don't know if you knew this, but you know when you select clips in the timeline, well, you can adjust their properties in the inspector. You can also do that with clips in the media pool. You can adjust their properties in the inspector. And because most audio recordings, they're typically recorded a little bit quieter than they need to be. So we leave overhead in case anyone makes a loud, excitable sound, where we can capture that without it clipping. But because of that, it's common to have to put gain on even a well-recorded audio clip. If I do it now, while the clip's in the media pool, I'm going to add 16 decibels of gain. That's what typically works for our recordings. If I do it now, then instead of doing it later, once I've chopped the clip up into 100 different clips as I've edited the timeline, it's easy for me to do it now because I can do it in one place than later on when I'd have to do it in lots of different places. So we're ready to start playing with the dialogue. And we're going to very briefly demonstrate 3 different methods for editing your YouTube, your short form videos. The first method is going to be the manual method. I'm going to create a timeline, but because I'm a tidy boy, I'm going to create a bin for it first. There's my timeline. Let's go back to that PTC bin, and we're going to drag the first clip into the timeline in its entirety. Let's expand that track so we can see the waveform. And because this is mono dialogue, let's change that track to mono. But let's just zoom in a little bit. That's a nice level of zoom. Well, the great thing about editing in the timeline is you get a really clear view of the waveform. And there's a lot of work we can do before we've even listened to the dialogue. So for example, I can see that there's silence at the beginning. When you're working manually in the timeline, here's 3 different ways that you can work with your footage. Number 1, using the mouse and keyboard. And I've got an overhead view of my desk here, kind of like when you watch a gamer online and they show you a feed of their mouse and their keyboard, so you can tell they're not hacking or cheating. So there we go. All right, so hopefully we'll be able to get that on screen with the screen share as well at the same time. So you know how to edit with a mouse. Editing with a mouse is great. And a lot of people nowadays, actually, they can edit with a mouse quicker than they can with a keyboard. But let's put the mouse to one side. We'll talk about editing with the keyboard. So I've got J, K, and L. Those are my playback controls. And you know what? Let's call this a plus. It's kind of good that you can't hear the playback audio because it will just compete with me talking. So we're going to call that a plus. And I want to take off this silent section at the beginning. So I can blade, I can push Command B, and I've got selection follows playhead turned on. If I want to delete that first portion of the timeline, if I push backspace, it leaves a gap in the timeline. Let's undo that. Let's select it again. Instead of backspace, if I push delete, that ripples the timeline. So we're always looking for ways that we can go from 2 operations to 1 operation, 3 operations to 1 operation. Moving on in the timeline.
Hey, Leon, Casey here. Hey, buddy. Just to let you know, we can hear that audio now, I believe. Is that true?
Oh, excellent. Excellent.
Yeah, we can hear it now. So, okay, thanks.
Wonderful. Right.
Data footage.
So here, you're going to hear a loud cough. So obviously we need to remove that. So here's my goal. I'm going to see if I can do that using nothing but the keyboard. I'm going to see if I can do that as efficiently as possible. So we'll position the playhead, Command B to make a cut, and I'll play forward through the cough. And then here's where I want to make my second cut. Now, if I did that Command B and then pushed delete, I've had to use 2 hotkeys for that operation. Here's a hotkey that you might not have used before, but there's a hotkey for trimming the current clip under the playhead for trimming either the beginning or the end to the playhead's location. And on my keyboard, it's going to be Shift square bracket left to trim the beginning of the clip. But we're back in that same place again where it's left a gap in the timeline. Let me undo that. If you hold down on Command Shift square bracket left, that trims off the beginning of the clip and it ripples the gap that we left in the time being. So using Command B and JK and L and that Command Shift square left bracket and square right bracket, you could make your way through this timeline doing your cleanup. So we're going to show you one more way of editing manually. And for that, let's take my keyboard out of shot. And I'm going to bring in this nifty, handy dandy speed editor. Do you guys have a speed editor? Do you like it? Well, what I love about this is that with the search dial, if I turn it at a constant speed, I can actually comprehend and understand the dialogue as I'm going through. And I can go at any speed I want without having to stab L a couple of times. I just turn the wheel faster. Let's do a quick edit with this. A little further in the video right here, there's a big silence section here. And there's also a bit where Natalie does a retake.
This video By the way, this video.
Okay, there's the retake. So there's all sorts of amazing things you can do with the speed editor. I'm just going to draw your attention to two keys, and that is split and ripple delete. And I can have my right hand on the search wheel, two fingers on split and ripple delete, and I've even got my thumb sitting on playback if I just want to do normal playback. So I can say split, scrub forward, split again, and hit ripple delete. And then I can go through my timeline, you know, doing that as often as I want. Take out a little gap there. Like, look at what a beautiful, intuitive way of working that is. So we're just touching on these topics. That's not an in-depth lesson in the speed editor. What I'm going to do now is I'm just going to hit transcription because that takes a while. And Natalie's going to tell us something, I think.
I'm just going to say thanks for showing us the 3 different manual techniques, because everyone has different circumstances and different preferences. So it's great that there's options for everyone. Use the mouse and keyboard, only the hotkeys with the keyboard, or hey, get a speed editor. And it's great to see how useful and swift it is and ergonomic using the speed editor. So we're going to move on from the manual editing on the timeline to using transcription. So tell us a little bit about that whilst it's transcribing, Leon.
Very cool. So transcription, it's one of the AI features that's built into Resolve. Don't forget, this AI functionality is not sending footage to a remote server to be processed. This is all happening on device. And just a little bit of information about the hardware I'm using today. So I'm using an M4 Mac Mini, and I'm using the base spec. So this is just the $600 computer that I'm doing everything on today. So this is a 10-minute clip. It's taken about a minute to transcribe on this computer. With transcription, I'm sure you've seen it before, that now they've introduced the ability for you to edit the text transcripts directly in Resolve. So you can speed read generally quicker than you can preview media in the timeline. So that's possibly for some people a quicker way of editing their dialogue, and you just delete the portions that you don't want and then select everything and throw it into the timeline. Just like this. So there's that double take that Natalie did. We can also go triple dot, remove silent portions. I'll just make a few random edits there. Delete everything in the timeline. Select just this portion and hit insert. The timings with this are rough. So don't forget, it's something that you still need to go through and do a fine pass on. But another really cool feature that transcription enables is IntelliScript. Because in this instance, our content was scripted, well, we've got a Word document with the exact dialogue that we want to see in our final edit. So I can right-click on the clip in the media pool, go to AI Tools, create new timeline using IntelliScript. There's my script. Hit open, and it has edited that clip according to the script. Those gray clips that are on the second and third line, they're disabled currently, but those are alternate takes of particular lines within the script.
Yeah, I've been loving using this tool. It's incredibly powerful, and it's also very useful to consider that if your shoot was less structured, this tool is going to assemble it in the correct order for you. So even if you went off piece and didn't record your dialogue in chronological order, and just like transcription, it does still require a human touch to do some manual editing. So it gets you to a great starting point. So
Awesome.
now that we've looked at IntelliScript and transcription, we're going to move on to section 5, screen capture. For us, screen capture is the most important part of our Resolve tutorials. Of all the sections we're covering here today, though, this is probably the most niche, as screen capture might not be a part of your videos. However, there should still be some useful tips here for you.
So first, we'll talk about how we acquire our screen capture. There are lots of great software solutions for doing it, like QuickTime or OBS. That works well on both Mac and on Windows. Those software solutions typically record the screen capture as H.264 or H.265. That's not necessarily an issue because that can deliver an incredible amount of quality. But we actually, for our videos, we record our screen capture on an external device. And one of the reasons, two of the reasons is that number one, it doesn't impact system performance. So for example, when we're trying to demonstrate how quickly Resolve can do something, well, if we're screen recording at the same time, that is going to have an impact on the resources that are available for DaVinci Resolve to use. One of the other things is that it enables us really easily to record our screen capture as ProRes. So we just get a little bit more quality out of that. One of the other things that we do with our screen capture is we record audio. I'm not talking about the output from DaVinci Resolve. I'm talking about the noise that the keyboard and the mouse makes as you use it. And there's two reasons. The first reason for that is that it hopefully, we hope, it makes the screen recordings a little bit more intuitive for people to follow along with, because there's an audible cue when we do something with the mouse or the keyboard, rather than having to look out for the subtle way that the cursor changes or the button changes when you click. The second reason will become more apparent in a moment, but we actually used to do our keyboard or mouse sound with a microphone on the desk. But nowadays, we've switched to using software to do that. So we use a program called Keybell, and hopefully, I don't know if that's coming across, but hopefully, basically, what that does is that sends clicks and typing sounds out through the computer's interface when we click.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that we're not miking the desk anymore, because you had to be really quiet while doing the screen cap. But using the software mouse clicks, it makes it easier to record the screen cap and shoot dialogue simultaneously. So that's been a good new addition.
Here's our screen recordings. They're in this folder here. First thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to go into the inspector and reconfigure the audio tracks, because I left this thing recording 4 channels of audio, and we only need 1 in this instance because we just want the clicks coming off of the computer. So now that's reconfigured. Let's delete these alternate takes in the timeline and throw this in. So first of all, the second awesome thing about recording clicks is that just like when you edit interviews, you can read so much about the clip from looking at the waveform. Well, check this out. We can see the cadence of the screen recording simply by looking at the clicks or the typing within the waveform. So when we edit our screen recordings, there's 2 things typically that we're doing. Number 1, we're cutting boring sections out. Number 2, we're slowing down interesting sections where we move too fast, and we want people to have a moment to clock what's going on. And we're doing all of that in combination with syncing it up with the dialogue in the edit. So very quickly, look, here you can see that's the first time I do anything. So let's mute the sound because we don't need to hear the audio scrubbing anymore. And then we watch a bit of playback. And then here, after I've stopped the playback, you can see that there's a giant section here where nothing happens. So let's scrub forward until the mouse starts to move again. And we can remove that section of the screen recording. And now it just flows a little bit nicer for everyone who's watching. So on the other hand, one of the other things that we do is we put pauses in where we've moved too quickly. So I can see here and here there's stuff happening quite rapidly in the timeline. Let's use this example. So in this instance, we open the menu and we go straight to add speed point. Well, that might not match the dialogue. That might not be enough of a pause. Let's close the media pool, just so we've got a little bit more room. Let's add a pause here. Now, if you go up to keyboard customization in DaVinci Resolve and we search for freeze frame, there is a hotkey here for adding freeze frames. Shift R. So when I apply this to the clip, what it does is it turns the entire clip into a freeze frame based on the location where I had the playhead. That's not what I want. I'm going to place a cut between those two clicks, extend the first clip, select it, head into the video tab of the inspector, find speed change, and this button here behaves very uniquely. So when I click on it, it blades the clip where the playhead is, and then it puts the freeze frame after the playhead. And I love these minor dot releases. You know, one of the features I'd really love to see is that button have an assignable hotkey. I believe, Nat, is this correct that there is actually a freeze frame button on the editor keyboard?
Yeah, I was just going to say it's worth noting it's not on the speed editor, but on the editor keyboard, there is a freeze frame button and it performs the same way when you use the tool in Inspector.
So hopefully we can have a hotkey, if not just by an editor keyboard.
There you go.
So what's really cool is it's really nice and intuitive to work with this in the timeline. It's very easy to time this to the dialogue now and then have the recording resume where it needs to resume. One of the other things sometimes as well is we might change the speed of particular sections so that they run a little bit quicker. My mouse move, Nat's mouse move might have been particularly slow. But there is just a little bit of an insight on how we do screen recordings. So now we're going to move into talking about color. So this is section number 6. Let's head to the color page. Well, first of all, at the moment, the clip view is showing me all of the clips in the timeline, including the screen recording. That's easy to fix by clicking on the V2 and V3 track headers. And now I see just Natalie. These clips are recorded in the camera's native color space, which is Blackmagic Film Gen 5. We could color manage them using CSTs with LUTs. For a quick turnaround project like this, really easy way to do this is by heading to project settings and turning on, you guessed it, color management. Typically, we use a custom setup with something like DaVinci Wide Gamut as our intermediate color space, but for now, I'm just going to use the standard SDR preset. Instantly, all of these shots are now properly normalized into the correct color space. All of these clips share a common ancestor, a common clip in the media pool. But now that I've cut them up, if I grade one of them, it doesn't affect the others. I need to grade them all individually. Or do I? In this instance, because all of the clips share the same source media, we can use a really cool feature called Remote Grades. Right-click on any of the clips in the timeline and go to Use Remote Grades. I've got clip 1 selected, but you can see that there is a pink icon underneath every other clip in the timeline. That indicates that those clips will be affected by the grade that I apply to clip 1. So look, if I go, whoop, you can see that all of the clips are affected.
Well, that's excellent, Leon, when you're just working with one video clip, but I believe we have another one in the media pool. It's not on the timeline yet, but if you have more than one, what should you do then?
Very good spot. So let's just reset that grade, and I'm also just going to switch this back into local grades so as not to cause any confusion, and go back to the edit page. And Nat's absolutely right. This video was actually performed with 2 takes. So let me pop the other take in the timeline. Remote grades would not affect that clip because it didn't share the same source clip in the media pool. In this instance, I'm going to use a feature called Group Grades. I'll select all of the clips, right-click, and go to Add into New Group. I'm simply going to call this group PTC. And now, when I select clip 1, there is an icon underneath all of the other clips. It's not that pink icon, it's now a green link icon. And this indicates that all of these clips share the same group. Don't forget, when applying group grades, the grade cannot be applied in the clip node tree. It needs to be applied in either the group pre-clip or group post-clip node tree. So now I'm back to that position again. Look at me. I'm an awesome colorist. Now they're all affected by the same clip, by the same grade. Let's actually just take the grading a little bit more seriously. Not super seriously. There's plenty of other trainers here that are going to do a wonderful job of teaching about color grading. Let's just add a little bit more contrast, add a little bit of coolness to the clip, and I'll pop another node in, and I'm going to just make a little bit of a vignette to draw focus in on the image. There you go. Look at that, Mum. I'm a colorist. So typically, YouTube workflows or this kind of quick turnaround short form content, you're filming in the same location with the same equipment, with the same lights. Well, you should be able to, if your setup doesn't change, reuse the same grade from video to video. We all know that if you right click on the viewer and go to grab still, that will pop a copy of that color grade and a little reference shot of it in your gallery. But that still is only accessible in the current project that you're working on. Well, we want to be able to access it in other projects. It's really simple. Take the grade, drag it into the power grade folder. And once it's in the power grade folder, it is now accessible from any other project that's in the same library as the one that you're working on.
Okay, so you said that it's available in only the same projects, in all the projects in the one library. So if you have more than one library, or if you want to collaborate with editors working in another library, you can export the power grade as a DRX, and then they can import it into their library. So you can share the power grades out.
Spot on. So, hey, not a color grading tutorial, but just a couple of tips for helping you to work effectively with your short form content. We're now going to head back to the edit page very briefly. I'm just going to import the finished copy of this project. I've got a DRT. I'll just drag it in. So here is what this project looks like finished. Let me just slim those tracks down, and I will just disable the subtitles so we don't see them. Right, so there's what the finished project looks like, give or take. We're going to talk briefly about audio. Do you know what, though? I'm going to go back to...
You jumped the gun.
Yeah, I did. I jumped the gun. Let's go back to my less finished project. Let's jump into the audio timeline. Let's just talk briefly about some things that you can do to make your audio work more efficient and effective. We absolutely love voice isolation, so that typically gets turned on with everything that we record. I want to spend just a moment exploring the dynamics controls. So I'm opening up the dynamics controls for track 1, which is where my audio is. And in here, I'm going to do 4 things. I just want to hasten to add that there are lots of wonderful audio YouTube trainers. Go watch their videos if you want to learn in depth what a compressor, what a gate does, what a limiter does. This is just going to be a whistle-stop tour. The compressor is great because it attenuates loud sounds in your recording. You don't want people's ears to be blown when you get excited and for them to struggle to hear what you're saying when you talk softer. So the compressor allows you to lower the dynamic range, and it does that not by raising the quiet portions of the recording. It does it by attenuating the loud portions. I love this visualizer that you get in here. So the threshold configures where that compressor starts working. So anything above -20 dB will be attenuated. The ratio controls how much those sounds get lowered, and attack, hold, and release allow you to affect the speed at which the compressor engages and disengages. So why is this cool? Because it saves you from having to go through and manually keyframe the volume in your video. This is saving you time and increasing the quality of what you do. The next thing that we're going to turn on is the gate. The gate lowers the volume of your signal when you stop talking. So if you don't have the studio version of Resolve and you don't have voice isolation, the gate's actually a really powerful tool to learn how to use, because you generally can't hear the noise in a recording while someone's talking. But when they stop talking, that's when you become aware of all of the buzz in the room. Another thing that the gate does is the gate helps us to dynamically, automatically edit out all of those noises that you make in between talking. So the smacking sounds you make with your mouth, or the big breath that you draw in before you start talking. So you want to set the gate, the threshold, you want to set it so that it's quieter than when you talk, but the threshold is louder than those smacking sounds and breathing sounds that you make. So maybe I'm going to configure mine somewhere around -40. That will increase the range so it completely turns off sounds that go below that volume. And I typically like to apply some hold. And what that does is it stops it from cutting off the ends of my words. Next thing that we're going to turn on is the limiter.
And you might think, why do we need a limiter when we've already applied a compressor? But compressors don't respond instantly. Remember, Leon made settings for the attack, the hold, and release. That means a really quick and sudden loud noise could get passed through the compressor. That's why we add the limiter, so it can catch anything that might escape the compressor.
So I'm going to set the threshold to somewhere just above where the compressor was operating. And then the final thing that I'm going to do is, because the compressor and the limiter have all attenuated the recording, made it quieter, we actually need to add makeup or gain back to the signal so it comes through at a moderate volume. So I'm going to set that at 7 dB. In this instance, that's effectively making my limiter kill the signal at -1 dB. Now, maybe that was fairly advanced, some of the audio things that we quickly touched on, but the point that we're making with this is that all of this work that I've done in here has prevented us from having to manually keyframe audio in the edit page. This is helping us to deliver a higher quality product and to do it more efficiently. So now is the bit where I load in the completed timeline, which you definitely didn't see me do earlier. So here it is. I want to talk briefly about graphics. So we're on to section 8, talking about graphics. I think Patrick Sterling, he has a session scheduled that sounds really exciting. And there's other Fusion presenters as well. But particularly this one from Patrick, I'm picking it out because I think he's talking, about creating Fusion templates and Fusion effects that you can reuse. Someone is. If it's not Patrick, I apologize. But all of the branded graphics that we put in our videos, they're all created as Fusion templates. And here's an example. So this is our swipe that we use to go between different sections in the video. This graphic was created in Fusion, but it's editable in the edit page. So I can type something, I can type whatever I want in here, and that'll update the graphic without me traveling to the Fusion page. Similarly, if I jump forward, we use things like arrows to draw people's attention to particular parts of the interface. Well, again, that arrow is an asset that was created in Fusion, but it's completely controllable in the edit page. If you turn on the Fusion overlay, you can even click and drag it within the viewer. One final thing just on graphics before we move on. Whenever we zoom in on a screen recording, we do it using an adjustment layer. So that means that we can spread that zoom in over several cuts in the screen recording underneath. Our screen recordings are UHD, 60 frames per second. We target UHD delivery. So that means we do need to be careful with how much we zoom in, because we will start to see quality issues. But for kicks and giggles here, I'm going to zoom this all the way up to 16 times.
And go ahead and close the media pool again so we can see it further. Thank you.
Excellent idea. Look at this. Look at all of these nasty artifacts on the UI once I've zoomed in. Even though I've recorded ProRes, I've still got these artifacts for some reason. Well, actually, these artifacts aren't in the source recording. They are a consequence of the resize filter that Resolve is using to zoom in. So I've got the adjustment clip selected because that's where I'm doing my zoom. Scroll all the way down here, and at the moment you can see the clip in the inspector is using project settings for its resize filter. If I head to project settings, you can see that the project setting for resize filter is sharper. Check this out. If I change the resize filter from sharper to smoother, look how much less noticeable, how much those artifacts are. Look how much better it looks. You might even want to mess around with resize filters like box that preserve the pixelation of the screen. Because people expect that when you zoom in, they're not going to be shocked to see those square pixels. So you could decide that you prefer that style. So those were just some quick hot tips on producing your graphics. Well, the next thing to do is to deliver the final video. We upload our content to YouTube using H.264 and H.265. There's no need to send the ProRes files because that's more quality than YouTube will ever utilize. So we're quite happy using the H.265 or H.264 master presets. Sometimes if it's like a recording that's got lots of film grain in, we'll have it use a higher bit rate. But YouTube is still going to smush up that noise once it gets to it. But at least we've not smushed it up with our delivery. We love in Resolve using under YouTube settings, the upload directly to YouTube. And we'll also enable chapters from markers. So you can see here in the timeline, I've already got chapter markers built into the video. That means I don't have to manually type them in later. We upload to YouTube in H.264 or H.265. We always keep a ProRes archive copy of our videos locally. Now, I could add this H.264 render to the queue and then make another ProRes render and add that to the queue. But Resolve would have to process my entire timeline twice. Check this out. In the triple dot menu, create additional video output.
This is such an easy feature to miss. Sorry, Leon. I was just going to say, this is such an easy one to miss. All these little triple dot menus, always need to look inside them, don't we?
Explore them, explore them. Right. So on the second one, so, you know, I've got my first one set up as H.264. And the second one, I can configure this as ProRes. And then Resolve is going to do one render pass through the timeline, but it's going to output both copies of the video. And it's going to do that all in one.
Don't forget to mention audio normalization.
Oh, thank you so much. All right, so we'll go back to tab 1. We always use audio normalization, optimize to, and we use the YouTube standard.
Well done.
Question for you, Natalie. What time are we at?
We're ready to go into section 10.
Oh, well then there you go. We've nailed the timing. Right, good. So finally, section 10, templates. So we did mention power grades previously, and there's some really cool features where you can save audio track layouts in Fairlight. But we saw a really cool tip from Mr. Alex Tech, where basically he took all of the work that he'd done in his project and he cleaned out the bins and he cleaned out the timelines and he exported it as a DRP. And then whenever he starts a new project, he double clicks on that DRP and it creates a new project in the timeline with all of his bins, all of his common assets, all of his timelines set up done already for him to start his new project. And we really, really love that tip. So I'm not going to attempt to demonstrate it again, but hopefully someone will put a link in the chat to that, or maybe there'll be a link in the description at some point. But that's a great tip and it's well worth a watch. So I know we didn't go into every single aspect of our workflow in detail, but what we wanted to do was to take a little trip through all of the different stages of post-production and try and show that in each stage, there are decisions that you can make and there are tools that you can use that make your production, your post-production more efficient. And ultimately, at the end of the day, that gives you more time to create more videos, or that gives you more time to spend on the really cool creative stuff. I hope that was helpful.
Well done, Leon. Over to you, Casey.
Thank you so much, Natalie and Leon, for the wonderful presentation. We're going to go into our Q&A time now. And we have some wonderful questions here from the chat. First one from Jason Parker. question for you guys. What the heck was that external device for recording the screen? How does it work?
Oh, forgive me. I'm so sorry because I flashed this, but I never said what it was. This is just a Blackmagic Video Assist. So it's just an external recorder. It has HDMI inputs and it has SDI inputs. There are other external recorders on the market. This is the one that we use. But what's really nice is it sits on the desk and there's a record button on the front, and it's very easy to stop and to start. And we get this terrific ProRes file at the end, which we then just load onto the computer. So this is a Video Assist. This is the 7-inch model. There's also a 5-inch model.
Man, we have a handful of those here at the studio ourselves. We use them all the time. They're fantastic. Andrew asks, can we please see the script type file and document layout that was used when importing the script?
Very good. It is very simply a text file. So it's not a script in the traditional sense. It doesn't have slug lines and scenes and things like that. It is just the dialogue in a straight text file. So we write this in Pages or in Word. This is just it saved out as a text file.
Sure. That's great. Okay. Next question from Ravikant says, H.264 footage is extremely terrible for editing, even on my 10-core 12th gen CPU and RTX 4070 because of lack of H.264 decoding engine. Is it worth getting an RTX 50 series for it?
Oh, that's a good question. I can't speak to the specific hardware that you have. I do know that for us, H.264 and H.25 is a pleasant experience. And I'm sure that a great deal of that is on account of the fact that the computers that we use, yes, they do have H.264 and H.265 decoding hardware. Don't forget with those codecs, it's not simply that it's H.264 or H.265. It could be that it's long up rather than all I. With all I, it does increase the quality of H.264 and H.265 files. But the biggest benefit of all I is that it's easier for your computer to use because it doesn't have to decode groups of frames. So what I'd hate to do is to give you a recommendation and you spend money on hardware and you realize that the problem was elsewhere in your workflow. But that could be a possible solution. We're working on a video about the 5000 series NVIDIA cards. And what we've been able to do is test the 5060, the 5070, the 5080, and the 5090. And we want to produce some stats on the cost to performance ratio. But there's tons of info out there about gaming on a 5000 series card, but we want to produce stats that are specific to how Resolve performs with those different cards. So hopefully within about a month or so, we might have that video out.
That's going to be a wonderful resource. Not a Secret Agent asks, when using remote grades, can you still use a local grade on a section without deactivating the remote grade on the rest of the associated clips?
Excellent question. Are you really not a secret agent? I mean, how do we know? You might just be saying that to throw us off.
Double bluff.
That's exactly what a secret agent would want you to think.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly what a secret agent would say. So if I right click and go use remote grades, everything's a remote grade now. Those options in the menu universally change everything. But if I want to say make 3 not a remote grade, roll that back to local, up the top here, all I need to do is just load a local grade. And you can see now when I click on clip 1, clip 3 is no longer highlighted. When I click on clip 3, I don't see any other clips indicated as being remote grades. It's a very good question.
Yeah,
Mr. Bond.
Great stuff. Paul Cooper asks, if you were making a short film with multiple location recording, would you apply those Fairlight effects the same way, or do they need adjustment for each individual location recording?
Yes. Imagine if we, let's just do 2 scenarios here. So we'll step up 1 level of complexity. So imagine me and Natalie are in a video together, which we do from time to time. We would put our dialogue in separate tracks so that we can apply different compression, different EQ settings to us individually. And then by extension, if me and Nat were in a video together and we did something in the studio, and then we also went and did something out in the field, well, those audio recordings would then get pushed onto a different track. So we'd have Natalie inside, Natalie outside, Leon inside, Leon outside. So we try to group those recordings into as fewer tracks as possible. But yeah, we will break them out so that we can control them individually.
Makes a lot of sense. Casey Faris asked, how much of your videos do you script? How close is the final product usually to the script?
Oh my goodness. You guys are learning all the secrets now. So we tend to script most of our content. And we love watching unscripted content, and we just sort of found a rhythm for us with doing the scripted stuff. There's so many beautiful advantages to doing unscripted content, and we love the authenticity of what I assume are these unscripted videos that we're watching. So different methods have different advantages. We feel like with scripted content, one of the things that it allows us to do is to be efficient and concise with what we say, because we want to get information over to people as quickly and effectively as possible so that they can get on with the professional job they're editing, or, you know, go back to watching other stuff on YouTube. So yeah, we tend to do most of it scripted, and it ends up, what generally happens is when we record our videos, you write the script, you read through it, and then you perform it and you say it out loud, and you're like, what on earth did we write there? So we'll make tweaks as we go, and we'll keep them updated in the script as well. Does that answer the question, or is there any more follow-up on that, Casey?
I was just going to add to it that it's twofold. I feel like it makes it more efficient for the listener to learn, because we are striving to be as concise with our teaching, but also from a production point of view, it makes it incredibly quick for us. We go into our job, we know what we're discussing so clearly because of the prep that we went into writing. So even if we're not referring to the script in our delivery, it's just familiarity, right? So I think it just aids the process to be efficient in production, and then hopefully it's beneficial to anyone who's listening and the learners.
Sure.
Yeah, and if you'll hate it, please let us know.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, thank you, both of you, for the wonderful presentation. Guys, give it up for Leon and Natalie. Thank you so much, Team 2
Thank
Films.
you for having us. Thank you,
Thanks
Leon.
for having
So
us.
wonderful.
Thank you, everyone.
It's our pleasure. All right, we're going to get on to the giveaway portion of our of today's stream here. Giveaway number 3. We're giving away some cool stuff here, you guys. We have a pack of editor titles and the editor collection from Whip Templates. Congratulations to Steppen for winning that. A $100 Motion VFX in-store credit goes to Hamza. The Speed Editor, Matthew. Congratulations, Matthew. And the Resolve Editor keyboard goes to this is one of the struggles when you read things live. Abduwalid. I did my best. Congratulations. You will be getting an email here in a little bit if you've won something. And if you have yet to register to win anything during a ResolveCon presentation, please check the description below to make sure you're entered there. You only have to enter once. And when you're in for the whole event. So we're going to be also doing not just today and tomorrow for ResolveCon, but there are actually 2 extra days on Saturday and Sunday, but you can only get to those through a VIP pass. Make sure you get your VIP ticket now. Click the link in the description, guys. We still have a few seats left, and you're not going to want to miss it. Also, if you're looking for more DaVinci Resolve education, look no further than groundcontrol.film, because this weekend we are hosting 25% off of all the courses. And if you use coupon code RC25GC, you'll get that applied to your cart. and you're going to get a smoking deal on some incredible education. Guys, up next is is Frenchie Color, who is a incredible colorist and friend. She's going to be talking about the must-have color grading looks that bring the clients back. If you're into Resolve, if you're into color, you're not going to want to miss this. We're going to take a quick break to get some things set up for her, and we will see you guys very soon. Stick around.
Do you want to save time while editing? Whip Templates helps you do just that. The Editor Collection is a pack of 20 time-saving utility tools letting you zoom, animate, highlight, mark, and so much more. The best part, all of this is drag and drop and animates without keyframes thanks to the powerful Anim engine. Want some text? Great! Check out the Editor Titles Pack, which contains 270 highly customizable titles covering many styles. Want to call attention to someone? That's easy with an edit page tracker. How about a countdown for an event or a sponsored segment? Editor Titles has a fully custom timer framework giving you advanced animations and timer controls. And all of the titles are customizable with the Anim engine, so you never need to worry about keyframes. With hundreds of video editors saving hours with my tools, you don't want to miss the 15% off during ResolveCon. To learn more about these packs, check out my website, whiptemplates.com, and enjoy the rest of ResolveCon.
Welcome back. Welcome back to ResolveCon. Welcome back. Hey, I'm so glad you're here. You know what we're going to do now? We're going to thank our sponsors for helping make sure that ResolveCon is a thing that we could do. That's right. Blackmagic Design. Thank you so much. DV Resolve, Motion VFX, Whip Templates, and Pixel Tools. You guys are amazing. Thank you for sponsoring this and making it possible. So wonderful. Guys, just a reminder, at Ground Control, we have a 25% off sale. So we do courses on Fusion and DaVinci Resolve. Groundcontrol.film, use coupon code GC25, RC25GC, and get 25% off any course. Isn't that awesome? Yeah. Another reminder, make sure that you're registered for the giveaways because we're going to be doing another giveaway right after this session. Okay? All right. Speaking of this session, our next presenter is just a beam of sunshine. She is wonderful. Let's bring her on, shall we? Let's get her on here. Hi, Chloe. How you doing?
Hi. Hey, guys. I'm quite excited to be here.
Yeah, we're excited to have you here. Well, hey, if you guys don't know, Chloe, Frenchie Color, is a very talented professional colorist, and she's here to show us all kinds of amazing things in the color page. And I'm so excited to learn from you. Every time I watch one of your videos, I learn something new. And I'm excited for you to download that wisdom onto our audience here.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
I hope that you are... Oh, sorry. I think I have...
I was just going to say, go for it.
Okay, perfect. So, hey, guys. So, if you don't know me, I am Chloe, mostly known as Frenchie Color Grading here on the internet. So I do some YouTube tutorials on color grading, but also I do some color grading tips on my YouTube channel. And also, you know, on the side, I am a professional colorist. So it's more the other way around. I'm a professional colorist first, and I do some YouTube videos on the side. So today I want to talk about the must-have grading looks that bring my clients back, because I think this is something that can be quite valuable for you guys, even if you are not a colorist. So I presented a bit myself, but you know why I'm doing this subject? It's because I worked with brands like Honda, Audi, Swatch, Victoria's Secret, Riot Games, etc., etc. And my clients are coming mostly from Europe, Asia, and the United States. And I've seen coming in and out my grading suite, multiple profiles of clients that are coming from low budget commercials to high-end commercials. So then, because I'm gathering so much data, and also because I am having a YouTube channel,
there's a lot of people that ask me how I get my jobs and how I get my clients. And so I always answer to this question that the client servicing is actually the best. And what a colorist can deliver as the best client servicing, it's not the good coffee, it's a good grade, because the grades are your arsenal. It is your artwork, and you are selling this. So then also, for those who don't know me, I put in my description that I am the owner of the wonderful Patate. And I just put this because last year I could integrate Patate in my presentation of ResolveCon. But this year I couldn't find a way to integrate Patate. So you're going to see Patate. So Patate is wonderful. Patate is amazing. So this is my rabbit. I love her very much. And she made it to ResolveCon 2025. Yes. Thank you, guys. So we can move on then. I'm going to share with you the looks that keep my clients coming back, because these looks are, for me, like from the data I gathered from my clients, these looks are the most requested from my clients. And I think this is useful for you to understand these looks. Also, even if, for example, you are not a colorist, even like if you are just an editor, I think this presentation is good for you, because let's say you have a commercial to edit, and because of budget reason, you will have to go to the color grading stage. If the client is requesting this kind of look to you, then now you can answer positively to these people and have a great relationship with your client. So before also we jump into the core of it, I really want to frame what is important in commercial color grading, because commercial color grading is an art form in itself, because it's very different from film color grading. Commercial color grading, you need to understand where the client is coming from, and the client is wanting to have an image where everything is readable, because they're going to have their product inside this image. So most of the time when a client is coming to me, they're going to ask for a clean look. And so then that means that we're going to have to create a grade where we're going to identify every detail possible in the frame. Also, they're going to ask me, because of the clean look, they're going to ask me to raise the brightness of the image, because also it is in the same logic as identifying everything in the frame. Also, brightness is for the client showing an image of premium. It's premium, it's expensive, and it feels nice for the eye. So it's always this kind of request. And also I added, for me and for myself, to be always safe in the shadows and the highlights, because your commercials going to be broadcasted on so many devices. And so these devices will be so different. You have TVs, of course, but the TVs are quite different between brands. And also you have social campaigns. So then you have social media campaigns where you're going to have some people watching your commercial on a laptop or a smartphone. So that's why we have to be extremely safe with the shadows and the highlights. So then my clients then will come and ask me these 3 looks. I just made these big categories of look, because it's always this kind of look that comes out. So you have, first of all, the luxury look that will apply to luxury commercials. So let's say you have a bag, clothes, or an expensive car. So this would apply for this category of commercials. You have the cinematic look, which is a sort of a commercial that will actually apply to everything that wants to be authentic. So let's say you can have a clothing brand or just a brand that wants to be more lifestyle. So you're going to apply this kind of look on the commercial. And you have the pop commercial look, which is actually the commercial look that is the most used for us, because this is what is making your brain even more excited, because there's so many colors and very stimulating for your eyes. So let's just tackle the first look, which is the luxury look. And after, we're going to break it down together. Don't worry. Also, I didn't mention, I've done a breakdown of these looks on my YouTube channel. But for these looks on the YouTube channel, I used my LUTs from my LUT pack. So for this presentation, it's going to be only with Resolve tools. We're just going to use Resolve tools. We won't use any tool outside of it because I really want to break down everything for you. So let's just come back to our presentation. And so the luxury look is a look that is all about control contrast because we still want to see the details in the shadows, creamy highlights, and warm midtones. And why warm midtones is very important? It's because the advantage of warm midtones is that you can have a very nice skin tone that will come out of it, and that would actually be pleasant for the eye. So I would recommend for the luxury look to always start with a clean base. So always try to white balance your image first. So because when you have a clean base, it's going to be easier for you to then identify all the elements in the frame, and so then make a stylized look after it. Also, you have to make sure that the look is a low contrast look. Most of the time, the luxury looks are low contrast because we want to retain the softness in the shadows and the softness in the highlights. Because if you do something a bit too harsh, it's going to be quite heavy on the image, and we really want actually to feel the luxury out of the frame. So that is why it's a bit more preferred to have a low contrast or soft contrast out of the image. We also want a low saturation, because most of the time when you go towards low saturation, it is something that is preferred for the luxury look, as like it will feel straight away more expensive. And you know, like when you have too much saturation in the frame, you're gonna be too overstimulated as a person watching the ad. So we don't really want that. We want the calm, the expensiveness, everything, right? And the last guideline is to make sure that your talent looks great, because the talent will represent the brand inside the commercial. So it can be a talent that will wear the clothes of the brand, that will wear the bag of the brand, or that will drive the car of the brand. So that is why we need the talent to look amazing. So we're going to have to work on the face of the talent and also on the skin tone of the talent. So here you have some example, and we're going to just break it down just right after this. But you have some example of the luxury look, so of the grades I've done. So this one is a very good example of the clean base, because you have every element identifiable in the frame. We see the background, we see the car, we see the character. Here it's a bit more a great example of the soft contrast, because we don't have a harsh light that is coming on her face, and we still retain the glow of the skin over here. And this one is obviously like a very extreme example of the desaturation, because you can see everything is desaturated around her, but it still feels expensive. So let's break it down together. Okay, I'm just gonna make a bit of real estate and show you how we can do it together. Okay, so before I start anything, I'm just going to show you my color management. We are in a timeline color space DaVinci White Gamut. This is just for your information. You can do it in a Rec 709 color space. I am going from an ARRI White Gamut to a DaVinci White Gamut, and I am outputting DaVinci White Gamut to Rec 709 Gamma 2.4. Okay, so let's just start with the first node, and my first node would be a white balance. So I told you that this is very important to do a clean grade first. So what we're going to do is that we're going to try to identify what's going on in our image, and you can use actually your scope to see what's going on. And you can see that we have a lot of green that is coming out from the highlights. So to just try to compensate that, I'm just going to go to my RGB mixer over here, click here, and I'm going to compensate my green. So you can remove some green if you want, okay? And you can add some blue, I would say. Something like this, 102 here, and I would just reduce a tiny bit more the red just to have a balanced image. So of course, you know, like on my scope, I have the blue that is coming out quite a lot, but I am seeing my monitor over here and I find it balanced. So of course, you know, refer to your scopes. At the same time, trust your calibrated monitor, okay? So now that we have this, and everything is balanced, I'm just going to go to the light node. So I put light. I could have put light balance actually. This is where you're going to do your light ratio. And I'm going to go to my HDR wheel. And as what Darren demonstrated, I'm going to try to open up my image with my global wheel over here. Okay, so I raise a bit my global wheel here. So it raises it in a photometric way, which is pretty nice, but I'm losing a bit of contrast and a bit of punch. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to my color wheels here, and I'm going to go to my lift, and I like to just use the luminance of my lift over here. So I just go down at -1, and we retain a bit of contrast. So you can see that is with before we open up our image. This is after. This is just a bit. I can open up a tiny bit more, I would say. Let's just open up to 50, and you can see this is before, this is after. Okay, so now what is the real issue with our image when we see our image? We have a bit of an issue because our talent is actually mixing a tiny bit too much with the background. She doesn't pop out that much. So how can I do this? Of course, I could raise the contrast to make her pop out, but I won't do this because I want to keep a very low contrast look. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use my hues, and I'm going to go to my color wrapper, chroma wrap. I'm going to select behind her the wall, and you're going to see I'm going to change the color of the wall over here, like that. So I'm going to go towards a hue that is around like a blue, metallic blue, something like this, because I like that, you know, the blue is not too saturated, but because we are adding another color, we are creating separation. And I'm going to do, you know, I'm just going to try to fix her skin because I find that she's a bit towards green. And for this, I can change my scopes and go to vector scope to verify my skin tone line. And you can see, and this is a great example, guys. you can see that my skin tone is actually pretty well on the skin tone line, but she feels a tiny bit green for my eyes. Maybe for you it's great, but she feels a bit green. I find that the undertone is not going well. So you're gonna see that if I try to move her skin like that towards magenta to something that I find that is pretty, natural, I would say, my skin tone line will be completely off, And so then this is a great example for the skin tone line. You see the skin tone line, you can refer to the skin tone line, but don't try 100% to match the skin tone line, because you can have very weird skin that can come out if, for example, you don't have the right undertone of the skin. Okay, so now that I have this and I have a better, separation of my talent, and we can see her a bit more, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to work this soft contrast and this soft highlights. So then we can go to this node, and I'm going to use the new tool that DaVinci Resolve released in the 20.1 called Color Tone. So Color Tone Diffuser, you go to the effect and you tap Color Tone Diffuser over here. You drag it, you drop it. So Color Tone Diffuser is a way for us to recreate the filter that you put in front of the lens of your camera. So this filter would be most of the time Pro Mist or Glimmer Glass. It's used to diffuse the light and soften sometimes the contrast, make a sort of an effect that is already applied on set. And also you have the possibility with the Color Tone Diffuser to apply some filters that behave like a gel that you put in front of your camera, a color gel. So it is pretty great for us, and we're going to enjoy the new tool to make our soft contrast. So I'm going to go to the Color Tone Diffuser, go to presets, and I'm going to try to see what kind of preset I like. And honestly, I would go as a base as a low contrast, because after we can just rearrange it together. But low contrast is something that I want to start with. Okay, so I'm going to go to diffusion, and diffusion would be diffusion of the light. You're going to see if I move my diffusion like this, you can see that you're going to have a softer diffusion of the light, and the light would bleed a bit more in the frame. So I'm just going to add a tiny bit more diffusion, and I can just move a bit the radius to see what I like. And I like doing this because it adds a tiny bit of glow to the talent and help our viewer to focus on the talent. After, we have Shadow Soft Clip, and you're going to see Shadow Soft Clip is a bit what we had already in the curves. This is technically muting your blacks. I'm just going to switch on the waveform so then I see what I'm doing. But you're going to mute your black a bit more when you are moving your shadow clip, and it can create a pretty good effect. Now, I'm going to see what I can do with the highlight soft clip, and the highlight soft clip is for you to just, move your highlights. I find that it's muting a tiny bit too much my highlights, so I won't keep it, but this could be a good tool to clean up your highlights if you need to. Now we're going to go to the tone lights, and the tone lights are actually what we're going to use to recreate the sort of color gel that you put in front of your lens. So if you see, if I raise the intensity at its max and I move my channel of red, my channel of green, my channel of blue, I'm going to have a sort of an effect that will happen on my footage, because it's kind of like I put a filter, a color filter in front of it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just try to move a bit my red. What I what I really want to do is that I want to remove some green. Okay, I remove some green, and I stay with my red like this, because then I have something that is a bit more delimited, and I'm going to reduce a tiny bit the intensity to have an image that is coming back a tiny bit more, and less how you call that, less muted. Okay, so now we have our tone lights, everything is great. I'm going to go to my tone light fall off, and the tone light fall off, to be short, is that it's going to take in consideration the tone lights, and it's going to just create a sort of a fall off on it and create a vignette around your character. So what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to move a tiny bit my fall off to see what is the sweet spot, not the sweet spot, but the sweet spot, you know. But yes, so I think that this amount of fall off is nice, and I won't touch it anymore. Here also you have the exposure, the contrast, and the saturation that are done in a photometric way. We won't stay too much on it, but it's pretty good if you want to, do some quick adjustments. Here, I think I am fine with that. I like actually the look of it, and you can see that this is before our color tone diffuser, and this is after our color tone diffuser. Just notice how soft the shadows are, and also like how bloomy our highlights are. And I pretty like this look. Okay, so now that we've done the soft contrast, the white balance, what did we do? The low saturation also. We can do the talent. So we're gonna just focus on the talent, and you can see that our talent actually is a bit in the shadows, right? We want to raise her face, and we want her face to be a bit more noticeable. So I'm going to go to my windows, and I'm going to create a power window around her face, like this, like that, like that. And I'm going to raise the softness to its maximum. I'm going to go to my HDR wheels over here, and I'm going to go to my menu, go to gamma, and go to linear. So for this, I'm just going to explain to you really quickly, is that I change my wheels to linear behavior, and I like this effect on relighting faces, because I find it pretty natural. And you're going to see when I'm going to raise my light, I'm going to have something that is quite strong but natural. So this is before, this is after. I pretty like this. I'm just going to reduce it to maybe 0.07, before, after. Lovely. Now we have to take care of our talent face. And for this, what we're going to do is that we're going to use the face refinement. I'm going to go and type face refinement and drop it, but I didn't drop it on the node. I drop it next to the node, sorry. And I'm going to detect the face and track the face. Okay, so our face is tracked. And I can add a bit of beauty, but the beauty automatic here is not so necessary, because she is flawless already, so it's pretty nice. But what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use the shine removal, because she has a lot of shine that is happening on her face. So you can see when I'm going to raise the amount of shine removal, I'm going to have more muted highlights on her face, and something that is a bit more controlled on her face, and she doesn't feel too sweaty, which is pretty good for luxury commercial. Also, because of the lighting, she has quite a harsh shadow that is happening on her face. And for this, in AI face refinement, we have a very useful tool that is in it that is called the side lighting. And so what it's doing essentially is that it's going to recreate the light on the side of the face, and move the light on the side of the face. So you can make the shadows more dramatic or softer. And so for this, I'm going to use the gamma left, because I find that with gamma, I have a more natural result, and I'm going to raise a tiny bit. And you can see this is before, this is after the face refinement, and it does wonders. And this is all, guys, actually. We just finished our luxury look. Look at this. It looks super expensive. So here, what essentially we've done is that we've done a low saturation grade, plus we've done a clean base, and also a soft contrast look. Sorry, I'm trying to find my words. And also we took care of our talent. So this is very, very, very important. Now that we've seen our luxury look, we're gonna go to the cinematic look. And so the cinematic look is a look where we're gonna let the image breathe. We want to not adjust as much as possible the image, because the thing that we want to convey with our commercial is that we want to be authentic and we want to be close to the customer. So technically, it's going to be ads that want to be genuine. There's ads that want to be more documentary style. And so then my advice with that is less is more, because the more you are adjusting the image, the more, the less actually true you are of the image, and it can be quite detrimental for your image and be a bit too artificial. Also, I would suggest to put a subtle film look, because anyway, the cinematic look, and this is in the name, is about cinematic. And when we talk about cinematic, we always actually mean film emulation or film print. So then you can put a film emulation or film print, but it needs to be very subtle, because don't forget, we are still in a commercial, we are not in a film. So that is why you can apply a subtle film look, just be very subtle. And I will also suggest to add a slight split tone to it, because the split tone would add a kick to your commercial without missing too much with the shadows and highlights. But it needs to stay very slight. So that is why we're going to break it down together. Okay, so just before we are going to our footage, this is an example of cinematic looks. So you see, I stayed very authentic to the image. There is not a lot of modification. Basically, it's like putting a film emulation and just enhancing our frame out of it, because the cinematography is also helping us to make our grade beautiful. So let's say I'm taking this footage over here and I want to make a cinematic look. So first, I'm going to do my white balance. Okay, so we're going to go back to our RGB mixer. I see that there's a bit of blue going on. I go down with my blue like this, and I'm going to add some red. And what is great with that is that we can have a bit of warmth coming out of the image, which is great because we're going to use it at our advantage. So let's go back to our favorite tool in the 20.1, which is the color tone diffuser. So let's go back to the color tone diffuser. Okay, color tone diffuser. Just drop it, and we're going to make a very soft look out of it, because look at this image, guys. It doesn't need that much grading. Like, it is beautiful in itself. So we just need to enhance that. Okay, so I'm just going to go and try the presets. And I like strong start because also I have a bit of magenta going in the skin. So diffusion, I think I would let it this way. I think I'm quite satisfied with it. Shadow soft clip is the same. What for the tone light, what I would like for the tone light is creating even more warmth with it. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take my blue and I'm going to remove my blue, and you're going to see that we're going to get very warm, but also very green. So what I'm going to do is also removing some green to get some red back. Okay, like that. And I'm pretty satisfied with it. So you can see this is before, this is after. Very warm, pretty nice for the eye. I'm going to go to my tone light fall off, and I'm just going to try to raise a tiny bit this, not raise, but decrease the softness to have a bit more face coming out, and just have something that is a bit nicer. Yes, something like this. I think it is pretty good enough. Also, I want to add a tiny bit more saturation to my grade, because then it will help my delimitation. I mean, not my delimitation, but my color separation. So I'm going to do this, add a tiny bit of saturation, and this is way enough. After this, because we need a film emulation, it's not that we need a film emulation. I could actually make a film grade, I mean, a cinematic look this way, just like with a color tone diffuser and with some tools. But because we would like to maybe put a film emulation, but we only want to do with the Resolve tool. Resolve has one plugin that also Darren presented to you, and it's the Film Look Creator. So the Film Look Creator is not putting a film emulation per se, but it is putting, like an imitation, of a film look. And so I find that what they do is actually pretty good. So I would keep this. I would keep actually the preset and everything that is done. We won't go over the Film Look Creator. But I'm just going to put the default 65mm. But you see that for a commercial, it's a very strong look, like very, very strong. So what I'm just going to do is that I'm going to go to color blend, and I'm going to go to something like 20%. So you can see this is before, this is after. Okay, we are pretty okay with that. For the moment, we're good. After, I'm going to go to the split tone node, and actually this node, I would have loved to do it with the Split Tone Pro from Pixel Tools, because I love this DCTL. It's lovely. But as we want to do everything inside Resolve, Resolve luckily released a split tone OFX that come with the 20.1. I could have done, actually, I just realized I could have done it with the Film Look Creator, but let's just separate everything, right? So let's go to split tone, drop it, and now we have a very strong split tone that is happening on the frame. We won't keep it like this, guys. What we want to do is that we want to reduce the strength of it and move a bit the pivot to have something that is a bit more natural. I'm going to move my hue angle because I don't want that much green happening on my image, like that. And I will just have something like this. Yes. Okay. I think this is good. What also I'm just saying is that maybe we are a bit too warm. So I'm going to go back to my color tone, and I'm going to go to my blue and just decrease the blue to retain some of the natural skin tones and natural elements in the frame. And also in the green, I'm just going to remove a tiny bit more the green, like this. Yeah, and remove a bit of the intensity. And now, like, we have something that looks pretty nice. So you can see this is our 3 nodes. So we just have the white balance here, and this is the color tone diffuser, the film look creator, and the split tone OFX. So now we can finish our look with a very slight vignette, actually. And to do a vignette, it's very simple. You go to Window, you just like create a power window around her. If you don't see it, you can go to your menu here and go to Power Windows. And we're just going to create a shape around her face. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to raise her face with our technique, which is the linear HDR wheels, like that. And then I'm going to right click on my node, and I'm going to go to add node to add outside. And add outside node will help us to just take everything outside of our shape that we did on this node. Okay, so I'm just going to go to my curves. I'm going to create a point, and I'm going to go down with my point. And you can see this is without my vignette, and this is with my vignette. Without my vignette, and with my vignette. And you can see that like we have way more focus on her in a very natural way. And this is our cinematic look, guys. It looks pretty nice, and I find that it is very stylized. And I like also that we have some goldish highlights that are coming in on her. It's lovely, really lovely. After this, we have the pop look. And so the pop look is the one that is the most asked in commercials. It needs to be saturated, punchy, but by saturated and punchy, we still want to be in control of the image. So I advise to always have some color separation. So the color separation is done, of course, with a clean base. So actually on all the commercials, I mean, all the looks I showed you for commercials, you need a clean base. So that's for sure. But the color separation can also be done with an image that you can slightly go colder than your clean base. So if you've done your white balance neutral, you can go a bit colder to create a bit more separation. Sometimes it works. And I would suggest for the pop look to always choose 3 colors maximum in your frame to make them pop. Why I say that, it's because if you are saturating all your frame, all the colors will clash together. The problem is that, and it's not readable at all for your viewer. So what I suggest is that you choose in the frame 3 colors you want to focus on, and then you saturate them. So let's just see what some examples, and after we're going to break it down together. So here, I chose the pink, I chose her skin tone, and I chose the neon over here. So you can see you have quite a big delimitation of the colors in the frame. And I didn't over-saturated everything. It's just all these 3 colors, and everything looks pretty poppy. It's the same here. Actually, it's even more obvious. You have the blue library, you have the t-shirts, and you have his skin tone, where like you permit the eye to really focus on the character. Okay, so let's just do it together. And for this, I'm going to start with my white balance, and you start to know the song. we're just gonna do our white balance, and what I want to do is also go a bit colder. So I'm going to put a lot of blue output. So you can see we came from this, which is very warm and green, to this, which is blue and a bit more magenta. And don't worry, guys, we're going to clean this up after. But by going to something colder, it creates a bit more separation already from the get-go. So here, this is our light balance. So we're just going to go to our global wheel in the HDR wheels, like this. And we're going to compensate that with our primary wheels and our lift, like that. Okay, so now there are some problems. Oh, I would say that actually, sorry, before we fix the image, we're just gonna add a bit of color boost because I find that everything is a bit muted. So I'm just adding a color boost in global. So the color boost instead of the saturation is pretty good because it will in priority saturate the colors that are that are basically low saturation first. So then it's going to be a bit better for your image, and it's going to make your image a bit more even. Okay, so now we're just going to fix the highlights because you can see that the light is very harsh on him, and it's making his face quite cooked. So I'm going to go to my HDR wheels, and I'm going to tone down my lights like this to minus 0.28. You can see, so this is before, this is after. And I'm going to tone down my highlights. And you can see, this is before, this is after. It's perfect. Okay, I am good with this. Okay, now we have to choose which kind of colors we want to make pop inside our image. And so you can see that we have a red wall, we have a blue jumper, and we have a yellow jumper. And so then I'm going to focus on the blue jumper, the yellow jumper, and the red wall for my image, because I don't think that having them having a very strong and saturated skin tone will help the image, but their outfit can be pretty useful. So I'm going to go to my chroma wrap, go in, and I'm going to select the blue for the blue shirt. And what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go towards cyan, because what is good is that if, for example, you have the blue jumper here, it's very close to the red wool behind him because it has some red undertones. Whereas if you move your jumper to something that is a bit further in terms of color, we're going to have a bit more separation happening. And it's the same for the yellow jumper, because the yellow jumper, you can see, is actually pretty warm, and so then would blend more easily with the red wool. So what I'm going to do is going towards something completely contrary, so something like that is a bit more yellower and a bit more greener, to have like a more citrusy color, and she's going to then be way more separated from the background. Now that we have done this, I can go to density, and I can go to our color slice. And what I'm going to do is, normally, you see people on the internet that put more density on clothes or on colors. I'm going to do this contrary, actually. I'm just going to add some light to it. So you can see, so this is before, this is after. And we're going to make the color even more popping with a raise of exposure. And it's going to be the same for our jumper over here. I'm just going to go to the cyan and go down with the density, and with the blue, and go down like that over here. So you can see this is before, this is after. Okay. Now, to finish our look, the pop look must be always very bright. And so you can see that this is the same problem that we have, because we have a very harsh light that is coming in. We have the faces that are a bit buried in the shadows. So same thing as the other grades that we were doing. We're going to go to the windows. We're going to go to power window, just create a shape around their face, soften everything up, go to HDR wheels, go to gamma, linear, and then raise their faces like that. Okay, now that this is done, you can see this is before, this is after. It's pretty nice, right? We are really we are DPs. No, actually, don't say that to your DP. Just say that you enhance their lighting, please. Don't invent the lights in the frame. And to finish our look, we can create a vignette. And so for this, we go to Windows. We go to our power window over here. Just create a window around them. like that. Yeah, this is a very nice couple. And I want to select everything outside of my window. And so for this, I'm going to go and click this button that will select everything around. And I'm going to go to my curves, click, create a point, and go down with the curves. And so you can see this is before, this is after. And this is how you get a pop look, guys. So I hope that everything was useful for you, and I hope that like you can get something out of this presentation, and that it could save you for some jobs. And yeah, just let me know if you have any questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chloe. You are just a treasure trove of information about getting those specific looks. That was wonderful. Thank you so much. We do have some questions from chat. Ravikant asks, what do you use for videos going out only to the web? I have heard many people do Gamma 2.2. This question has got me conflicting and mixed responses on the colorists subreddit too.
Yes. So of course, for me, I would suggest to you to always deliver in Rec 709 Gamma 2.2, because this Rec 709 is a Rec 709 that is standard, and it's dedicated for web delivery. I think you are asking this question because maybe you're having a Mac. Because most of the time, if you are a PC user, you wouldn't have this question. So I would suggest you to not use the Rec 709A, just because in my own experience, I had some problem with it in the past with some crush shadows and crush gamma. So I would suggest to actually always deliver in Rec 709 Gamma 2.2, even for delivery on the internet. If you really want to deliver in Rec 709A, it has to be played on a QuickTime viewer and can't actually be played with other viewers than QuickTime, because it's made for QuickTime. So if you want to deliver a Rec 709A just for viewing purposes on QuickTime, do it. But otherwise, Rec 709 Gamma 2.2 for web deliveries.
Great. Wonderful. Robin Tate asks, how long do you spend on any given node? And what obstacles or issues would obligate you to decide to spend more time to a given node?
Actually, it really depends. And that's actually a very good question, because, of course, I could say to you, oh, when I was a beginner, I was spending many hours on one node just to tweak everything and stuff.
Right.
But also with my experience now, I spend way less time with nodes, because I've gathered some knowledge, and I gathered some technique and repetition over and over and over again. So now it's more like, if I spend some time on one node, it is because I need to fix something, and I need to also do something very specific. Otherwise, I will always try to do global nodes. So that means that I will try to move primaries to create my looks, to have less work possible in my grade, and to keep my image as authentic as possible, because I also want to respect what the director of photography has done on set. So I won't spend that much time actually on a node. Instead of, it needs some fixing, like light fixing, or some special effect that actually the production house is asking me to do, etc., etc.
Okay. Ann Boyer asks, will all these tips work for my crappy mobile phone videos of my boyfriend and animals?
Yeah, I think it will work, because okay.
We ask the
That's
real
amazing.
questions here, guys.
Yeah, exactly. Just ask these questions. So if you are doing some video shoots of your perfect family and your dog with your phone, I would say that these techniques also apply if you want to try them, because it's very global. Like it's made for everyone to actually take it and then apply it on their footage. The only thing that changed actually is that you won't have to convert your footage from a log state to a Rec 709 stage. That's all.
Okay. Question from Sebastian Colorist says, what was the thing with the quote nugget to pull the contrast down, color boost up? Question mark.
Oh, you saw my color grading nugget. Oh, that's cool. That's good. Thank you. So I can show you right now. We can just see it on my node. I'm just going to create a node after this. So let's say I go down with my contrast. To compensate me going down with my contrast, I'm going to raise the color boost. So by raising the color boost, you can see, so let's just add a bit more contrast, but by raising the color boost, you create more color separation. Then it keeps your grade quite believable, because if I don't put the color boost, then my contrast, my lack of contrast is going to be really noticeable here, right? I can actually maybe do it when I do my, I do my balance. Here, maybe it's going to be a bit more noticeable. So let's say I raise my contrast. You're going to see then it crushes a tiny bit more my colors and things like that. So I'm going to reduce my color boost to compensate and have something that is a bit more believable. So you can see, so this is before, this is after, you see. So same. Then, like what I was saying, you remove the contrast, then you add a bit more color boost to just compensate everything. It's just that. So this is like, this is what I was applying when I was a beginner. And I find that it always works well. So if, for example, you want to keep a very consistent result, if you remove some contrast, add a bit of color boost, and if you are adding if you add some contrast, then you remove a bit of color boost. But this is only for the contrast in the primaries, because the contrast in the HDR wheels is not behaving the same way. So it's only if you are using the contrast in the primaries.
Okay. Last question comes from Hajpek. If you had to choose a low budget display, what would it be?
You mean device? Yeah. So you mean like a low budget screen, right?
Like a monitor, yeah.
Yes. Oh, I think like what I really like in terms of low budget monitor is Asus ProArt. It's just like because I have more knowledge in the Asus ProArt range.
Mm-hmm.
So Asus ProArt, the PA279CV was my UI screen before, but also I was bringing it to a color grading session with production houses, like when I had to travel with it, because it's a 27-inch, and it's quite low cost, but does really well the job, I find, for the price. And you can also check on the BenQ screens, because the BenQ screens are quite good. I think I don't really have a lot of experience with it, but I heard quite a lot of good things for the low cost options. And of course, if, for example, right now you really don't have the budget for a screen and you want to wait and gather some money, just use your iPad calibrated, because the iPads are most of the time quite a quite well calibrated screen. You just need to maybe calibrate it like with how you say, like a color bright or or a Kalman display thing, just to make sure that everything is right. But I think this is like the very low cost solution if you can't spend any money in a monitor.
Great. Okay, that's all the questions that I have so far.
Cool.
Thank you so much, Chloe. Guys, give it up.
Yeah, that was a
Chloe.
pleasure.
We really appreciate you coming on. Thank you for being
Yes.
here and sharing that wonderful knowledge with the community. Appreciate you so much. And
Thank
please
you,
pet
guys.
that bunny for me. Please pet that bunny.
Oh wait, I will pet Patat for you.
All the pets.
Don't worry, I will say hi. I will say hi.
Thank you. Great day. That's all right. All right, we're gonna be. It's time to give away stuff, you guys. Here we go. Our giveaway number 4 today. So from Pixel Tools, we have the Hue Shift Pro DCTL pack. That is going to James Sirigliano. To Ron, you are now the new owner of the Prime Grade DCTL from Pixel Tools. Thank you so much, Pixel Tools. And the winner of the $100 Motion VFX store credit goes to Trevor Hughes, part of the GC community. So cool seeing the ground control team show up here. It's so cool. Thank you so much for being here. So congratulations to all the winners. And again, if you have not yet registered, you guys, what are you waiting for? Click the link in the description below. Get your name and email plugged in so that you can win some of this amazing stuff provided by our sponsors this year at ResolveCon. Also, this year, want to make sure you guys are getting involved with the VIP classes. Those are happening on Saturday and Sunday. These are not going to be streamed live. They are going to be done in a more private way, and you can get them by clicking the link in the description. Make sure you get your seat because they're going fast. And if you're looking for maybe some more Resolve education, look no further than going to groundcontrol.film. Using coupon code RC25GC will get you 25% off of any course. There, you guys. There's some amazing stuff there. And that's just not me being biased. That's just me being real. We're going to take a quick break here to get some things set up for our next presenter, the lovely, the wonderful Jayson Yadlovski, the audio guru himself, talking about Fairlight mixing for beginners. If you are just getting into the sonic space using Fairlight and DaVinci Resolve, you guys are not going to want to miss this. While we're gone, make sure you check out the VIP tickets. We will see you here in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Bye-bye.
Do you want to save time while editing? Whip Templates helps you do just that. The Editor Collection is a pack of 20 time-saving utility tools letting you zoom, animate, highlight, mark, and so much more. The best part, all of this is drag and drop and animates without keyframes thanks to the powerful Anim engine. Want some text? Great! Check out the Editor Titles Pack, which contains 270 highly customizable titles covering many styles. Want to call attention to someone? That's easy with an edit page tracker. How about a countdown for an event or a sponsored segment? Editor Titles has a fully custom timer framework, giving you advanced animations and timer controls. And all of the titles are customizable with the Anim engine, so you never need to worry about keyframes. With hundreds of video editors saving hours with my tools, you don't want to miss the 15% off during ResolveCon. To learn more about these packs, check out my website, whiptemplates.com, and enjoy the rest of ResolveCon.
Hello. Hello. Welcome back to ResolveCon. Hey, I'm so glad you're here. It's been such an amazing day. We've had so many amazing presenters, and gosh dang it, I've learned so much. I had to like take a bunch of notes. I have to like unpack this for a while, and our next presenter is going to be no different. But first, we got to thank our sponsors, because these guys are the dopeness. All right. Blackmagic Design, thank you so much for all your support over all these years, and thank you for supporting ResolveCon, as well as DV Resolve, Motion VFX, Whip Templates, and Pixel Tools. You guys are amazing. So make sure to check these guys out. They are wonderful. Also, if you don't know, we run a little company called Ground Control, and we do training on Resolve and on Fusion. And if you go to groundcontrol.film, you can use the coupon code RC25GC to get 25% off any and all of our courses that are available now. And that's going to happen throughout the weekend. All right. Now, a little reminder, if you haven't registered, make sure that you register so that you can win some cool stuff. We have awesome free stuff that we're giving away after every presentation. So we're going to give out another batch of stuff here in just like an hour or so. So make sure that you're all signed up, and we're also going to be giving away more tomorrow. Very, very exciting. So also make sure, if you haven't, that you check out our VIP tickets, because this we have one more day of the free ResolveCon, but if you get a VIP ticket, you get twice as much ResolveCon. So we're going to be diving a little bit deeper with our presenters, and it's not going to be streamed on YouTube. It's not going to be posted anywhere. It's just going to be kind of like a private Zoom call with you and some lucky other VIP people. So that's very exciting. Make sure to check that out. All right, let's get to our next presenter, who is just a handsome man, a wonderful dad, and just such a great dude. Let's bring him on here, shall we? Oh, we got old Jayson. Hey, you doing, buddy?
Hey, man, what's happening? How are you?
How's it going?
It's going pretty good. Appreciate the kind words, and it's been awesome so far. Been tuning in when I can, watching the other presenters and stuff. Been really good. Been awesome stuff. I'm always learning stuff. Always.
Yeah, man, it's been wonderful. Well, I'm excited for your segment here. I know there's a lot of people that just kind of just like the color page and the Fusion page, they kind of just stay away from the Fairlight page just because it looks really complicated, and they feel like it's intimidating. And so I'm excited for you to take us through that a little bit, and I'll let you go for it, man.
Okay. All right. Cool. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. All right, so today we've got Fairlight audio mixing for beginners. And while we typically want to jump into Fairlight to do our audio, there's so much we can do even in the edit page now. But just starting off with audio in general, it's so important in your videos. You spend all this time and effort working on your videos, making it look good, getting different scenes, doing all this fun, cool Fusion, color grading stuff. But a lot of people might not want to jump in and work with the sound too much. And thankfully, nowadays a lot of microphones are pretty good, and if you record things pretty decent, you can maybe make out okay. But you want to make sure that people are engaged with your videos, that they can hear it good, that they get a good, feeling and vibe from your videos with your music, your sound effects, all that kind of stuff. So we're going to talk about how do we start to think about our audio, in this case, dialogue. How do we start to work through it in an easy way that makes sense, where we can, take away things that don't sound good. We can balance things out. We can make it sound a little bit better, and just really take whatever we're starting with and make it better, right? Without it being too hard of a process. So the big thing when you start editing any audio is, where does it start? It actually starts there, right there, on the camera. So you want to make sure, if you can get a good microphone, you got one. But even if you can only use the microphones that are built in your camera, you want to make sure that you still do the best job that you can recording with that microphone. And even though they're notoriously not good, you still got to try and make the best of it, right? So on your camera, when you're recording, you want to start with trying to get some decent audio levels before we even jump into Resolve. And you want to try and aim for around -18 to -12 dB. Somewhere in that range is going to do you good and leave you enough, room above your clip, headroom they call it, to make sure we're not peaking or cutting or clipping or anything like that. So we want to try and get the best we can out of the camera first, right? And the process that we're going to go through here in this session is really something that you can use whether you're in DaVinci Resolve 1, DaVinci Resolve 25, whether you're in a different program. It doesn't matter. It's all basic stuff here that will all work in the free version of DaVinci Resolve. I've got one little tip that's in studio only because I have to mention it because it's just that good. But everything you could do in the free version. So the process is kind of the process, and the way that you would approach your audio and the way you want to edit it and stuff is going to be the same regardless of program or whether you're in Edit tab, Fairlight. It doesn't matter. It's all going to be a very similar process. The tools might look a little bit different, but it's all going to be a very similar process. So the first thing we want to do is talk about where in Resolve can we actually edit our audio. So as I mentioned a little bit earlier, we can now edit our audio in a lot of different spots, right? Of course, in Resolve here, bottom, spend a lot of time in there. I've got a lot of videos on all that kind of stuff, the cool things you can do in there. And if you want like unlimited access to anything audio, the Fairlight is going to be where you want to go. But in the edit page, we've been able to do some basic things, but now we can do a whole lot more. And actually, a little sneak peek here, we're going to spend a lot of time in the edit page and just jump into Fairlight for a few things. And the reason I thought about presenting it this way is because some of you guys might be a little scared to jump into Fairlight, right? It's new buttons, new knobs, new dials, new layout, new interface, but you probably spend a lot more time in the edit page and you're probably a lot more familiar with what's going on there. Especially if you're relatively new to audio, Fairlight could seem intimidating, but the tools that they've added in Resolve 19 and 20 and the latest version here, 20.1 or whatever it is, we can do so much of it right in the edit page. You don't even have to jump into Fairlight. And it's the same tools, the same techniques, the same process. So I'm going to show you a lot of it right here in the edit page. So hopefully that kind of takes a little bit of the fear out of editing your audio, and you don't have to worry as much about jumping into Fairlight unless you want to do more advanced things. But we'll talk about that in a little bit. And then you can also edit in the Cut tab too, right? We've got some more audio tools and things that were added in here. I got to be honest, I don't really use the Cut tab. I jump over there once in a blue moon just to take a peek, but I pretty much never use it. So Cut tab or Edit tab is where it's at for me. So we're going to get started here, and I got a little clip. So if you guys were able to download it, it's just a clip of me in my little shop basement, right, with recording. I have a shotgun mic on top of my camera, and I was, a little bit of a distance away, so it doesn't sound great. But let me just play through a little bit of it here, and then we're going to get started kind of thinking about our audio. What do we want to do, and how are we going to do that? So let me just play a little bit of this for you. I'm down here in my shop today because we're going to be taking some audio to town and working on it in the shop here. Well, it's kind of in DaVinci Resolve, but we're going to take your audio and we're going to make it sound the best that we can. Whether you're recording on a shotgun mic like I am right now, that's attached to my camera. Maybe you just have the internal microphones on your camera, and that's okay. Whatever you got, we're going to take it and we're going to take it through a process of working with the audio, and we're going to make it sound better. How's that sound? Pretty good, right? So no matter what kind of audio you've got, whether you've got DaVinci Resolve 1, DaVinci Resolve 50, you work in a different program, you don't even use Resolve, it doesn't matter. The basics are the basics here, and how we process and work through our audio is going to be the same regardless of what program you're using and how you're doing it. So let's jump into Resolve here, and I'm going to teach you step by step how to go through this audio editing process and make that audio that you got right now sound even better. Oh, you can use this sample or grab one of your own clips and you can use that as a sample too. So let's jump into it, learn some audio editing. Let's go. All right, so there's our little sample that I got and provide for you guys to play with a little bit. So when we start editing our audio, one of the first things we want to think about, and Team 2 Films, when they had their presentation, they talked a little bit about audio. They mentioned this too, is that you want to split things out into different tracks. Now, if it's a video like this, where it's just me, I'm in one location, okay, there's nothing to split out, right? But if I had another person there, we want to separate out our audio into different tracks, me and the other person. If we had different microphones in the same location. So maybe I filmed 2 different times, same location though, but I use different microphones, I'd want to separate those into 2 different tracks. If we were using, say, the same microphone and I filmed myself and I was inside, outside, then I was on in a different location, we want to separate all those out into different tracks. And the reason is that you want to have the flexibility to be able to edit your audio specifically for that location, that person, and that microphone, or that, the way it was recorded. You want to have the ability to work with that specific piece of audio. And that's why we want to kind of break that out into different tracks. So you can have, I don't know how many thousands of tracks or whatever in Resolve for audio. So don't be worried about like having too many tracks or whatever, but separate things out so that way it makes it easy for you to go through one location, one person at a time, and kind of work with that audio, because you're going to need to make slightly different changes based on, whoever's speaking, based on the location, based on the microphone. So separate things out as you need to, so that way you can work through them and work through this process that I'm going to show throughout the talk here, with each track and each, person, microphone, or whatever it might be. So that's important. Separate things out the best that you can. Now, the next thing to know that when we start working through the audio edit here is that a lot of these things that we're going to do individually seem kind of subtle, right? They may not seem like they're making a whole bunch of difference, but at the end of the day, once we've done all of our editing, we should be able to do a before and after and hear like a good improvement, right? Now, is it going to be the best? It may not be the best, right? Because it depends on how we recorded it. But the goal is, let's make it better than it was to start with, right? We want to make it easy for our listeners to hear. We want to make it easy for people to understand if it's dialogue and speaking. And we want consistent volume, whether it's, if it's just dialogue, we want to make sure it's consistent. If we have dialogue, music, sound effects, it's a short film, we want to make sure that, our audience doesn't have to sit there like this and ride their remote control up and down for the quiet parts, the loud parts, and all that. So the first thing with this clip here, let's make some observations. Well, what did we notice? One, it sounds a little hollow. Two, I feel like the audio levels are a little low, because if you guys notice looking at the meter over here, I'm just down here in my shop looking at it real quick. We're going to be taking some audio to... It's around minus 20 dB, which is a little bit low. And there's probably some areas that we could probably fix up a little bit or help kind of remove some problem areas so that they don't become bigger problems as we move through the audio editing process. So the first thing that I like to do is set the levels where I want them to be for our clip, so that we're getting started with a piece of audio that's got good levels. Now in this clip, I've got, it's one clip all the way through, so I can just kind of listen and do it once here. If you have multiple clips, it might be a little bit different on, going through individually, depending on, maybe some of those clips are really quiet, maybe some are loud, and you got to adjust them individually. But you can use the same basic concept we're going to talk about for this one clip and apply it to other clips. And actually, if you're going to be around for the VIP session, I got other tips for you on quicker ways to do that. So another reason to sign up for a VIP session, which I'm doing mine, I think, Saturday. So we want to set our levels. And in order to do that, you've got a couple different places that we can set our levels, which is essentially like the volume of our clip. On our clip itself, we've got this white line right here, which is the gain line. So we can grab that, boost it up, or bring it down to make it louder or quieter. It's going to tell us how many dB we are raising there. So it's 12.99 dB, or how much we're reducing it. And that's designated by the negative number. Now, a little bonus tip here, if you hold your shift key while you hold on this gain line, it'll allow you to be a lot more precise with your adjustment, right? It's just going to make the dB level not change as fast. So that's one way that you can do it. Now, another way that we can do it is to open up our inspector. And we can come to the audio tab right here. And in here, we have the volume section, right? So if I were to grab the volume and move it up and down, you can see it's doing the exact same thing as that gain line that's right on the clip. So a lot of times I'm going to use the gain line on the clip because then I don't have to open the inspector. It's right there. And what I want to do is listen to the clip. I want to watch my meters down here. And the goal is to raise or lower the volume so that the audio level is generally around minus 10 dB. That's where I like to set it. And that's going to give us enough headroom above our clip, or the audio clip, so that we're not going to clip on anything. And it'll give us room to work with it as we move through the process here. So let's just reset this. I'm going to play through it, and I'm going to just watch my meters. It's going to go a little above, a little below, but I kind of want to be in that minus 10 range, or right around here. And actually, before we do that, the other way you can edit it is to adjust the gain or volume of your audio clip, or in this case, your audio track, is with this fader, right? This fader will adjust the entire track, whereas the gain line on the clip and the volume in the inspector is only going to adjust that specific clip. But this fader will work the entire track. But I don't recommend that you set your audio levels with the fader, because the fader is better used at the end of the audio process where we want to mix and blend things together between our dialogue, different people speaking maybe, sound effects, music. It's a lot easier to use the faders to blend the tracks together once we've got our levels set in a good spot than it is to have to go through and adjust every single clip, using the volume slider or the gain line on the clip. So we're going to start by working with our levels here. We're going to use the gain line on the clip. I'm just going to play the clip, watch my meters, and try and get it around that minus 10 dB. We'll just start right there.
But we're going to take your audio and we're going to make it sound the best that we can. Whether you're recording on a shotgun mic like I am right now that's attached to my camera. Maybe you just have the internal microphones on your...
All right, so that's pretty good, right? It's about that minus 10 dB. It's a little bit under, maybe a little bit over in some spots. That's okay, because we're going to balance that out a little bit more as we move forward. But let's see, we ended up at like 9, and that can work out pretty good. Now, another thing that you might have heard about is normalizing your audio, right? So if I was to come to my clip, right-click, and go to Normalize Audio Levels, this is kind of like a way that Resolve will kind of automatically set the levels for you. Now, you'll see that it comes up with a YouTube normalization, and for me, I don't like using this one on individual clips. And even though I'm uploading to YouTube, the reason I don't like to use this on individual clips is because I find that sometimes if I used this setting to normalize all of my audio clips, my music, my dialogue, sound effects and things, once I get to the end of the whole process, when I look at everything as a whole, I don't want it to be like too loud, right? Because then YouTube's going to come in and they're going to compress the whole thing down on me. So if I use normalize, which occasionally I do, a lot of times I'll just set it manually because for me it's just as quick. But if I use normalize and we click this little drop down, we do have all different ways that we can normalize our audio. A lot of times I'll pick the sample peak program because that's going to give us a target level of -9, and that's generally going to be pretty close to where I might set it manually. It's actually sometimes a little bit quieter, but just like a little bit. So if you wanted to just use a one-click option to set your levels, normalizing it is a good way to go. And I like using the sample peak program. You'll see, you may have heard like around the interwebs, the YouTubes and stuff, that sometimes people say like put your dialogue at like a -2 dB, right? So if I was looking at my meters over here, like a -2, but I find again, if you did everything that loud, by the time you get to the end of your process and everything gets added in, it's going to be too loud, right? It's going to be too much. So the levels and things that I mentioned throughout this video and all my other videos and stuff is kind of where I set them so that at the end of the audio process, we can master it and then we can adjust the overall loudness of everything together for YouTube, for me, or whether it's Netflix or wherever it might be. We can adjust the loudness and master it all at the end, and we're going to be sure that nothing's going to clip on us or we shouldn't have any problems as we move forward. So normalize, you can use it, no problem there. It's up to you. If you want to use a different one, that's okay too. But I generally like to just grab the gain line and I'll set my clips manually. And for me, most of the time I'm in the same location. So if I have to boost everything up by 5 dB, it's like all my clips, all my cuts would go up by 5. But, and the other option too, I think you can, if you selected multiple clips, you can normalize the clips individually where it will look at just that clip and set levels of just that clip. Or you can do it relative to each other, so it would look at all your clips in your timeline kind of like like they're all one big clip, right? So just options on how you can do it. It's up to you. So with the first thing done here, I think we're pretty good for our levels to get started and move on to the next step. So setting levels is always first, right? We need good audio signal to start with. Now, the next thing that I like to do as we get into the editing process, we actually have to jump into Fairlight for it because there's not an option to do it or change the setting here in the Edit tab, at least not that I've seen, unless it's hidden. Could be. So let's jump over into Fairlight real quick. Musical notes at the bottom. And the thing I want to change is the order. So make sure your mixer's open right here. And over here, we've got our order. Now, by default, the order is the way that Resolve processes your audio, right? So it's got your audio, and then in what order do we do stuff to it, right? There's different ways that things can happen to your audio as far as effects, dynamics, EQ, and the track level effects. So in the order here, the default is effects, dynamics, and EQ. Now, depending on how you edit your audio, if you use a lot of third-party plugins or you just like to use, the effects plugins first, you can use whatever order you want. There's no really right or wrong order. It's just what's the desired result that you want and how do you want to get there. So for me, a lot of times I like to click on this drop down, and I like to use the EQ, the dynamics, and then the effects. And the reason that I like to do that is because, one, I'm going to set my levels. Then I want my audio clip to have a little EQ applied, because with the EQ, my goal is to remove or take away anything that sounds harsh. Okay, I want to get rid of things that don't sound good. Then after that, I want to take my dynamics, and I'm going to use some compression and maybe an expander in there. And I want to take my dynamic range from something like this, right? Quiet's way down here, loud way up here. And I want to bring them a little bit closer, right? I don't want them to be even, but I want them to be a little bit closer. And the reason for that is because of what I had said earlier. We don't want our audience to be there with their remote control like, it's too quiet, I got to turn it up. And then it gets to a loud part, and it's like, oh, it's too loud, I got to turn it down, right? We want it to be balanced, right? So the quiet parts are going to be quieter, but the loud parts are going to be louder, but there's not such a huge difference between the two that the audience needs to ride the volume on their remote control. So we do that in our dynamics. And then our effects, I like to, add a couple things to sweeten it up a little bit at the end. Now, like I said, you can change these around. It doesn't matter if you use a lot of third-party, plugins and effects and stuff. Maybe you're just using effects like an EQ, effect or a plugin, and that's perfectly fine. You can move things around however you'd like. Now, another thing to know when it comes to the order that your audio is processed is that the track level effects hit the audio before the EQ, dynamics, and effects. So the way we kind of see it in the mixer here is kind of the way that it gets applied to your audio. And unless this changed, this has always been my understanding once these all kind of came out after talking with some audio folks over at Blackmagic. So unless it's changed and I missed it, you have your audio. Any track level effects are going to be applied to it. So like if you wanted voice isolation, boom, that's going to be applied to your audio clip. And then it's going to go through and work on EQ, dynamics, effects, or whatever order you select here for that stuff to be applied to your clip. So I think it's just important to know that this stuff would happen before this stuff down here. So just important thing to know. So once we've got the order set, we could jump back into the edit tab. So you don't have to, nothing too scary here in Fairlight. Get back to the edit tab and we're gonna be able to do pretty much everything else over here. So when it comes to levels, since we're talking about that, a real quick note for music. If you have music underneath dialogue, I like to set that around -10, well, actually, if it's under dialogue, between -20 and -30 dB. So down in this range down here. And usually that's going to do a pretty good job of letting your audio come through or your dialogue come through without it, kind of clashing too much. If there's no dialogue and you just have music playing through your scene, I like to put it again around that -10 dB, because I find if you drop in music in your, in your timeline there, music is already going to be mastered and kind of set up so that it's got like, max volume. Like those guys push it, they want it to be like, boom, in your face. So a lot of times I find when you bring it into Resolve, it's too much. So pretty much all the music, even if there's no dialogue, there's no nothing around it, I'm going to drop it down to -10 dB. And again, that's going to make it so that at the end of the whole process, when we try to master it and set our overall loudness for the whole video, we're going to be in a good spot. Because if you left that music as loud as it is when you first drop it in, we're going to run into problems when you try and master it and just get the overall loudness good for your video at the end of the day. So that's music. Sound effects, they can range all over the place. Depends on the impact you want it to have, whether it's far away, close, is it explosions? They can range from anything to anything, really. So the sound effects are up to you. All right, moving forward with our dialogue clip here. So flip over my notes here. We got our signal chain order. So we want to think about, do we need to do any noise reduction? Because sometimes you want to do this first in the process, especially if we're going to use something like voice isolation, which is going to hit that clip first in the signal chain as we process through our audio. So in this particular clip, I don't know that I need too much of it or any of it really, but let's just give it a quick listen.
Your camera, and that's okay. Whatever you got, we're going to take it and
probably doesn't really need it, but and the voice isolation is that one studio thing that I want to mention. Like if you have trouble with background noise, I mean, it's like a magical unicorn. It does a great job on all kinds of background noise. It's really impressive. I mean, that alone is worth the price of studio, on top of everything else that you get when you get studio. But voice isolation does an amazing job. I use it anytime I need to get rid of background noise. And some of the good things about it, if I just turn it on here, and pop out our little menu here is that you don't need to run it at 100% all the time. And a matter of fact, I recommend that you don't, because it's just going to kind of, sometimes it can make it sound a little, what's the word I'm looking for? Digital, a little distorted almost. Like it just sounds a little funky. So a lot of times you might only need like between 10 and 20%, and that should be good enough, you know? So I'll just add it onto this clip. Let's just give it a little listen and see if it does any difference here.
Whatever you got, we're going to take it and we're going to take it through a process of working with the audio, and we're going to make it sound better. How's that sound? Pretty good, right? So no matter what kind of audio you've got, whether you've got DaVinci Resolve 1, DaVinci Resolve...
So it helps a little bit, helps get rid of a little bit of that reverb. Now, typically this tool doesn't work great on reverb. Like if you're in a space that's got a lot of echo and stuff, it doesn't work great on that. It works great on any other kind of background noise. Like you got a fan, you got construction equipment, you got an air conditioner, you got music playing. It'll take the music out while you're talking. But it doesn't always do a great job with reverb. So that's one thing to know. And here, I could use it or not. In this case, I'm not going to use it, only so that way you can see what it's like when we use everything that's available in the free version. But the voice isolation, I mean, I can't recommend it enough. It's just such a great tool and does a great job. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and just turn it off, and we're not going to use it. Now, if there was other background noise, you don't have studio, you only have the free version, how else can we deal with that? Well, one of the ways is to use the built-in noise reduction effect. So in the Edit tab, we can apply that onto a clip or onto a track. So right here, we come to our effects and down to audio effects. And we've got noise reduction right here. So I can click, hold, and drag and drop it on a clip, or more likely, I'm going to put it on a track. So let's go ahead and drop it on my track. Now, one of the things with this, because it's an effect, it's actually kind of getting applied towards the end of our audio editing process, right? Because we set our order to be EQ, dynamics, then effects. And since this is an effect, it's actually going to get applied at the end of the process. But just so you can see what the tool is here, in my opinion, this one doesn't work great. It's okay sometimes. I can't say that I've ever actually used it and been like totally happy with it. Because I have studio, I would always go voice isolation over the noise reduction. But if you have a little bit of background noise, like just a little bit, you could try this tool out, hit the auto speech maybe, and see how it does. Again, I'm not overly impressed with this one. I don't think it's ever been that great. But anyway, it's there. And I would try it if you're only in the free version. So let's say I don't want to keep that one because I don't want to use it on this clip. So I'm going to select my track here, and I can delete it a few ways right here in the Edit tab. I can come to my effects right here and delete it right here. Or if I wanted to open it back up, I could do it also right here in the inspector. By clicking that little icon, it's going to bring the effect up. And actually, I'm sorry, the only way to delete it's right there. If I wanted to open it up another way without having the inspector open, so if it was like this, I could come down in my mixer here and just double click on the effects. And it's not bringing it up for me. Well, usually it does. Maybe I got to open it up here. All right, so maybe we just work with it in the inspector. Usually I thought it pops it up there because like the EQ, boom, pops it up for us. So I guess you just have selected track and you'll see them right here, but we don't want it in this case, so I'm going to go ahead and delete it. Goodbye. So let's close down our inspector, close our effects. Now, another way that you can deal with a little bit of background noise is to use an expander or gate, which is in our dynamics panel, which we'll talk about that in a minute here. And that's also in the free version, as well as that noise reduction effect that's in the free version too. So let's get into, let's say we've taken care of any background noise that we want to. If you have it, let's jump into working with the EQ a little bit. So again, I can just double click the EQ over here in my mixer. So just double click and it's going to bring up our EQ for us. And another thing that I like to do, scooch this out of the way, when I'm working with my audio is just to loop the audio. So I don't have to keep hitting stopping, moving the playhead, going back and all that. So to do that, we could do it right here in Edit. Zoom out a little bit. I'm just going to set an out point, an in and an out point. So if you had somewhere that wasn't at the beginning of your timeline, set an in and out point. Make sure you've got your loop icon on here. And then when it gets to the end of your out point there, it'll just loop back and start playing again. So that comes in handy, especially if you're working with a small section of audio. So here we have the EQ. Now the EQ is great, and there's a couple ways you can think about using the EQ. Typically, when it comes to EQ, you want to make a cut in a given frequency before you boost things, right? So the idea here is we want to find things that don't sound good, sounds a little harsh to our ear, and we want to remove it. We want to take it out. So with our points here on our EQ, we can grab any one of them. We can move it up, and that would be increasing or making a frequency louder. Or we can remove a frequency by bringing it down. So we can move them around like this. Now, one way to think about using your EQ is to make broad changes. And a lot of this is kind of going to depend on your audio clip, your microphone, how it was recorded, things like that. But you might want to make a broad change. So I might take like 0.3, and I can use my middle mouse wheel to just broaden that out. And this is affecting what they call the Q factor. It's just like, are we affecting a little bit of frequencies or a lot of frequencies? And you can do it with your middle mouse wheel, which is sweet. If you don't have a middle mouse wheel, just use the button knob down here, the Q factor knob. So you can come in and make big sweeping changes like this and, do whatever it is that you want to do to your audio. Or you could be a little more surgical with it, I would say. So if we took my, for example, point number 3 and I made it really fine, then we're going to only affect a small amount of frequencies, and we can find the problem areas and then try and get rid of them, okay? So let's go ahead and reset all this. Now, I kind of like to go with a little bit more of the surgical method versus the broader kind of method, but it really, like I said, depends on your recording and on, your microphones and things like that. It's going to just vary. But one of the first things that we want to do is thinking about adding in our band 1. And a lot of times you could just turn it on, and you could leave it there if you want. And what this is going to do is get rid of these lower end bass type frequencies that we just don't need when it comes to dialogue. Now, these changes we're going to talk about are like specifically for dialogue. You can do other things with music and sound effects and whatnot. But specifically for dialogue, we don't need the stuff on the low end of our frequency range here, because there's just not much there when it comes to vocals, right? Unless you're like what they call them, a bass singer or whatever. So typically, you could just turn it on and leave it, or I like to dial it up a little bit, and you can listen to your clip and see if you hear anything. Sometimes you won't, but it's still good to cut this out even if you don't hear anything, like with your ear, because we just don't want that stuff to muddy things up later, right? Because there's information down there, and as we move forward editing our audio, we don't want it to muddy things up. So I usually like to set this somewhere around 100, maybe a little bit higher, depending on, my clip and stuff. But let's play through it, and we'll just drag it up and see if we hear any difference.
I'm down here in my shop today because we're going to be taking some audio to town and working on it in the shop here. Well, it's kind of in DaVinci Resolve, but we're going to take your audio and we're going to make it sound the best that we can, whether you're recording on a shotgun mic like I am right now.
So hopefully when I brought it up farther, you guys could hear that difference there where it kind of got really hollow, right? And where it is now, around 109 or so, I'm just going by ear, right? I'm not necessarily looking at the numbers and saying, oh, I need to be at 110. It's really, you got to listen to it and you got to learn how to interpret what you're hearing and figure out, okay, well, what do I do with that? Or how is adjusting the EQ going to make what I'm hearing, sound different? And when it comes to those lower end bass frequencies, we get rid of most of them. But in this case, I think 109 sounds kind of good. Now, there's not a whole lot going on, but we did see, if I just mute this, when I play through, it's not going to come through because it's muted. Well,
Camera,
if we look,
and that's okay. Whatever.
Over here, you can see the lighter blue in the background there is what is originally in the clip, and then the brighter blue line is where our audio is now.
Whatever you got, we're going to take it, and we're going to take it through.
So you can see we're cutting out some of that lower end stuff that might just kind of garble stuff up or make it a little bit not so great later on. So that is the first thing that I like to do when it comes to audio, and that's going to give you a good start to kind of help get rid of some muddiness and boominess that you might hear. Now, the next thing I like to do is go through my next couple points here, and you don't need to use all of them. Your audio is going to dictate, whether you need to use a lot or a little. So I'm going to grab, let's say, grab point 2, and I like to change them to the bell-shaped curve. So if I just click on this, I'm going to change it to this bell curve, which allows me to make it, really steep or broaden it out with the middle mouse wheel here. So I'm going to go nice and tight with it. And to find something that doesn't sound good, all I'm going to do is play through my clip, bring this up, kind of sweep it around a little bit, listen for something that sounds a little harsh to my ear. I'm like, that doesn't sound good, right? I'm not looking at the numbers. I'm just listening. And then I'm going to make a cut wherever that doesn't sound so good. And I'll decide if I want to, make it a little bit wider and affect more frequencies or less. So let's give it a listen here.
Through a process of working with the audio, and we're going to make it sound better. How's that sound? Pretty good, right? So no matter what kind of audio you've got, Whether you've got DaVinci Resolve 1, DaVinci Resolve 50, you work in a different program, you don't even use Resolve, it doesn't matter. The basics are the basics here, and how we process it.
So when I get around here, it's starting to sound a little I hear a little something I don't like. So I'm just going to make a little cut right around here, and then maybe broaden out the frequencies that I'm affecting a little bit, and then see if I notice a difference. I'll just try a little before and after and see if we hear a difference.
Work through our audio is going to be the same regardless of what program you're using and how you're doing it. So let's jump into Resolve here, and I'm going to teach you step by step how to go through this.
All right, so not too bad, not too bad. I want to check actually up a little bit higher, around 400. A lot of times for male voices anyway, around 400, there's something that's a little that doesn't sound so great. So let's just check that while we're taking a look in this area.
Audio editing process and make that audio that you got right now sound even better. Oh, you can use this sample or grab one of your own clips and you can use that as a...
All right, so you heard that there. I hope you guys heard that, and hopefully it's all coming across all right. But you could hear it kind of just, it sounded bad to me, okay? It sounded a little harsh, right? So I'm going to do that. I'm going to make a little cut there. Now, how much you cut it, that's up to you. You don't usually have to do a ton. Like, we're not bringing it all the way down to the bottom, you know, of our EQ and cutting it out tons of dB or whatever. Actually, this side we have 5, 10, 15, and 20 dB, right? So maybe I'll cut it like 5, and we'll see how that goes. So now I'll do the same thing with band number 4 here, see if I hear anything. Up in this area, a lot of times between 800 and 2500, that's where a lot of the vocal lives, a lot of the dialogue is. So sometimes you'll find harsh frequencies in there depending on the microphone, right? So let's see if we find anything there.
Sample 2. So let's jump into it, learn some audio editing. Let's go.
And then it should loop back for me here because we set up the loop.
I'm down here in my shop today because we're going to be taking some audio to town and working on it in the shop here. Well, it's kind of in DaVinci Resolve.
All right, so for me, I know a lot of times around just below that 1K, around 800, 900, 1K, somewhere in there, there's something that just sounds a little harsh. So if I just take that out, I think it helps clean it up a little bit. And then as we move ahead forward, it doesn't become a bigger problem, right? Because you might have listened to this audio at first, been like, well, sounds fine to me. I mean, a little echo, but it's okay, right? But as we like kind of start to work with it more, some of those problems could get accentuated and become worse as we move down the line. So that's why I like to use EQ towards the beginning of the process here. Get rid of things that sound a little harsh, even if they're not that noticeable, but start by removing those things in the beginning, and then we can move ahead with the rest of the process of editing here. Now, sometimes if your dialogue, say you're using a lav mic, because they're notorious for this, like it's not super clear, it could be a little bit clearer, you want it to be a little bit crisper, we can look in this 4 to 8K range, and we could actually give a little boost there. So I'm going to come down to my band 5, again, and make this the bell-shaped curve here. And I might just give it a little boost, you know, in this 4 to 8K range just to help the clarity of it. Now, let's just try it out on this clip. We're going to see how it sounds. And you can broaden it out a little bit so it's not, you know, affecting a small area. I actually want this to be a little bit more broad. So this is just going to add a little bit of clarity back into our dialogue. So let's give it a listen here.
But we're going to take your audio and we're going to make it sound the best that we can. Whether you're recording on a shotgun mic like I am right now that's attached to my camera, maybe you just have the internal microphones on your camera, and that's okay. Whatever you got, we're going to take it.
So this clip, I feel like it's pretty clear. I don't think it's like too muddy sounding. Now, if there is like extra just, I'm going to call it mud, and it's like a little bit hard to understand, you could do what we did here with 0.5. You could give a little boost in there, right? And you could also make a cut down this way somewhere in that 125 to 200 range. A lot of times you might get a little bit of mud in there, right? That just, you're like, it's just not like as clear as I want it to be. And I don't know why. You could look down in that 125 to 250 range. And a lot of times you could find one point down in there that's going to be like a little muddy. Okay. So this up here, if your microphone isn't making it like crisp, you can use a little boost here to help make it sound a little bit better. Now, the last thing that I like to do, and again, you don't need to use all these points. You could just find one problem area and reduce that frequency, although I always recommend putting on the high pass filter here. But while we're here, the other thing that I want to do is I'm going to just turn on band 6. And a lot of times, again, with spoken dialogue, I don't need the real high frequencies either. And that could just introduce sometimes like extra, you know, high-end frequency noise that we just don't want to hear. So I would just turn it on and just dial it back a little bit. Doesn't have to be too much, just a little bit. And you'll see we have a little bit up here, but not too much. So I just like to throw that on there just to catch anything that's in that real high frequency range that when it comes to dialogue, we just don't need. So let's just give it a little before and after here, see if we can hear a difference. Hopefully it sounded better already. Let's try it.
Maybe you just have the internal microphones on your camera, and that's okay. Whatever you got, we're going to take it, and we're going to take it through a process of...
All right, so I think it sounds a little bit better. I hope you guys do too, and I hope you can hear it there. Now, as we're working through any one of these parts of the process here, we always want to constantly be looking back at our meters down over here, and we want to make sure we're staying around that minus 10 dB, right? So we're coming down a little bit because we reduced some frequencies. We made them a little bit quieter. We removed them. We're kind of losing a little bit of our audio levels. So in this tool and in a lot of the other tools and effects in Resolve, we can bring our levels back up with this gain slider right here. So I'm going to play through it, just look at my meters and push the gain up so that we're back around that minus 10 dB.
Working with the audio, and we're going to make it sound better. How's that sound? Pretty good, right? So no matter what kind of audio you've got, whether you've got DaVinci Resolve 1, DaVinci Resolve 50, you work in a different program, you don't even use Resolve, it doesn't matter. The basics are the basics here, and how we process and work through our audio.
All right, I think that's a good place to start. You know, we saw the line that stays there for a little bit. That's kind of like the upper limit of where the levels are hitting. So I think that's good enough for us to then go jump into our dynamics. So that's the EQ kind of in a nutshell. A lot of it you're just going to do by ear, right? You don't need to look at the specific numbers. Do it by ear, train your ear, listen for things. If it doesn't sound good to you, then it should probably go, right? Make a little cut there. So the EQ can be a little daunting, but just grab those points, bring them up, drag them around, listen to something that doesn't sound good, and make a little cut there, and that should help improve your audio. So let's go ahead and close out our EQ. And next we want to work with a little dynamics, right? Our order of operations here. The audio is going to our EQ, well, noise reduction, then our EQ, and now our dynamics. So I'm just going to come into my mixer, double-click the dynamics here, and now we've got our dynamics. And in this window, we've got a couple of tools. We've got our gate, expander, gate, say the right ones as I point to them, the compressor, and the limiter. So in our dynamics here, we do have some presets that you guys can use if you just want to pick one and try it and see how it works out. So if I click on the drop down here, you'll see we've got a couple in here. All these ones that say dialogue leveler, dialogue. Those are all presets that are now in Resolve. The other two are presets that I had made. So you could just start out with one of these. Maybe you want to start out with the basic there and see how it does. We've got our graph right here that's going to show us what's happening to our audio. So we've got our input signal, what's happening to our audio in this area. We've got several graphs here that are going to show us what kind of reduction is happening. So the first column here, or the first meter, I call the graphs. First meter is going to show us our expander or our gate working. The middle one is going to show us our compressor. And the third one here would show us the limiter, which is over on this side. Now, typically, I'm not going to use the limiter in here. Generally, I don't use the limiter because the way I've set up all my other audio stuff, I'll apply a limiter at the very end of the audio editing process, like just to catch anything that might be up there. But as I've gone through my process, I've already made sure that nothing's getting too loud, nothing's, in danger of clipping or anything like that. So there shouldn't be a need to use the limiter here if you kind of go through and check all those things as we're working through it. And the compressor is going to take care of some of those parts that might spike up and get a little bit louder for us. So we want to make sure that our compressor is turned on. And let's just play through a little bit of it here and take a look at our graph and see what it's doing with the preset that we picked.
Okay, whatever you got, we're going to take it, and we're going to take it through a process of working with the audio, and we're going to make it sound better.
All right, so we see that it's working because this middle meter is lighting up a little bit. And all it's doing is kind of catching the louder parts and it's attenuating them a little bit, right? And it's doing it, in this case, on this preset by a ratio of 3:1. Now, typically, I like to drop this back a little bit. I like to go like 2:1 or 2.5:1, somewhere in that range. And the threshold here is just telling you, hey, when does that start? When should the compressor start, right? So for any pieces of dialogue that are louder than minus 22 dB, it's going to activate that compressor and it'll attenuate the sound at a 2.5:1 ratio in this case, right? So you can dial this back and it's going to apply more compression based on the levels of your clip, or you can bring it up and it'll apply less compression. So if I just play through, we'll take a quick look at that.
Working with the audio, and we're going to make it sound better. How's that sound? Pretty good, right? So no matter what kind of audio you've got, whether you've got...
And if you want to reset any of these, just double click the knob and boom, it'll reset. So I'm going to bring this back. Let's just leave this at about minus 20 here.
DaVinci Resolve 1, DaVinci Resolve 50. You work in a...
All right, so that's pretty good. It's catching some of those louder parts where, I'm speaking a little bit louder. Now, one thing kind of keep in mind is that when you're looking at this gain reduction here, in general, you don't want to go too much more below like a -6 dB right here, because it could just sound a little too compressed, right? It might be like overkill, right? So around that -6, a little bit over is okay, not a big deal, but under there is fine. And that's just something to kind of keep in mind. Now, we have the expander and the gate here, and these are great tools that can help remove some of that background noise or reduce some of it, especially when you stop talking like that and there's some background noise happening. Maybe it's just the hum of your fans on your computer. Maybe it's a air conditioner or whatever. Maybe it's a background noise that's quieter and it's not really noticeable until you stop. Or if you speak slow like that in between your words and phrases where you're maybe taking a breath, you're like doing something like that, the gate and the expander can kind of help take care of those areas. And the way it works, if I just turn it on here, the expander and the gate, they work in a similar way. So if we look at the expander, we've got a threshold right here, right? This blue line. So where does the expander activate? And this is what dB level. So let's say by default, -35 dB is where this expander is going to kick in. And what it's going to do is going to allow us to say, hey, anything below -35 dB or whatever threshold you set, make it quieter faster. So if I were to grab my ratio and just bring this up, we can see once it hits 35 dB, you got that little bit of rumble, low background noise, whatever, it's going to drop those levels really quick, right? And you can see the original, hopefully you guys can see this in the stream here, but the original audio level is going to be this line that goes from corner to corner. So that's where the original level would be for anything, below -35. And what the expander is doing is it's just making it quieter quicker for any of those quieter things. Now we can adjust the range here because, it'll drop down and change a little bit. But the other option is to use the gate. So if I turn on the gate, did you see what happened there? Look right in this area right here, turn on the gate. Boom, it drops it down a whole lot faster. And again, we can adjust our range and drop it down really quick. And a gate is kind of exactly what it sounds like. It's like a gate, right? And it says, hey, when there's audio, if it doesn't reach -35 dB, you're not coming through. We're not going to hear you, right? But if you reach 35 dB, okay, the gate will open and it'll let that audio through. So that's kind of how you can think about it, is a gate's like an actual gate. An expander is kind of like a wimpy gate that's not quite closed all the way, Maybe your gate's sagging, it's broken a little bit. So the expander just is a less intense, I'm going to say option than like a gate. A gate is going to cut that audio off a lot quicker and harder. So in this case, I like to use the expander a lot because most of the time for my clips, I just like to drop that quiet stuff down a little bit quicker. But it's up to you in your clip, what you got and how you kind of want to set that. So when we play through our clip, we're going to look at both and we should see both these meters moving here and know that we're doing something. Let's check it out.
To make it sound the best that we can, whether you're recording on a shotgun mic like I am right now, that's attached to my camera. Maybe you just have the internal microphones on your camera and that's okay. Whatever you got.
All right, I think that's working out pretty good. And we can see we've got both are working. They're doing what they're supposed to do. And I think it sounded pretty good. So the last thing I want to do before I leave the dynamics panel is look at my output meter right here, which is the same meter as down here in my mixer. And we want to look at this because we want to, again, see, hey, are we still at about -10 dB? We want to make sure we didn't lose our level. So let's do that real quick. And if we are a little low, that's where this makeup slider can come in handy. It can help bring everything up as a whole. Our loud parts aren't going to get too loud because we've got a compressor. If the quiet parts are a little on the quiet side, this is going to help make those louder too. So let's just give this a listen.
We're going to take it and we're going to take it through a process of working with the audio and we're going to make it sound better. How's that sound? Pretty good, right? So no matter what kind of audio you've got, whether...
All right, I think that's pretty good. I like that. We boosted it up, made it a little bit louder. I think that's pretty good. Now, it does go into red a little bit. That's okay. It's not getting up too high. A little bit of red is not going to kill you. It's not... Doesn't mean it's clipping, doesn't mean it's peaking out or anything like that. We just don't want to be up near zero. That's kind of what we're looking for. So I think this is a pretty good spot, but the dynamics can really help take everything from being really loud and really quiet and kind of bringing that dynamic range back a little bit, right? So that way it's a little more even and a little more consistent like we were talking about. You don't want to have your audience ride the remote control or the volume knob on their speakers or whatever. You want it to be different enough that it fits with your video, but not so different that, the quiets are too quiet and the louds are too loud. So the dynamics and the expander and gate, and that's what's going to help you achieve that, as well as the makeup slider here. Let's go ahead and close out our dynamics. I think I'm getting close on time, so let's try and speed her up a little bit here. Next, I want to apply... What? We're good?
I think we're going to have to cut you off to make sure we had time for Q&A.
Okay.
I'm here. Sorry, man.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. I'll just tell you guys the two effects that I like to apply on are a little multi-band compressor and a de-esser. De-esser to take care of any harsh S's, and the multi-band compressor we can use to bring back some body and fullness to our dialogue without any of the problem areas, because we got rid of the problem areas. And even in this clip, you heard it was a little thin sounding still. The multi-band compressor would allow us to kind of bring back the fullness of our dialogue and make it kind of sound more well-rounded and just like fuller instead of thin. So I was going to go through those, but unfortunately we ran out of time. So
good.
Let's get some questions if we got any.
All right. We do have a lot of great questions, so I'm going to hit you pretty rapid fire here. Tyler Seaman, Jayson, I noticed that Resolve sounds quiet in program, but upon exporting, the audio is way louder. What are your favorite settings as far as trim and such for your audio preferences?
So, when you're exporting it, if it's coming out louder than you hear it in Resolve, I don't know if it's like you export it and you hear it, or if you're looking on YouTube and it's louder. Now, YouTube, I just learned about a setting and made a video about it recently. There's a setting called Stabilize Audio, which boosts everything up like automatically for you, like your music and everything. Because some people don't know how to edit audio, so that's good in that case. But if you set things the way you want, YouTube kind of screws it up for you. So I recommend that you turn that off. But it should be the same when you export it out. If it's not, maybe something in the deliver panel, maybe you're using the, what's it called at the end? The, I forget what it's called. The audio setting thing, like where you can normalize for YouTube or whatever. Maybe it's one of those things is turned on, or you're using that. Here it is. I don't use it, so that's why I have to look for it here. So I don't know. It's in here somewhere, wherever it is. Well, whatever. It's in there somewhere. But if you go through your audio editing process and you check your loudness at the end, you don't need to use the thing in the deliver page here. And I mean, I don't like using it because then I'm done and I'm like, well, I don't know if it did it right. Like I can't check the level because it's just applying it on my export. Like I don't like that. I want to know what it's doing. So you might want to go through and like check your loudness and everything and make sure you're not using that setting on the deliver page, because that could cause a difference for you for sure. But if it's YouTube, it might be that one setting. Otherwise, I mean, for me, the way I edit it is the way I hear it when it's done. So,
okay. How the gaming one says, I have a video with 5.1 sound. Is there an easy way to adjust only one channel, the center, for example, without splitting this 5.1 sound into separate tracks? If no, how to make it 5.1 again?
So I don't know if you if you were to bring it into DaVinci Resolve, if it'll come in with all your 5.1 tracks, or if you've already got it set up that way in Resolve. It's been a while since I've done any surround sound stuff in Resolve, but typically it's like it'll have your 5.1, bus or whatever, but you've got all your individual tracks going into that, all your different, surround channels and stuff. So you can just adjust them individually there. So unless you don't have like the original, 5.1 edit, then I'm not sure how you get back into it. If it's not, I don't even know the file type, but I know if you bring in certain file types, it's got all the 5.1 info in it, and you can see it all. So usually you can just adjust it in the track or in the project, but I'm not sure of your setup, so I'm not really sure how to guide more on that.
Okay. Ryan Bliss asks, any suggestions for getting rid of background voices for audio with your voice and people talking in the background, where voice isolation captures and plays all voices?
Yeah, so that's a tricky one because, again, they're voices. So voice isolation is like, hey, let me keep that in there. The best thing that you can try and do is if those other voices are like people that are farther away from you, one, adjust your microphone levels to maybe be a little bit more on the quiet side when you're recording, so that way it's not picking up as much ambient if possible. But if the people are a little bit farther away, you can use an expander or a gate to kind of help bring down those quieter parts and make them a little bit quieter. But yeah, voice isolation isn't going to do anything for you in that case. And even some of the other tools like the what's it, dialogue separator and stuff, or some of the other AI tools that are in there, they're not going to be able to pull out the other voices but keep your voice, because it just sees voices as voices. So
Sure.
expander and gate's probably the best way to go with that, as well as your setup when you're actually recording. That's what I would do.
Okay. Trevor Hughes asked, Jayson, how much would you say you can speed up the audio clip without overdoing it? Naturally, I understand the video will also go faster, and if one did so, any extra effect to think of?
If you were speeding up like somebody speaking, I'm assuming. That's a tricky one. I don't know. I mean, I've never really sped up somebody talking unless I wanted it to sound funny, like a chipmunk or something.
Right,
you know?
right.
I mean, you can adjust things a little bit, like in Fairlight, if you were to use the elastic wave tool, this guy, right? Well, I don't know if you can see my screen, but the elastic wave tool, there's one that's there for voice. So if you were to stretch it or pull it like just a little bit, it's going to kind of compensate the voice for you and make it not sound so like weird. But you got to be careful. You don't want to overdo it. What I would do is I would just talk at your normal speed. And if it's going to YouTube or something, let people click 2x speed, when they're watching it, and just go like that, because some people want to hear videos slower. Some people like to hear it faster. So, I mean, depends on what you're trying to achieve too, if it's like a cool effect or something, but I don't know. It's kind of my thought on that.
Sure. Donovan Leon says, hi, Jayson. I'm coming from a Pro Tools background. What's the quickest way to group faders in a DCA format and not using buses in Fairlight?
Yeah, so you can, if you didn't want to use a bus, it's super easy to put in a bus, but you can also there's VCAs right in Resolve. So let me just see. It's been a while since I've used them. So yeah, if you went to the Fairlight menu at the top, there's VCA assign. So, and then you can assign, anything to anything and make VCAs if you want. Maybe that would do what you need. Otherwise, I would just use a bus. It's pretty quick and easy just to go Fairlight bus format, make a new bus, and then you could just assign whatever you want to that bus. So
cool. Waddle Arrow says, Jayson, is there a way to toggle off the corrections made by the AI audio assistant used in studio only?
I don't think so far. I have tried the audio assistant. I'm not that overly impressed with it. I don't use it. But I usually make a separate timeline or just duplicate my timeline before I try it just to see what it does. Because you can always undo, I guess, but there's no way to turn it on and turn it off. I think kind of what it does is what it does, and you're kind of stuck with that. You can tweak it from there and make changes, whatever you want. But once it's gone through and run that macro or whatever it is, it's kind of done, at least from what I've seen so far. So if you're unsure, duplicate your timeline, try it out, and if you don't like it, at least you've got your original timeline.
For sure. Al Overhauser says, different types of microphones. What are the differences between working with voice microphones versus, say, a contact mic or a hydrophone mic? Do frequencies still work the same way?
So I actually don't even know what those two mics are. but I mean, audio is audio.
I had to look it up because I didn't know either. And I think the hydrophone is like a field recording mic.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
I mean, when it comes to audio is audio, right? It's all going to be, you're going to see it on the same, spectrum of frequencies and stuff. So you can apply the same concepts, and look for things that don't sound good, remove it. If you want to, accentuate a certain area, you want the bass to be louder, you can boost that up. I mean, audio is audio. I don't know that it really matters on what device, it's recorded on. So. Okay.
Not a Secret Agent asks, there was a list of effects mentioned that hit the audio signal before it reaches the usual EQ dynamics effects adjustment. Can you add to that list of effects, or is it fixed?
So it's fixed. It's basically the track level effects.
Okay.
So the voice isolation, dialogue leveler, dialogue separator, music remixer, and the ducker. So the way I understand it is when they introduce these tools, and I mean, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong or if it's changed, is that those are applied in the signal chain like before your EQ dynamics and effects. So those are set. You can't change that. It's just the routing of how they designed it. And there's only those 5 effects here. It's basically what appears in the track effects. I think I got them all. Let me check. Visible. Yeah. Yeah, it's like these 5. So I think that's just how it is, unless it's changed and I missed it. But yeah, so it's just those 5.
Okay. Gideon asks, Are there any other studio-only audio effects or features other than voice isolation that you use or have tried?
As far as audio, studio only stuff. Most of the audio stuff is in the free version, really. I think what you get with studio, in addition to voice isolation, is that I found that everything just runs better. Like the whole program as a whole runs better in studio. I do have a lot of like third-party plugins, but I think all those, as far as audio plugins, will still work in the free version of Resolve. I don't think there's any issues with that. So I don't know. I mean, I'm a little rusty on like what's in free versus studio sometimes.
Yeah.
Some of the track effects I think are not in the free version. Like somebody said the Ducker wasn't in the free version. The music remixer is cool if you like, want to just pull out like the vocals of a song because you like the beat. I do like those tools, so I'll use those. Some of the track level effects that are only in studio occasionally, but all your basics that you really need to edit your audio and work through it are all right in the free version, with the exception of voice isolation. That's gonna do the best noise reduction for you. So they're really already all there for you.
Okay. The Pleasure Mate says, what about the presets of the EQ, like male dialogue or the lav? Are they any good, or is it better to not use them but look at everything on their own?
Yeah, so I forgot that they added those in because, again, I don't use them. Now, I find if I look at those real quick, like they're doing a lot of like boosting of stuff. The one makes a little cut here and there, but I don't know. In general, sometimes they might be okay. I think it depends on the microphone itself and the recording. There's no harm in trying it and throwing it on there, and if it works, cool, you're done. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
But if it's not really doing what you want, or you feel like it's missing something, I would just go through the process yourself and see what you could do. Because the whole process, like for me to edit this one clip, and I forgot to mention this, if I did the whole thing, even the parts I didn't get to here, it'll probably take me like 3 to 5 minutes maybe, and I'm done. It's not, it doesn't, once you understand the process and you know what to listen for, like you can breeze through it really quick. It doesn't take that long. So, but I would try them, see if it works. If it works, cool, you're done.
Awesome. That's all the questions I got, man. Jayson, that was amazing.
Cool. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for being a part of ResolveCon again, man. It's really awesome.
Yeah, it's great.
Good seeing you again.
Yeah, thank you guys, and thank you everybody out there for watching. Appreciate it. And I do have an audio course actually. If you want to learn all this stuff in one spot, make a little mini documentary.
Check it out.
You can check it out on DV Resolve. So you can check that out. Or
DV
YouTube.
Resolve, you say?
DV Resolve.
Guys, give it up for Jayson. Thank you so much, brother. We'll see you around.
Thanks.
Take care. All right. It's our final giveaway of the day, you guys. I'm so excited. Giveaway number 5 for the editor titles and editor collection pack from Whip Templates. The winner of that is Justin Fincher. Congratulations. The $100 motion VFX credit goes to Jan Javi. And the winner of the ATEM Mini Extreme ISO G2, congratulations, Jerry Curry. You are the new owner of that. Thank you so much. If you want any of those, you'll be sent an email here probably tomorrow when we get all caught up on this stuff. And and again, if you haven't checked out the VIP tickets for the 2 days starting Saturday and Sunday to get some private education from some of our presenters, you guys, you're not going to want to miss this. Make sure you click the link in the description below. And a reminder, at groundcontrol.film, we are running a 25% off store-wide sale on all of our courses. Make sure you use coupon code RC25GC at checkout. So that concludes our presentations for today, guys. Day 1 of ResolveCon is officially wrapped. Thank you, everyone who joined us. Thank you to all of our presenters. And thank you once again to all of our sponsors. Thank you, Blackmagic Design, DV Resolve, Motion VFX, Whip Templates, and Pixel Tools. We literally couldn't do this without you. You guys, thank you so much for being here, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Bye-bye.